The afternoon light filtered through Pol's windows as Ace continued his shift, weaving between tables with practiced efficiency. Customers chatted and sipped their drinks, the cafe's warm atmosphere buzzing with conversation. When his break time arrived, Ace slipped into the back room and pulled out his phone. He quickly opened his stock trading app, his eyes scanning the stark international stock prices. The numbers continued their downward trajectory, just as he had anticipated. Perfect, he thought. Ace carefully transferred another chunk of his savings into the trading platform. His fingers moved swiftly, purchasing more shares at the reduced price. Each transaction felt calculated, deliberate. He wasn't gambling. He was strategizing. The stock was still dropping, which meant more opportunity. Ace continued buying, allocating funds methodically. His savings were gradually converting into stark international shares, his confidence unwavering. Ace's phone vibrated in his pocket. He stepped away from the trading app and glanced at the screen. The caller ID showed Detective Watanabe. He answered professionally, his tone shifting. Kamen Rider speaking. Kamen Rider. Yuri's voice came through clearly. Can you meet me soon? Ace checked his watch. His shift at Pol was winding down, and Pops would likely let him leave early. I can meet you, he responded neutrally, careful not to reveal any personal details about his work or location. Good, Yuri said. I'll text you the location. Ace pocketed his phone and quickly changed out of his cafe uniform into casual attire. A dark jacket, jeans, and comfortable sneakers. He approached Pops, who was wiping down the cafe counter. I'm heading out, Ace said, adjusting his jacket. Pops looked up, his expression a mix of concern and trust. Be careful out there, he said, his voice warm but serious. These streets aren't always friendly. Ace nodded, offering a reassuring smile. I'll be fine, he replied. He stepped outside the cafe, the afternoon light casting long shadows across the street. The Tricaster 2000 was parked nearby, its sleek red and black frame gleaming. Ace swung his leg over the motorcycle, inserted the key, and started the engine. The machine roared to life, its sound cutting through the urban background noise. Checking the location Yuri had sent, Ace revved the engine and pulled out into the street, navigating through New York's bustling traffic with practiced ease. Ace navigated the Tricaster 2000 through the narrow streets, the motorcycle's engine humming quietly as he approached the designated location. The rooftops of the surrounding buildings loomed ahead, casting long shadows in the late afternoon light. He found a secluded spot near the police precinct and carefully parked the bike. With practiced movements, he activated the Arkle belt. Henshin, he muttered, and the transformation into mighty form enveloped him. The red and black armor materialized, his helmet gleaming as he surveyed the rooftops. Sensing a presence, Ace leaped upward with superhuman agility, sailing through the air and landing smoothly on the rooftop. His initial expectation was to find Detective Yuri Watanabe waiting alone. Instead, he discovered Yuri was not by herself. Standing beside her was Captain George Stacy, who turned to face Ace with a mixture of surprise and cautious curiosity. Ace landed on the rooftop, his red and black armor gleaming in the afternoon light. His gaze shifted between Yuri and George Stacy, momentarily surprised by the unexpected presence of the police captain. Yuri turned to Ace with a relieved smile. I'm glad you could make it, she said, her tone professional yet warm. Ace had expected to meet Yuri alone, but now found himself facing her superior officer. Sensing the importance of the moment, he remained silent and waited. Captain Stacy wanted to meet you, Yuri explained. Without his support, we wouldn't be able to coordinate with the police department effectively. George Stacy stepped forward, his weathered face studying the armored warrior. Do you remember me, Kamen Rider? He asked, a hint of recognition in his voice. Ace nodded inside his helmet. He did remember George from their previous encounter during the Rat Grongi incident. Ace tilted his helmeted head, his voice modulated through the armor. Why did you call me here? He asked, his tone direct and slightly wary. Has another Grongi appeared? George Stacy shook his head. No new incidents, he replied firmly. But we need your help understanding these creatures. Yuri stepped forward, her posture professional, but her eyes showing genuine concern. "We want to know how to deal with the Grongi," she explained. "Your knowledge could help us protect the city." Ace's stance shifted, the armor's red and black surfaces catching the light. "That will be difficult," he said, his voice carrying a note of grim reality. "I'm sure you know. The Grongi are unlike anything you've faced before. They're stronger than human opponents and nearly impervious to regular weapons." Yuri's eyes narrowed as she considered the implications of Ace's words. "Are you saying only you can defeat them?" she asked, her tone carrying a mix of skepticism and concern. "Not necessarily, but if you want to fight against the Grongi, the police will need more than just guns." George Stacy crossed his arms, his weathered features hardening with resignation. "So, in the meantime, all we can do is rely on you." The armored warrior turned to face the captain directly. "What is it, Captain? Don't like working with a vigilante." There was a slight edge to his voice, almost teasing despite the serious situation. George's lips twitched into a small, stern smile. "I can arrest you right now if you'd like." His hand rested casually near his badge, more a reminder than a threat. "I'd rather you not." Yuri leaned forward, her professional curiosity piqued. "Can you tell us more about these Grongi?" The Grongi have a complex social structure. They regularly meet with each other, which could be our advantage. Captain Stacy raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly is that helpful?" "If we can capture or track down one Grongi," Ace continued, "we might be able to find the rest of them. But," he added with a note of caution, "it's easier said than done." Yuri's detective instincts kicked in. "Why?" Ace's helmet tilted slightly. "They could transform into humans. Perfectly. They blend into society, hunt their targets, and disappear without a trace." His voice carried the weight of hard-learned experience. Identifying them isn't as simple as looking for something obviously monstrous. They could be anyone, the person walking down the street, sitting next to you in a cafe, working in an office. The implications hung heavy in the air. Captain Stacy and Yuri exchanged a meaningful glance, understanding the complexity of the threat they were facing. "So we're looking for an enemy that could be anyone," Yuri summarized, her mind already working through the investigative challenges. Captain George Stacy leaned forward, his weathered hands clasped on the table. "Is there a way to differentiate these Grongi from ordinary humans?" Ace's armored form shifted slightly. "They have a distinctive animal tattoo somewhere on their body," he explained. The detail was matter-of-fact, devoid of dramatic emphasis. Detective Yuri Watanabe frowned, considering the information. "That doesn't help much," she said critically. Then, after a moment's reflection, she added, "But it's a start." Ace nodded, sensing the conversation was drawing to a close. "That's all I can share right now," he said firmly. Yuri, ever direct, pressed further. "And your identity? Who are you really?" A moment of silence passed between them. Then Ace responded, his voice calm but resolute. "I prefer to keep that to myself." He looked around the rooftop, then back at Yuri and Captain Stacy. "I think that's all you wanted to ask. I need to leave." Without further explanation, Ace jumped off the rooftop. The police officers rushed to the edge, watching as he landed smoothly and quickly mounted the Tricaster 2000. The motorcycle roared to life, and in moments, Ace disappeared into the city streets, leaving Yuri and George Stacy watching his departure. Captain George Stacy watched Ace disappear into the urban landscape, his weathered hands gripping the rooftop's edge. He turned to Detective Yuri Watanabe, a wry smile crossing his face. "Quite the guy," Yuri remarked, her professional demeanor softened by a hint of admiration. George nodded. "Yeah." He paused, then stepped toward the rooftop access door. Pulling out his radio, he spoke with a commanding tone to the communications officer. "I need to speak with the tactical division immediately. We're going to need additional resources to counter these Grongi threats." Captain George Stacy turned to Yuri, his experienced eyes scanning the cityscape where Ace had just disappeared. "Watanabe," he said firmly, "I want you to maintain a close connection with that Kamen Rider." Yuri raised an eyebrow. "Sir, he's our best lead on these Grongi attacks," George continued. He seems to understand these creatures better than anyone in the department. Your investigative skills and his combat abilities could be a strategic advantage. She nodded, understanding the implicit instruction. Maintaining professional distance while cultivating a potential informant was something she excelled at. Yes, sir, Yuri confirmed. George's hand rested on her shoulder, a gesture both supportive and authoritative. Be careful. These creatures aren't like anything we've encountered before. And that rider, he's an unknown variable. Yuri's lips curved into a slight smile. Unknown variables are my specialty, Captain. The hallway bustled with students between classes as Ace and Nico walked side by side, their eyes fixed on Ace's phone screen. The Stark International stock prices flickered downward, each decimal point representing a small loss. Look at that, Ace muttered, his finger tracing the descending graph. It's dropping faster than I expected. Nico glanced over, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. How much did you invest again? $1,000. Ace replied, not taking his eyes off the screen. Nico's laugh was sharp and quick. $1,000 going down the drain, she teased, her gothic accessories jingling with her movement. Brilliant investment strategy, genius. Ace's smirk widened as he tapped his phone screen, purchasing additional Stark International shares. It's going to bounce back, he said confidently. Tony Stark always has a plan. Nico rolled her eyes, her dark makeup emphasizing her skeptical expression. You're seriously doubling down? This is a sinking ship, Ace. Most investors are jumping off. Watch, Ace replied, his fingers dancing across the phone screen. Stark's got something up his sleeve. This is just a temporary dip. Nico shook her head, her gothic bracelets clinking against her black jacket. You're dumb for staying in a sinking ship. Some genius investor you are. Birdo chimed in, his voice laced with concern. Ace, I think Nico's got a point here. The stock is plummeting, and Stark's future is looking pretty uncertain. Ace glanced up from his phone, his brow furrowed. You guys just don't see the bigger picture. Stark's gonna pull through, I know it. Nico scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Always the optimist, aren't you? Some of us prefer to deal in cold, hard facts. Birdo placed a hand on Ace's shoulder, his expression earnest. Look, we just don't want you to lose everything, you know? $1,000 is a lot of money, especially for us. Ace shook his head, undeterred. It's going to be fine. You'll see. He tapped his phone again, purchasing even more Stark International shares. Nico rolled her eyes, her patience wearing thin. Ace, you're being ridiculous. This is just throwing good money after bad. Birdo nodded in agreement. She's right, man. Maybe it's time to cut your losses and get out while you still can. I'm not giving up on Stark. He's going to turn this around. Just wait and see. Nico let out an exasperated sigh. Suit yourself, but don't say we didn't warn you. The trio fell silent, the only sound the gentle hum of the city around them. Ace continued to monitor the stock prices. Ace, Nico, and Birdo made their way through the bustling school hallway, the sounds of music drawing their attention. Ace paused, his ears perking up at the familiar rock melodies. Hey, do you guys hear that? He asked, his eyes scanning the area. Nico and Birdo nodded, their curiosity piqued as well. Sounds like a band practicing, Birdo commented. The trio followed the music, eventually arriving at the school gym. Peering inside, they spotted a group of 4 girls on the stage, instruments in hand. Ace recognized one of them immediately. That's Gwen, he exclaimed, his eyes widening. Nico and Birdo also recognized the blonde-haired girl, but the other 3 were unfamiliar to them. Who were the other girls? Birdo asked, his gaze fixed on the stage. Ace shook his head. I'm not sure, but they seem to be a band of some kind. Let's go check it out. The trio entered the gym, drawn closer to the melodic sounds of the band's practice session. Ace, Nico, and Birdo watched intently as Gwen and her band played their set. The 4 girls on stage moved in sync, their instruments blending together in a lively, energetic performance. When the last note faded, Ace, Nico, and Birdo immediately began clapping their hands. Gwen, recognizing Ace, looked up and greeted him with a friendly wave. Hey, Ace. Didn't expect to see you here, Gwen said, stepping down from the stage. Yeah, We were just passing by and heard the music, Ace replied, a smile spreading across his face. You guys were great. Nico and Berto chimed in with their own compliments, impressed by the band's talent. As they spoke, a tall, red-headed girl approached Gwen, her eyes curiously studying the trio. Gwen, who are your new friends? The redhead asked, her tone playful. Gwen smiled and gestured to her bandmates. All right, guys, this is Ace. Ace, this is Mary Jane, Betty, and Glory. Mary Jane, the tall redhead, stepped forward with a confident grin. Nice to meet you, Ace. I'm the lead singer of the Mary Janes. I'm Betty, the blonde girl said softly, giving a polite nod. I play bass. Glory, the energetic keyboardist, beamed at Ace. And I'm Glory. We're so glad you enjoyed the performance. Ace smiled warmly. It was really great. I'm Ace, and these are my friends, Nico and Berto. Nico offered a casual wave, while Berto's eyes lingered on the band members, a hint of flirtation in his expression. Awesome, more fans, Mary Jane exclaimed. You guys should totally come to our next show. We're playing at the local art house theater next weekend. Berto perked up. That sounds amazing. I'd love to come and support you all. Mary Jane grinned, pulling out 3 tickets from her pocket. Great, here you go. It's only $15 a ticket. Ace reached into his wallet and handed her the money. No problem. I've got it covered. Nico raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips. Wow, Ace. Spending money left and right these days, huh? With all those Stark stocks you bought, I'm surprised you have any cash left. Gwen's eyes widened at the mention of Stark stocks. Stark stocks? What are you talking about? Nico chuckled. Our boy Ace here has been investing in Stark International, trying to make a quick buck. But the stock prices have been tanking ever since Stark's big announcement about shutting down weapons manufacturing. Gwen looked at Ace with concern. Ace, that doesn't sound very safe. Are you sure you can afford that? Ace shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. It's fine, Gwen. I know what I'm doing. The stock price is bound to go back up once Stark figures out his new direction. I'm just getting in early. Nico snorted. Yeah, well, I hope you're right. Otherwise, you might end up broke and without a place to live. Remember, you're already crashing in the cafe. Ace chuckled, a confident gleam in his eye. You're going to be the one eating your words when Stark stocks start climbing again. Nico rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of amusement in her expression. We'll see about that, Ace. I still think you're taking a big risk, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Berto's eyes lit up as he spotted Gwen chatting with her bandmates, the members of the Mary Janes. Seizing the opportunity, he sidled up to the group, flashing his most charming smile. Hey, ladies, Berto said, trying to sound suave. I couldn't help but notice you're all looking absolutely stunning today. Nico rolled her eyes, while Ace stifled a groan. They both knew Berto's attempts at flirting were often painfully awkward. Gwen's bandmates, Glory and Betty, exchanged amused glances, politely acknowledging Berto's presence. However, their attention soon returned to their conversation, leaving Berto scrambling to find another opening. Sensing his friend's discomfort, Ace stepped forward and gently pulled Berto back. Come on, man, let's get out of here. I'm sure the girls have better things to do than entertain your attempts at picking them up. Nico chuckled, falling in a step beside them. Yeah, Berto, you're embarrassing yourself. Let's go grab a bite to eat or something. Berto reluctantly allowed Ace and Nico to lead him away, casting one last wistful glance at Gwen and her bandmates as they departed.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Ace, Nico, and Berto stood in the school hallway, their eyes glued to the news report playing on Ace's phone. Jonah Jameson's stern face filled the screen as he ranted about the recent fire at a local restaurant. This so-called Kamen Rider is nothing more than a menace. Jameson's voice boomed from the phone's speakers. We've got eyewitness accounts and footage of this costumed freak at the scene. Mark my words, he's behind this, and I'll expose him for the criminal he is. Footage played on Ace's phone, showing Kamen Rider leaping from rooftop to rooftop his armored form a blur against the city skyline. Jonah Jameson's scathing commentary continued, his voice dripping with disdain. This so-called hero is nothing but a criminal in a costume. He's been spotted at the scene of multiple incidents, always disappearing before the authorities can apprehend him. Well, I say we put out an APB on this menace and bring him in where he belongs, behind bars. Nico scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Typical Jameson, jumping to conclusions without any real evidence. Birdo nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed. Yeah, I mean, just because someone in a mask was spotted doesn't mean they're the one who started the fire, right? Ace remained silent, his gaze fixed on the news report. He knew the truth, that he had intervened to save the family and stop the arsonists. But he also knew that Jameson would never see it that way. The three friends stood there, watching as Jameson continued his tirade against the mysterious Kamen Rider, their own thoughts and concerns unspoken. Nico's brow furrowed as she watched the news report. You know, there have been a lot of arsons around the city lately. Maybe there's a connection to this Kamen Rider business. Ace turned to her, his mind racing. You think the fires might be deliberate? That there's something bigger going on? He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to these incidents than met the eye. The arsonists at the restaurant had been too organized, too determined. And the way they had targeted a family-owned business that had refused a previous offer to sell. Nico nodded, her eyes narrowing. Yeah, I've been hearing about that too. Apparently, some shady real estate developers have been strong-arming small business owners, trying to buy out property for cheap. Ace frowned, recalling the conversations he'd overheard at Pole. The customers were saying that some places have even been set on fire if the owners refuse to sell. Birdo's eyes widened. You think that's what's happening here? That the arsonists were working for some bigger group trying to take over the neighborhood? Nico shrugged, her expression turning thoughtful. It's possible. I mean, the timing of these incidents is a little too convenient, don't you think? Nico furrowed her brow as she tapped away on her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. Okay, let me see what I can dig up here, she murmured, her eyes narrowing in concentration. She started by searching for recent real estate acquisitions and mergers in the New York area, cross-referencing the locations of the suspicious fires. As the pieces began to fall into place, a name emerged that made her pause. Silvio Manfredi, she said, her voice low. He's one of the biggest crime bosses in the city, with his fingers in all kinds of shady real estate deals. Nico's expression darkened as she scrolled through the information on her phone. It looks like his Maggius syndicate has been buying up properties, sometimes through intimidation and violence. Ace and Birdo exchanged a concerned glance, the implications of Nico's findings weighing heavily on them. So you think Manfredi's behind these arsons? Ace asked. It fits the pattern. And if he's involved, there could be more shady things behind the scenes. Ace's brow furrowed as he listened to Nico's findings. The name Silvio Manfredi rang a bell, though the details were hazy. He knew the man was a notorious crime boss, a Spider-Man villain in his previous world. The thought of Manfredi's Maggius syndicate terrorizing local businesses filled Ace with a familiar sense of determination. I can't let this Manfredi character ruin more lives, Ace thought, his hands clenching into fists. If he's behind these arsons, I need to stop him before he can do any more harm. Ace's mind raced with possibilities, weighing the risks and considering his options. As Kamen Rider, he had the power to confront Manfredi and his goons directly. But he also knew the importance of gathering more information and building a stronger case against the crime boss. I'll need to tread carefully, Ace mused. Manfredi is dangerous, and I can't risk innocent lives. But I won't let him continue terrorizing the city. Nico noticed how Ace suddenly got all serious and asked what was wrong. Hey, you okay? You look like you were a million miles away there. Ace snapped out of his thinking, shaking his head slightly. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about my science project with Peter, that's all. He gave a quick, slightly forced smile, hoping to divert Nico's attention. You know how it is, gotta make sure I don't fall behind on my schoolwork, right? Nico eyed him skeptically, sensing there was more on his mind, but she let it slide for now. All right, well, just don't forget to have fun too, okay? We're supposed to be enjoying our high school experience, not just burying our noses in books the whole time. Ace nodded, grateful that Nico didn't press the issue further. Yeah, you're right. I'll try to keep that in mind. He glanced over at Birdo, who was flirting with girls down the hallway. Speaking of having fun, looks like Birdo could use a little less of that. Nico chuckled, shaking her head. That boy is hopeless. Come on, let's go rescue him before he embarrasses himself any further. As Ace followed Nico over to where Birdo was, he couldn't help but let his mind drift back to the implications of Nico's earlier findings. The thought of Silvio Manfredi and his Maggia syndicate causing trouble in this world filled him with a renewed sense of purpose. But for now, he would focus on the task at hand and trust that the right opportunity to confront the criminal mastermind would present itself in due time. As Ace, Nico, and Birdo walked out of the school, Birdo couldn't stop thinking about the members of the Mary Janes. He turned to his friends, a hopeful gleam in his eyes. Do you guys really think I have no chance with MJ, Betty, or Glory? Birdo asked. I mean, come on. I'm a pretty confident guy. I bet I could win one of them over. Nico scoffed, shaking her head in amusement. Birdo, you're delusional. Those girls are way out of your league. What do you have to offer them? Ace chuckled, glancing at his friend. Nico's right, man. I hate to break it to you, but you don't exactly have the smoothest moves when it comes to talking to girls. Birdo puffed out his chest, undeterred. That's where you're wrong. I've got plenty of charm and confidence. I'm sure I can sweep one of them off their feet if I just get the chance. Nico rolled her eyes. Good luck with that. I'd love to see you try, but don't come crying to us when you get rejected. Ace patted Birdo's shoulder, a sympathetic smile on his face. Hey, don't worry about it too much. There are plenty of other fish in the sea, you know? Birdo nodded, his determination not wavering. You just wait and see. I'm going to prove you both wrong. One of those girls is going to be mine, you'll see. Ace, Nico, and Birdo continued down the streets, chatting about their plans for the weekend. Suddenly, they noticed a plume of smoke rising in the distance. Hey, do you guys see that? Birdo asked, squinting his eyes. Looks like something's on fire. Nico furrowed her brow. I wonder what could be happening. Maybe we should go check it out. Ace's eyes narrowed as he studied the smoke. Actually, I forgot I have to talk to one of the teachers about a makeup assignment. You two go ahead, and I'll catch up with you later. Nico and Birdo exchanged a puzzled look, but Ace was already hurrying away, his mind racing. He had a feeling the smoke was trouble, and he needed to help in what he could. Ace rushed towards the plume of smoke, his heart pounding. As he neared the source, he saw a building engulfed in flames. Without hesitation, he ducked into a nearby alley and quickly transformed into Kamen Rider Kuga's mighty form. Stealing his nerves, Ace charged into the burning building, his enhanced senses scanning for any signs of life. Is anyone here? He shouted, his voice cutting through the crackle of the flames. I'm here to help. Ace frantically searched the rooms, his eyes darting from corner to corner. To his confusion, the building seemed eerily empty. No cries for help, no panicked residents trying to escape the inferno. Where is everyone? Ace muttered, his brow furrowed beneath his helmet. He pressed on, determined to ensure no one had been left behind. Ace made sure to cover the entire building, but he found no one. There were signs of people living in the building, but mysteriously not one resident is inside. The building was about to collapse from the fire, so he exited the building and landed on an adjacent building's rooftop. From his vantage point, Ace could see the firefighters outside try to put out the blaze. Many families gathered nearby, watching in shock and sadness as their homes were consumed by the flames. What is going on? He scanned the area, looking for any clues that might explain the empty building. As the fire raged on, Ace felt a growing sense of unease settle in the pit of his stomach. Ace watched from the rooftop as a group of suspicious men gathered in a nearby alley, their hushed voices carrying up to his perch. He strained to make out their conversation, his heart pounding with a mix of curiosity and unease. The job went well, one of the men said, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Time to hit the next location. Ace narrowed his eyes. These men seemed to be connected to the burning building, and he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Ace watched intently as the suspicious men got into a car and drove off. Quickly, he made his way across the rooftops, following their vehicle from above. The car pulled up to a small, family-owned restaurant, and the men emerged, grabbing cans of gasoline from the back. Ace's heart raced as he realized their sinister intentions. Ace watched in horror as the men cornered the family and began pouring gasoline all over the restaurant. The owner, a middle-aged man with a kind face, pleaded with them, his voice shaking. "Please, please don't do this. This restaurant is all that we have," the man cried. The leader of the men, a burly figure with a cold expression, sneered. "You should have taken the deal when we offered it, old man. Now, you and your family are going to pay the price." With that, the men began dragging the family out of the restaurant, the mother and children screaming in terror. Ace clenched his fists, his heart pounding. He couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. Quickly, Ace swung down from the rooftop, landing between the men and the family. The leader turned, a lighter in his hand, ready to ignite the gasoline. "Stop right there," Ace shouted, his voice firm and commanding. The leader paused, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Ace seized the opportunity and lunged forward, snatching the lighter from the man's hand. With a swift motion, he punched the leader square in the jaw, sending him reeling backwards. The other men turned their attention to Ace, but he was ready. He moved with a graceful, practiced ease, dodging their attacks and delivering precise counterstrikes. The family watched in awe as Ace fought off their would-be assailants, his movements a blur of speed and power. As the last of the men crumpled to the ground, Ace turned to the family, his expression softening. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. The father, still shaking, nodded. "Why, yes, thanks to you. Who are you?" "Call me Kamen Rider," he said. "You should probably call the cops." Ace watched as the father dialed the police, relief washing over the family's faces. Once the call was placed, Ace turned to the father, his expression serious. "Do you have any idea why these men targeted you?" he asked. The father hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "A few days ago, a group of men came to our restaurant, offering to buy it. But the price they offered was far too low. We refused to sell." Ace's brow furrowed. "And you think these men might be connected to that?" The father nodded solemnly. "It's the only thing I can think of. They must have been angry that we turned them down." Just then, the sound of sirens filled the air, and Ace knew the police were on their way. He turned to the family, his voice calm and reassuring. "Stay here and wait for the police," he said. "I'll make sure these men don't cause any more trouble." With that, Ace quickly tied up the would-be arsonists, ensuring they wouldn't be able to escape. As the sirens grew closer, he slipped back into the shadows, disappearing from sight just as the police arrived. Ace cruises through the bustling streets of New York City on his sleek Tricaster 2000 motorcycle, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of trouble. As the wind whips through his hair, he can't help but feel a sense of purpose coursing through him. Earlier, while working his shift at Pole Pole Cafe, Ace had been discreetly asking the customers if they'd heard of any incidents targeting small businesses in the neighborhood. The responses he received were both concerning and illuminating. One elderly woman, her brow furrowed with worry, shared her story. "My daughter's bakery down on 5th Street. It was vandalized just last week. The windows were smashed, and they stole all the cash from the register. The police said it was just a random act of vandalism, but I know better." Ace nodded solemnly, his grip tightening on the handlebars. "Did your daughter report anything suspicious before the incident?" The woman's eyes narrowed. "Well, now that you mention it, there was this group of men who had been coming around, trying to convince her to sell the place. They said it was a great opportunity, but she refused. And then, just a few days later, this happens." Ace's jaw tightened. "I see. Thank you for sharing this with me. I'll make sure to look into it further." As the woman nodded and turned her attention back to her coffee, Ace's mind raced with the implications. It seemed like a clear pattern was emerging. Small businesses being targeted, often after refusing offers to sell their properties. The common thread was too obvious to ignore. Now, as Ace navigates the bustling streets, he keeps a keen eye out for any suspicious activity. He knows that the key to unraveling this mystery lies in the details, in the seemingly innocuous incidents that could hold the clues he needs. Suddenly, Ace spots a commotion up ahead, near a quaint little cafe. He revs the engine of the tricaster and speeds towards the scene, determined to investigate further. As he approaches, he sees a group of men in suits, their posture aggressive and their expressions menacing. They seem to be confronting the cafe owner, who looks visibly shaken. Ace parks the bike and strides towards the confrontation, his expression hardening. "Excuse me, is everything all right here?" The men in suits turn to face him, their eyes narrowing. "This is none of your business, kid. Move along." Ace stands his ground, his voice calm but firm. "I'm afraid I can't do that. It looks like you're harassing this business owner, and that's something I won't stand for." The lead man scoffs, taking a step towards Ace. "You got a lot of nerve, kid. You have no idea who you're messing with." Ace meets his gaze, unwavering. "I think I have a pretty good idea, and I'm not going anywhere until you leave this place and stop threatening these people." The tension in the air is palpable as the two men stare each other down, the fate of the cafe owner hanging in the balance. The lead man sneers at Ace. "You asked for it, kid." He nods to his associates, who immediately advance on Ace, their fists clenched. Ace shifts his stance, ready to defend himself. "I warned you," he says calmly. The first man swings a heavy punch towards Ace's head, but Ace ducks under it effortlessly. He counters with a sharp jab to the man's ribs, causing him to double over in pain. Another thug rushes Ace, throwing a flurry of blows. Ace weaves through the attacks, his movements fluid and precise. He grabs the man's outstretched arm, twisting it behind his back and shoving him to the ground. The lead man growls in frustration. "Get him!" His remaining cronies converge on Ace, but the young man is unfazed. Ace blocks a punch, then sweeps the attacker's legs out from under him. He pivots, dodging another strike and retaliating with a devastating kick to the man's midsection. The cafe owner watches in awe as Ace effortlessly dispatches his assailants one by one. "How is he doing that?" the owner mutters. Ace's physique has indeed grown stronger through his transformations into Kuga. His muscles ripple as he moves, his reflexes lightning fast. He weaves between the thugs, countering their attacks with powerful strikes of his own. One man tries to grab Ace from behind, but Ace simply grabs his arm, flips him over his shoulder, and slams him to the ground. The man lies there, groaning in pain. The lead thug, seeing his men falling, begins to back away. "This isn't over, kid," he spits. Ace steps forward, his expression stern. "I think it is." He lunges forward, grabbing the man by the collar and yanking him close. "Leave this place and don't come back. Understand?" The thug nods frantically, his bravado shattered. Ace releases him, and the man scurries away, his remaining cronies limping after him. Ace turns to the cafe owner, his features softening. "Are you all right?" The owner nods, still processing what he just witnessed. "Why, yes, thanks to you." "Who are you?" "A friend." Detective Yuri Watanabe suddenly bursts through the cafe door, her expression stern. "Freeze!" she commands, her hand on the holster of her service weapon. Ace raises his hands calmly, not wanting to escalate the situation. The cafe owner quickly interjects. "Officer, this young man just saved us from those thugs. He's not a criminal." Yuri's brow furrows as she takes in the scene, the overturned tables and the groaning men on the floor. She turns to Ace, her expression softening slightly. "All right, then what happened here?" Ace explains how the group of men had been harassing the cafe and how he had stepped in to protect the owner and the patrons. Yuri listens intently, her gaze shifting between Ace and the owner. When Ace finishes, Yuri nods slowly. "I see. Well, I'm glad no one was seriously hurt." She pauses, her eyes meeting Ace's. "But you know you shouldn't be taking the law into your own hands like that. You could have been seriously injured." Ace nods, understanding her concern. "I know, detective, but I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. These people needed help." Yuri sighs, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "I appreciate you wanting to help, but leave the heroics to the professionals, okay?" Detective Yuri Watanabe fixed Ace with a stern gaze. These men are part of a larger criminal organization I've been investigating. They're dangerous, and I don't want you or anyone else getting caught in the crossfire. Ace listened intently, understanding the gravity of the situation. I didn't realize they were connected to something bigger. I just wanted to help. Yuri nodded, her expression softening slightly. I know, and I appreciate that. But this is police business now. Let us handle it from here. She turns to the cafe owner. Make sure you file an official report with the precinct. I'll look into this. The owner nods gratefully. Thank you, detective. And thank you. He looks at Ace, a newfound respect in his eyes. Ace, the young man supplies, offering the owner a small smile. Yuri nods to Ace. Keep yourself out of trouble, Ace. With that, she turns and strides out of the cafe, her footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Ace watched as Detective Watanabe strode out of the cafe, her words echoing in his mind. He knew he couldn't simply stand by and let her handle this alone, not when he had the power to make a difference. Ace's gaze hardened with determination. He couldn't help as Ace, but as Kamen Rider, he could lend his strength to Yuri's investigation. Slipping away from the cafe, Ace made his way to a secluded alley, his fingers tightening around the arcled belt at his waist. Henshin, he called out, feeling the familiar rush of energy as he transformed into the armored warrior, Kamen Rider Kuga. With his enhanced abilities, Ace knew he could provide the support Yuri needed to take down this criminal organization. Detective Yuri Watanabe stepped into the dimly lit bar, her sharp eyes scanning the room for her informant. She made her way to the bar, catching the bartender's attention. The usual detective? The bartender asked gruffly. Yuri nodded. And let Frankie know I'm here. The bartender nodded and quickly prepared a classic cocktail, sliding it across the bar to Yuri. She took a sip, the familiar taste and burn of the liquor comforting her as she waited for her informant. Moments later, a scruffy-looking man approached Yuri, sliding onto the bar stool next to her. Watanabe, he greeted. What can I do for you? Frankie, Yuri replied, turning to face him. I need information on the Magia's latest activities. Anything about them acquiring real estate lately. Frankie took a sip of his beer, his brow furrowing in thought. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've heard some rumblings about that. Seems they've been snapping up properties all over the city, especially in the Bronx and Queens. Yuri leaned in, her interest piqued. Any idea what they're planning? Frankie shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. But you know the Magia, they've got their fingers in all kinds of pies. Real estate, construction, you name it. Frankie's brow furrowed as he leaned in closer. Actually, I've been hearing some chatter about the Magia targeting a certain school in the area. Seems they've got their eyes on the land. Yuri's eyes narrowed. A school? What's their angle? From what I can gather, they want to redevelop the property. Probably some high-rise condos or office space, Frankie explained. You know how they operate. They'll do whatever it takes to get what they want. Yuri's grip tightened around her glass. And they're willing to go after a school to do it. She let out a frustrated sigh. Any idea which school they've got in their sights? Frankie shook his head. Sorry, Watanabe. My sources weren't too specific on the details. But I can tell you it's got the Magia bigwigs all riled up. Yuri nodded, her mind racing with the implications. Thanks, Frankie. This is helpful intel. She downed the rest of her drink and stood up. I need to look into this further. The informant drained the last of his beer. Anytime, Watanabe. You know I'm always happy to help out a friend of the family. Yuri allowed a small smile to tug at the corners of her mouth. I appreciate it. I'll be in touch if I need anything else. Detective Yuri Watanabe strode out of the dimly lit bar, her mind buzzing with the information Frankie had provided. As she stepped onto the sidewalk, a sudden, prickling sensation crawled up the back of her neck. Instinctively, she unhooked her firearm and clicked off the safety, her grip tightening around the grip. A soft thud sounded behind her, and Yuri whirled around, weapon raised and ready. Her eyes widened as she found herself staring at the armored form of Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider, Yuri breathed, her voice laced with a mixture of surprise and caution. Don't sneak up on me like that. The rider raised his hands in a placating gesture. My apologies, Detective Watanabe. Ace's voice resonated from within the helmet. I didn't mean to startle you. Yuri holstered her weapon, though her posture remained tense. What are you doing here? She asked, her gaze searching the rider's imposing figure. Ace's armored form stood before Yuri, his stance projecting a sense of determination. Detective Watanabe, I want to help you with the Mag-Gia investigation, he said, his voice resonating with conviction. Yuri regarded the rider with a mixture of surprise and skepticism. Kamen Rider, I thought your focus was solely on the Grongi threat, she replied, her brow furrowing slightly. I'm not limited to just fighting the Grongi, Ace explained. I want to help protect this city in any way I can. When I heard you were investigating the Mag-Gia, I knew I had to get involved. Yuri considered his words, her lips pressed into a thin line. I appreciate the offer, Kamen Rider, but this is my investigation. I work best alone. Ace took a step forward, his posture slightly hunched. But Detective, I need your help. I'm not as skilled at investigations as I am at combat. I can't do this alone. Yuri held up a hand, silencing him. I understand your desire to help, but this is my case. I don't want to put you in harm's way, and I work better without distractions. Ace persisted, his armored form standing tall before the detective. Detective Watanabe, I could be a valuable asset to your investigation. I have skills that could help us uncover the Mag-Gia's plans. Yuri regarded the rider with a skeptical gaze, her arms crossed over her chest. Kamen Rider, I appreciate the offer, but this is my case. I work best alone. Please, Detective, I can't just sit back and let the Mag-Gia terrorize this city. I want to help protect the people. Yuri sighed, her resolve slowly crumbling under Ace's persistent pleading. All right, fine, she relented, shaking her head. But you'll have to follow my lead, understand? Ace's posture straightened, a sense of relief washing over him. Absolutely, Detective. I won't let you down. Yuri gestured for Ace to follow her as she turned and headed down the dimly lit alley. According to my intel, the Mag-Gia seems to be targeting a school, but I haven't been able to pinpoint which one yet. Do you have any leads on how we can figure out the target school? Well, I know an ex-Mag-Gia member who might be willing to talk, Yuri replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. But convincing him to cooperate could be a challenge. Ace chuckled, the sound slightly distorted through his helmet. Leave that part to me, Detective. I can be quite persuasive when I need to be. Yuri shot him a skeptical glance. I somehow doubt your version of persuasive is anything like mine. Detective Yuri Watanabe led Ace down the dimly lit alley, her steps purposeful. They approached a dilapidated apartment building, its facade crumbling and windows boarded up. This is where your contact lives? Ace asked, his voice slightly muffled by his Kamen Rider helmet. Yuri nodded. Yes, it's the best place for him to stay hidden from the Mag-Gia. She turned to Ace. Wait here while I talk to him. Your armor isn't exactly subtle. Ace acquiesced, staying back as Yuri made her way to the entrance. She pressed the buzzer and waited, casting a glance over her shoulder to ensure Ace remained out of sight. After a moment, a gruff voice crackled through the intercom. Who is it? It's Detective Watanabe, Yuri replied. I need to ask you a few questions. Detective Yuri Watanabe pressed the buzzer again, her patience wearing thin. Open up. I need to ask you some questions. The crackly voice on the intercom responded with a gruff. Piss off, Watanabe. I ain't talking to no cop. Yuri let out a frustrated sigh. This is important. Lives could be at stake. Not my problem, the ex-Mag-Gia member retorted. I'm done with that life. Now, leave me alone. Yuri glanced back at Ace, who stood silently in the shadows, waiting. She turned her attention back to the intercom. Look, I understand you want to stay out of this, but I said piss off. The voice cut her off, followed by the sound of the intercom disconnecting. Yuri stared at the unresponsive buzzer, her jaw clenched in frustration. She had hoped the former Mag-Gia member would be willing to help, but it seemed he was determined to keep his distance from the world he had once been a part of. Detective Yuri Watanabe returned to where Ace was waiting in the shadows. He refused to talk, she said, frustration evident in her voice. Ace stepped forward, his expression calm. I may have a way to get him to open up. He relayed the details he had overheard. The ex-Mag-Gia member's apartment was on the 3rd floor. Unit 312. Yuri eyed him warily. What are you planning? Just watch, Ace replied, a hint of a smile on his lips. He turned and headed towards the building, leaving Yuri to follow. They reached the third floor, and Ace strode up to the door of Unit 312. Without hesitation, he raised his fist and pounded on the door. Open up. I know you're in there. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of shuffling footsteps. The door cracked open, and the Ex-Magia member's face appeared. What the? Before he could finish, Ace shoved the door open and stepped inside, Yuri close behind him. The Ex-Magia member backed away, his eyes wide with alarm. Ace's imposing figure loomed over the Ex-Magia member, who shrank back in fear. The man's eyes darted between Ace and Detective Watanabe, his heart racing. Ace grabbed the man by the collar and lifted him off the ground with surprising strength. Start talking, he demanded, his voice low and menacing. Yuri stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. You know something about the attacks on those small businesses. Tell us what you know, or my friend here won't be so kind. The Ex-Magia member's lips pressed into a thin line, his resolve wavering under the intense scrutiny. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he glanced at Ace's unforgiving expression. I don't know anything, he stammered, his voice quivering. Detective Yuri Watanabe watched the Ex-Magia member carefully as he spoke. It's been a long time since I've had anything to do with the Magia, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. Yuri stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. But you must know something. I've heard they're targeting a school. Can you tell us more? The Ex-Magia member's eyes widened slightly. A school, huh? He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Well, if I had to guess, it would be Midtown High. Yuri raised an eyebrow. Midtown High? What makes you say that? The land is big. The location is great, the Ex-Magia member explained. It's a prime target for the Magia. They've been eyeing that place for a while, looking for a way to get their hands on it. Yuri nodded, her suspicions confirmed. Thank you. That's very helpful. Ace, who had been silently observing the exchange, released his grip on the Ex-Magia member's collar. The man stumbled back, his eyes darting nervously between the two. You'd better not say a word about this to anyone, Ace warned, his voice low and serious. The Ex-Magia member nodded quickly, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. I won't, I swear. Just leave me out of this, okay? Yuri turned to Ace and gestured towards the door. Let's go. We have what we need. Ace nodded and followed Yuri out of the apartment, leaving the Ex-Magia member to his own devices. As they made their way down the stairs, Yuri's mind raced with the implications of this new information. Detective Yuri Watanabe nodded, her brow furrowing in thought. Now we know that the likely target is Midtown. We can keep an eye on it, but it will be better if we can also have eyes on the inside. Ace considered her words, understanding the importance of having someone on the ground. I can watch from the inside, he offered. Yuri turned to him, a questioning look on her face. How can you manage that? Ace hesitated, knowing he couldn't reveal his identity as a student at Midtown High. Trust me, I have a way, he said evasively. Just let me handle it from the inside while you coordinate the police presence. Yuri studied him for a moment, weighing the risks and benefits. Finally, she nodded. All right, I'll trust you on this. Thank you, Ace replied, relieved that Yuri was willing to let him take on this role. He knew the risks, but the thought of the Magia targeting his school spurred him to action. Ace weaved through the morning traffic on his TriCacer 2000, his mind focused on the task at hand. Now that he knew the Magia had their sights set on Midtown High, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. As he approached the school, Ace spotted Detective Watanabe's car, parked across the street, her keen eyes scanning the area. He resisted the urge to acknowledge her presence, knowing it was best to maintain a low profile. Ace was grateful for Yuri's support, even if they couldn't openly collaborate. Pulling into the student parking lot, Ace quickly secured his bike and made his way towards the school entrance. Ace entered Midtown High, his eyes scanning the bustling hallway. He spotted Nico and Berto by their lockers and made his way over to them. Hey guys, Ace greeted, trying to sound casual. What's up? Nico eyed him suspiciously. You're here early. What's going on? Berto chimed in. Yeah, man. You're usually running late. Ace hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal. I just had some things to take care of before class. He glanced around nervously, hoping Nico and Berto wouldn't press him further. Ace made his way through the morning classes, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy despite the weight of his secret mission. As the lunch bell rang, he met up with Nico and Berto at their usual spot in the cafeteria. So, what's the plan for today? Berto asked, his eyes scanning the crowded room. Nico shrugged. Same old, same old. Unless you've got something exciting up your sleeve, Ace. Ace hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal. Well, actually, hey guys, a familiar voice called out. The trio turned to see Peter Parker approaching them, a friendly smile on his face. Mind if I join you? Peter asked, clutching his lunch tray. Ace brightened, grateful for the interruption. Not at all. Come on, pull up a chair. Peter settled in next to Ace, and the four of them began to chat, the earlier tension momentarily forgotten. Nico and Berto regaled Peter with tales of their latest video game exploits, while Ace listened intently, his mind still focused on the task at hand. As they ate, Ace couldn't help but steal glances towards the school's entrance, wondering if Detective Watanabe was still keeping watch. Ace's eyes narrowed as he spotted the group of men entering the school, their janitor uniforms doing little to disguise their true identities. He recognized them as the Maggia members he had confronted weeks earlier, the ones responsible for the arson at the local restaurant. Guys, I need to excuse myself for a bit, Ace said, his voice low and urgent. There's something I need to take care of. Nico and Berto exchanged a puzzled glance, but before they could question him, Ace was already on his feet, weaving through the crowded cafeteria. Peter watched, his brow furrowed with concern, as Ace disappeared through the double doors. Ace moved swiftly through the hallways, his eyes trained on the Maggia members as they made their way towards the boiler room. He knew he had to be careful, not wanting to draw any unwanted attention. Reaching the door to the boiler room, Ace paused, his hand on the handle as he took a deep breath, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Ace peered through the window of the boiler room door, his eyes narrowing as he watched the group of Maggia members tampering with the school's heating system. They moved with a sense of purpose, clearly intent on sabotaging the boiler. This should do the trick, one of the Maggia members said, tightening a valve. By the time the school realizes what's happening, it'll be too late. Yeah, and with the boiler out of commission, the whole place will have to shut down, another member chimed in. That'll send a message to the principal not to mess with the Maggia. The group shared a sinister chuckle, unaware of the watchful eyes observing their actions. Without hesitation, Ace pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Detective Watanabe's number. The line connected, and Ace spoke in a hushed tone. Yuri Watanabe answered the phone, her voice sharp. This is Detective Watanabe. Who is this? Hello, Detective. My name is Ace, he replied, his voice hushed. I'm at Midtown High, and I've spotted some suspicious-looking people tampering with the boiler room. Yuri's eyes widened as she gripped the phone tighter. Stay where you are, Ace. I'm on my way. She quickly signaled to her partner, barking orders to dispatch backup and head to the school immediately. Ace glanced nervously at the boiler room door, his heart pounding. They look like they're up to no good, Detective. I think they're planning to sabotage the school's heating system. Don't engage them, Ace, Yuri warned. Wait for me and the backup to arrive. This could be more dangerous than you realize. Ace's fingers tightened around his phone, his knuckles turning white. I can't just stand by and do nothing, Detective. I have to do something. Yuri's voice was stern. Ace, I need you to stay put. Your safety is my priority right now. Just keep an eye on them and let me handle this. Ace grips his phone tightly, determination etched on his face. Don't worry, Detective. I can handle this. He ends the call before Yuri can protest further. Quietly, Ace slips through the door, his footsteps light and stealthy. He approaches the closest Maggia member from behind, his movements quick and precise. With a swift strike to the back of the neck, the Maggia thug crumples to the ground, unconscious. The sudden commotion catches the other Maggia members off guard. They whirl around, eyes widening at the sight of their fallen comrade. What the? One of them exclaims, reaching for his weapon. Ace doesn't hesitate. He darts forward, his body flowing like water as he dodges the Magia's clumsy attacks. With a series of well-placed blows, he takes down another thug, leaving the remaining two scrambling to regroup. The Magia members retaliate, their fists and kicks fueled by desperation. Ace weaves through their assault, his agility and reflexes allowing him to stay one step ahead. He lands a devastating kick to the first Magia's gut, doubling him over in pain. The final Magia member, a burly man with a scarred face, lunges at Ace, his meaty fists swinging wildly. Ace ducks and sidesteps, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the Magia thug overextends, Ace seizes the opportunity, delivering a flurry of punches that leave the man reeling. The sound of sirens in the distance spurs Ace into action. He quickly ties up the incapacitated Magia members, ensuring they won't escape. Just as he finishes, the door to the boiler room bursts open, and Detective Watanabe rushes in, her gun drawn. Freeze! Yuri Watanabe is surprised to find all the Magia members already incapacitated when she bursts into the boiler room. She quickly holsters her weapon and turns to the young man standing amidst the tied-up criminals. "You again? I thought I told you to keep yourself out of trouble," Yuri says, recognizing Ace from their previous encounter at the cafe. Ace offers a sheepish grin. Sorry, Detective. I couldn't just stand by and let them do whatever they wanted." Detective Yuri Watanabe watches as the police officers swiftly arrest the incapacitated Magia members. She turns to Ace, her brow furrowed in surprise. "So, you're working with Kamen Rider, huh?" Yuri asks, her tone a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Ace rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. "Well, not exactly. I was actually saved by Kamen Rider once before, and ever since then, I've been a big fan. When I heard he might need help, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing." Yuri considers his explanation, impressed by his bravery, but concerned about his safety. "I see. Just try to stay out of trouble, okay? This is dangerous work, and I don't want you getting hurt." Ace surveys the captured Magia members, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Detective Watanabe, will the police be able to catch the leader of this group? I have a feeling their boss is Silvio Manfredi." Yuri nods grimly. "We suspect Manfredi is behind this too, but we don't have any solid evidence to link him directly. It's going to be difficult to take him down without proof." Ace's eyes light up with determination. "What if Kamen Rider could sneak into Manfredi's lair and get that evidence for you?" Yuri shakes her head. "Even if Kamen Rider could obtain that kind of evidence, it wouldn't stand up in court. We need to do this by the book." Ace's shoulders slump, disappointment etched on his face. "But isn't there anything we can do to deal with Manfredi and his organization?" Yuri sighs heavily. "I wish there was, but without the proper legal means, our hands are tied. Manfredi is a slippery one, and he's got the resources to avoid prosecution." Ace sulks, his shoulders slumped in disappointment. Detective Yuri Watanabe observes his dejected expression and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I know it's frustrating, Ace, but the law has its limitations," Yuri says, her voice soft and understanding. "The best thing you can do is lead these kinds of problems to the police. We'll handle it from there." Ace looks up at her, his brow furrowed. "But Kamen Rider could have made a difference." Yuri shakes her head gently. "I appreciate your desire to help, but you need to focus on being a regular high school student. Leave the heroics to Kamen Rider." Ace nods reluctantly, realizing the wisdom in Yuri's words. "Okay, Detective, I'll try to stay out of trouble." "Good," Yuri says with a small smile. "Now, go enjoy your school life. You've got your whole future ahead of you." Ace returns to his friends, Nico and Berto, who greet him with wide-eyed amazement. "Dude, did you really take down those mob guys?" Berto exclaims, his voice filled with awe. Nico elbows him playfully. "Of course he did, you dummy. Ace is a total badass." Ace chuckles sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Oh, come on, guys. It was nothing." Berto shakes his head in disbelief. "Nothing? Dude, you're like a superhero or something." Nico grins mischievously. "Yes, Maybe you should start wearing a mask and fighting crime on the side. The three friends laugh, their camaraderie and playful banter filling the air as they head back to school, leaving the Mag-Gia confrontation behind. Su Wolfuda, the wolf Grongi, prowled through New York City's bustling streets. His human disguise, a black leather jacket and ripped jeans, concealed his true nature. A wolf tattoo crawled along the side of his neck, a subtle hint of the predator beneath. The city's cacophony assaulted his heightened senses. Pollution, artificial perfumes, unwashed human bodies. Disgusting. Filthy linto, he muttered, eyes narrowing, scanning the crowd. Their artificial scents, their endless chatter. Unbearable. Fingers drummed an impatient rhythm against his thigh. The Jedgel's anticipation burned within him, a primal, hungry excitement barely contained. When will Balva choose me? A low, menacing growl. This waiting, it tests my patience. The hunt should have begun already. His gaze settled on a cluster of unsuspecting pedestrians. A predatory gleam flickered in his eyes. Muscles tensed. Restraint wavered. The sooner I hunt, he whispered, fingers flexing, the better. Su Wolfuda's eyes narrowed as he bumped into a scrawny man, jostling his coffee. The man turned, face twisted in irritation. Hey, watch where you're going, the man snapped. You should apologize. Wolfu's lip curled in a sneer. Apologize? He growled, low and menacing. To you? Before the man could react, Wolfu's clawed hand shot out, gripping the man's throat. With a savage snarl, he hoisted the man off the ground, effortlessly lifting him by the neck. The man's eyes widened in terror, hands clawing at Wolfu's iron grip. Please, I didn't mean. Wolfu's lips peeled back in a vicious grin, revealing sharp, animalistic teeth. With a sudden, violent motion, he hurled the man across the street. The man crashed through the window of a nearby restaurant, shattering glass and sending plates and silverware flying. Patrons screamed in panic as the man lay amidst the debris, groaning in pain. Wolfu watched, a twisted satisfaction in his expression. He turned and melted back into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Wolfu passed a corner where Ladia, the ladybug Grongi, leaned against a wall, her floor-length gown of deep red silk or velvet accentuating her refined appearance. The fitted bodice and flowing skirt were accented with black lace and ladybug-inspired polka dots, while a black velvet bolero with red lining added sophistication. Ladia's accessories, including gloves, a choker, earrings, and a clutch, completed her elegant ensemble. Wolfu's eyes narrowed as he approached Ladia, his wolf-like nature clashing with her poised demeanor. Ladia, he growled, what are you doing here? Ladia regarded him coolly, her red lips parting in a subtle smile. Wolfu, as rough as always, she remarked, her voice smooth and measured. I'm simply enjoying the city, taking in the sights. You, on the other hand, seem to be causing quite a commotion. Ladia regarded Wolfu coolly, her red lips parting in a subtle smile. Wolfu, as rough as always, she remarked, her voice smooth and measured. I'm simply enjoying the city, taking in the sights. You, on the other hand, seem to be causing quite a commotion. Wolfu's eyes narrowed, his wolf-like nature clashing with Ladia's poised demeanor. Ladia, he growled, what are you doing here? Ah, Wolfu, Ladia said, her tone laced with mock sympathy. Haven't you heard? There will be another gathering soon. She paused, watching the eager anticipation flare in his eyes. This is your chance, isn't it? To be chosen by Balva to start the next Jedgel. Wolfu's lips curled into a savage grin. Finally, he rumbled, his fingers flexing with barely contained excitement. I will prove my worth and rise above the others. Ladia's expression darkened with amusement. Oh, Wolfu, even if you were chosen, you won't get far. She leaned in slightly, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. After all, Kuga will be there to defeat you. Wolfu's eyes narrowed to slits, a deep, guttural growl rumbling in his chest. You dare mock me, Ladia, he snarled, his clawed hand lashing out towards her. But Ladia was faster, effortlessly evading his attack with a graceful sidestep. Tisk, tiske wolfu, she chided, her tone dripping with condescension. Your temper always gets the better of you. Such a hot-headed creature. Wolfu's eyes narrowed dangerously as he glared at Ladya. You looking for a fight? He growled, his claws flexing with barely contained aggression. Ladya regarded him with a cool, dismissive expression. Fight you? Heavens no, Wolfu. That would be far beneath me. She turned, the silk of her gown swishing softly. We should be on our way. The gathering will be starting soon, and you wouldn't want to be late, would you? Wolfu's lips curled into a snarl, but he held his ground, his body tense with restrained fury. Don't you dare order me around, Ladya, he rumbled, his voice low and menacing. Ladya glanced back at him, her lips curling into a dismissive scoff. Like a petulant puppy throwing a tantrum, Wolfu released a low, frustrated growl. Reluctantly, he followed after her, heavy footsteps echoing his simmering anger. Two police officers, Officer Davis and Officer Williams, watched the exchange between the elegantly dressed woman and the rugged-looking man from a distance. They spoke in hushed tones, their eyes narrowed with suspicion. Did you see the way they were acting? Officer Davis said, his hand resting on the holster of his gun. It's almost like they're not even human. Officer Williams nodded, his brow furrowed. I don't know, but we better call this in. If they are groggy, we're going to need backup. He reached for the radio on his shoulder, pressing the button. Dispatch, this is Officer Williams. We may have located two groggy suspects on the corner of 5th and Main. Requesting immediate backup, over. The radio crackled to life, a voice responding, Copy that, Officer Williams. Backup units are en route, ETA 2 minutes. Proceed with caution, over. Officer Davis gripped his weapon tighter, his eyes trained on the pair as they moved down the street. Let's keep an eye on them, but stay back. We don't want to spook them. The two officers fell silent, their focus unwavering as they followed the elegantly dressed woman and the rugged-looking man, waiting for the arrival of their backup. Officer Davis and Officer Williams followed Ladya and Wolfu as they made their way down the dimly lit street. The two groggy entered an old, dilapidated theater, the peeling paint and boarded-up windows giving it an ominous air. Dispatch, this is Officer Williams. The officer spoke into his radio. The suspects have entered an old theater on the corner of 5th and Main. Requesting further instructions, over. The radio crackled to life, a voice responding, Copy that, Officer Williams. Do not engage the suspects. Maintain visual on the location and report any suspicious activity. Backup units are en route, over. The two officers took up position across the street, their gazes never leaving the theater's doors. They waited, their senses heightened, ready to call in any developments as the back Ace, Nico, and Berto were about to leave school and hang out together when Ace's phone suddenly rang. He checked the caller ID and saw it was Detective Yuri Watanabe. Sorry, guys, I need to take this, Ace said, stepping away from his friends. He answered the call, his expression shifting to one of concern. Detective Watanabe, what is it? Yuri's voice came through the line, urgent and serious. Ryder, we may have located some groggy activity. I need your help as Kamen Rider. Can you meet me downtown? Ace glanced back at Nico and Berto, who were watching him curiously. Yeah, of course. I'll be there as soon as I can. He ended the call and turned to his friends. I'm really sorry, but Pops just called and said we're running low on some ingredients at the cafe, Ace said, trying to sound apologetic. He needs me to go pick them up right away. Can we hang out another time? Nico raised an eyebrow, unconvinced by Ace's excuse, but Berto simply shrugged. No problem, man. We'll catch you later, he said. Ace gave them an appreciative smile. Thanks, guys. I'll make it up to you, I promise. He hurried off, already mentally preparing himself for the upcoming confrontation with the groggy. As Ace rushed out of the school, he made his way to a secluded alley, quickly transforming into Kamen Rider Kuga. With his enhanced speed and agility, he raced towards the location Yuri had specified, determined to assist in the fight against the groggy threat. Meanwhile, Nico and Berto watched Ace's retreating figure, both of them sharing a curious glance. You don't really think he's just going to buy ingredients, do you? Nico asked, her arms crossed over her chest. Berto shook his head. No, man. I bet he's up to something else. But you know Ace, he's always got his reasons. Nico sighed, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Yeah, I guess you're right. Come on, let's see if we can find something else to do while we wait for him. The two friends walked off, their conversation filled with speculation about Ace's mysterious activities. Kamen Rider Kuga, his red armor gleaming in the fading daylight, approached Detective Yuri Watanabe's car. The police had already surrounded the old, dilapidated theater, where they had detected a gathering of the Grongi creatures. Yuri stepped out of the car, relief washing over her face as she saw the armored hero. Kamen Rider, I'm glad you're here, she said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. Ace, his voice filtered through the Kuga mask, asked, What's the situation, Detective? We've detected a large number of people inside the theater, Yuri explained, gesturing towards the building. We believe they may be Grongi. Ace nodded, his gaze fixed on the theater. Then I should go in first. It's too dangerous for the officers. Yuri hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. We have some new weapons that might be effective against the Grongi, although they haven't been tested yet. I'd like you to stay back and let the officers handle the initial approach. Ace tensed, his hands clenching into fists. Detective, the Grongi are too powerful for your officers. They need my help. Yuri placed a hand on Ace's armored shoulder, her expression earnest. I know, Ryder, but we need to be careful. These new weapons could give us the edge we need. Just trust me, okay? Ace held Yuri's gaze for a long moment, then sighed in resignation. All right, Detective, I'll wait for your signal. Yuri nodded, relief evident in her posture. Thank you, Ryder. I'll make sure your assistance is ready when we need it. With that, Yuri turned and joined the group of officers, barking orders and finalizing their plan of attack. Ace watched from a distance, his fingers twitching with the urge to leap into the fray. The police officers, armed with strange, unfamiliar weapons, slowly approached the theater's entrance. Ace could feel the tension building, his heart pounding in anticipation of the confrontation to come. High above the street, two shadowy figures observed the unfolding scene below. One, lithe and agile, moved with the grace of a dancer, while the other, taller and more muscular, kept a watchful eye, an arrow nocked and ready in a compact, collapsible bow. They remained silent, their presence hidden, as they assessed the situation and the arrival of the armored warrior known as Kamen Rider Kuga. The theater's interior was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the dilapidated seats. Ladya and Wolfu made their way through the rows, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. As they entered, the other Grongi gathered turned their attention to the newcomers. Seated in the front row, they were intently watching an old film that flickered on the tattered screen. Wolfu's lip curled in disdain as he surveyed the scene. Why are we watching something made by the Linto? He growled, his deep voice rumbling through the theater. This is a waste of time. Ladya regarded him with a cool, condescending expression. Oh, Wolfu, she sighed. Your lack of refinement never ceases to amaze me. Perhaps this could be an opportunity for you to expand your limited horizons. Wolfu's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he took a menacing step towards Ladya. Are you mocking me, you dash? But before he could finish his threat, a large, tiger-like Grongi named Migeta stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. Control yourself, Wolfu, Gadra said, his voice calm but firm. We are here for a purpose, not to indulge in petty squabbles. Wolfu's jaw clenched, but he reluctantly backed down, his muscles still tense with barely contained aggression. Ladya offered Gadra a slight nod of acknowledgement, a small smile playing on her lips. Thank you, Gadra. I'm sure Wolfu will find this educational in his own way. Wolfu shot her a murderous glare, but remained silent, his attention turning back to the flickering images on the screen. The other Grongi, seemingly unperturbed by the exchange, continued to watch the film, their eyes fixed on the story unfolding before them. Suddenly, the heavy doors at the back of the theater swung open, and a figure strode in, commanding the attention of all present. It was Labalvada, the leader of the law group, the referees of the Jedril. The Grongi rose from their seats and bowed their heads in respect as Balva approached. Wolfu, however, remained standing, his eyes burning with defiance. "My children," Balva said, her voice rich and authoritative, "I have come to address a matter of great importance." Wolfu stepped forward, his chest puffed out. "Is it time to choose the next Grongi for the Jedril?" he asked, barely concealing his eagerness. Balva's gaze shifted to Wolfu, her expression unreadable. "No, Wolfu, we are not here to select the next participant." Wolfu's brow furrowed in confusion and anger. "Then why have you summoned us?" he demanded. Before Balva could respond, another figure emerged from the shadows behind her. This one was a human, dressed in a crisp military uniform, his face set in a stern expression. "Because I have come to speak with you," the man said, his voice sharp and commanding. "I am an executive of Dai-Shocker, and I am deeply disappointed in the lack of progress you have made in your mission." "What was that, you bastard?" Wolfu snarled, his voice dripping with rage. "Without Dai-Shocker, you would not have been resurrected," the executive said, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "You would do well to remember that and follow my orders." Wolfu's anger boiled over, his fists clenching as the Dai-Shocker executive's words sank in. He knew he had no choice but to obey, lest he face the consequences of defying the organization that had resurrected him and his fellow Grongi. The executive's gaze swept over the assembled Grongi, his expression hardening. "I will be sending additional resources to assist you in dealing with this Kamen Rider," he announced. "For now, I suggest you take care of the uninvited guests outside." The Grongi stirred, their senses heightening as they detected the presence of numerous humans surrounding the theater. Balva's eyes narrowed, and she turned to Wolfu and Ladia with a look of disapproval. "You fools," she hissed. "You've been followed. Now we must deal with this mess." Wolfu's lips curled in a snarl, but before he could respond, the Dai-Shocker executive raised a hand. "Enough," he said, his voice brooking no argument. "Handle the situation, and do not fail me again." With that, he stepped back, and an aurora curtain opened behind him, swallowing him up and leaving the Grongi alone. The sound of the theater doors bursting open drew the Grongi's attention, and they turned to see a group of police officers flooding into the room, their weapons drawn. "Freeze!" one of the officers shouted. "You're all under arrest." But the Grongi had no intention of surrendering. In a flash, their bodies began to transform, their human guises peeling away to reveal their true, monstrous forms. Wolfu's body bulged and contorted, his muscles rippling as he grew taller and more imposing. Ladia's delicate features twisted into a grotesque mask, her insect-like limbs extending as she crouched low, ready to pounce. The other Grongi followed suit, their growls and screeches echoing through the cavernous theater. The police officers faltered, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the creatures before them. Balva stepped forward, her regal bearing a stark contrast to the pure malice glinting in her eyes. "We must escape," she hissed to the gathered Grongi. Her tone brooked no argument. Survival trumped all other considerations. The Grongi surged forward, their claws and fangs bared, as the officers opened fire, their bullets ricocheting off the creatures' thick hides. The battle had begun, and the fate of the city hung in the balance. The Grongi surged forward, their claws and fangs bared, as the officers opened fire, their bullets ricocheting off the creatures' thick hides. The battle had begun, and the fate of the city hung in the balance. Wolfu led the charge, his massive frame crashing through the line of officers, sending them flying. Ladia darted between them, her nimble movements making her a difficult target. The other Grongi followed suit, their cries of rage echoing through the theater. The officers scrambled to regroup, their standard-issue weapons proving woefully inadequate against the monstrous creatures. Panic began to set in as they realized their bullets were barely slowing the Grongi down. Captain Stacy, who had been coordinating the response, quickly radioed for backup and special weapons. "We need heavier firepower now," he barked into the radio. "These things are bulletproof." Within minutes, a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers arrived, carrying high-powered rifles and shotguns. They took up positions around the theater, their weapons at the ready. "Open fire," Stacy commanded, and the air was filled with the deafening roar of gunfire. The Grongi flinched as the larger caliber rounds tore through their flesh, causing them pain but not slowing them down. Wolfu let out a guttural roar, his eyes burning with rage. "Damn you, Linto!" he bellowed, charging towards the SWAT officers. One of the officers, his nerves fraying, unleashed a barrage of shots directly at Wolfu's head. The Grongi staggered, his massive body reeling from the impact of the bullets. Balva's eyes narrowed as she watched her subordinate falter. "Wolfu, we must retreat," she hissed. "This is not the time for your foolish pride." Wolfu roared, his massive frame barreling towards the SWAT officers, undeterred by Balva's warning. The police unleashed a hail of gunfire, the powerful rounds tearing into the Grongi's flesh, but still he charged forward. Ladya and the other Grongi seized the opportunity, slipping away from the chaos and disappearing into the shadows. Wolfu's single-minded focus on the humans allowed them to escape unnoticed. The SWAT officers poured on the firepower, their weapons blazing as they tried to bring down the enraged Grongi. Wolfu's thick hide shrugged off the bullets, and he lashed out with his claws, slashing at the officers and sending them flying. Captain Stacy gritted his teeth, his knuckles white as he gripped his radio. "We need heavier ordnance now," he barked. "This thing is bulletproof." The sound of sirens filled the air as reinforcements arrived, their vehicles screeching to a halt outside the theater. The officers poured out, their weapons at the ready, and joined the SWAT team in their assault on Wolfu. The Grongi roared in pain as the combined firepower tore into him, but still he refused to back down. He lashed out, his claws raking across the officers' bodies, leaving them writhing in agony. Wolfu's guttural roar echoed through the theater as he cursed the Linto in the ancient Grongi tongue. "You pathetic creatures will all perish," he bellowed, his claws poised to strike down another officer. But before the Grongi could deliver the killing blow, a blur of red and black armor appeared, intercepting Wolfu's attack. Kamen Rider Kuga stood between the Grongi and the officer, his stance unwavering. Wolfu's eyes widened in surprise. "Kuga," he growled, his massive frame tensing. "So the Linto have sent their champion to face me." He bared his fangs in a menacing grin. "This is the chance I've been waiting for." The Grongi leader lunged forward, his claws slashing at Kuga with savage fury. Ace, inside the rider armor, met each attack with precision, his enhanced speed and strength allowing him to match Wolfu's onslaught. The two combatants traded blows, the theater echoing with the sound of their collision. Wolfu's attacks grew more frenzied, his desperation to defeat Kuga fueling his onslaught. Kuga dodged and weaved, looking for an opening to strike back. As Wolfu overextended, Kuga seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Grongi reeling. Wolfu howled in pain and rage, his attention now solely focused on the Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider Kuga and the Grongi Su Wolfda continued their fierce battle, trading blows within the dilapidated theater. Wolfu's massive frame lunged forward, his claws slashing viciously at the armored hero. Kuga deftly evaded the attacks, his speed and agility allowing him to maneuver around the Grongi's onslaught. Seeing an opening, Kuga landed a powerful kick that sent Wolfu reeling. Captain George Stacy shouted orders to his officers. "Support Kamen Rider. Concentrate your fire on the creature." The police officers opened fire, their bullets tearing into Wolfu's thick hide. The Grongi roared in pain and frustration, his attention now divided between Kuga and the human attackers. Kuga seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of strikes that further weakened the enraged Grongi. Wolfu's rage boiled over. "Coward," he snarled. "Fighting with the Linto at your side? You're no true warrior." Kuga remained motionless, each movement a study in calculated precision. Wolfu staggered. Weak, vulnerable. Kuga leaped, right leg extended, a coiled spring of devastating power. But before the finishing strike could land, a blur intercepted. Sleek, agile, Ladia Ba's form slammed into Kuga, a lightning-quick intervention that sent him spiraling through the air. He crashed into the theater wall, the impact reverberating through the dilapidated space. Ladia's sleek form slammed into Kuga, sending him crashing into the dilapidated theater wall. The impact reverberated through the space, and Kuga struggled to regain his footing. Ladia stood over the fallen rider, her gaze filled with a mix of pity and disdain. "Look at you, Wolfu," she said, her voice dripping with condescension. "Reduced to this pathetic state, I suppose I have no choice but to lend you a hand." Wolfu, his body battered from the police assault, eyed Ladia with a mixture of surprise and annoyance. "I had the situation under control," he growled, his claws flexing menacingly. Ladia let out a dismissive laugh. "Under control? You were moments away from defeat." She turned her attention to Kuga, who was now rising to his feet. "And now, we have the Linto's champion to deal with." Wolfu and Ladia moved in unison, their attacks a coordinated blur of claws and fangs. Kuga found himself hard-pressed to defend against the onslaught, his movements growing increasingly desperate as he struggled to fend off the two Grongi. The police officers, seeing Kuga's predicament, opened fire once more, their bullets peppering Wolfu and Ladia. But before the projectiles could reach their targets, a sudden explosion rocked the theater and a shower of debris rained down, shredding the officers' weapons. Standing amidst the chaos, La Balvada emerged, her hands glowing with a strange, plant-like energy. "Foolish Linto," she hissed, "your enemy is me." Kuga watched in dismay as the Grongi pressed their attack, their combined might proving too much. Ace transforms into his Cayman rider, Kuga dragon form, gripping a wooden chair leg and willing it to shift into the dragon rod. The familiar weight and balance of the weapon give him confidence as he faces the two powerful Grongi opponents. Wolf charges at Ace, his massive frame and sharp claws slicing through the air. Ace ducks and weaves, deflecting the attacks with the dragon rod. Ladia joins the fray, her lithe movements and agility complementing Wolfu's brute strength. Ace finds himself on the defensive, struggling to keep up with their combined assault. He blocks a strike from Ladia, only to be caught off guard by Wolfu's crushing blow. The impact sends Ace skidding across the floor, his armor taking the brunt of the damage. Pushing past the pain, Ace focuses his energy, channeling it through the dragon rod. He lashes out, the weapon extending and striking Wolfu's shoulder with a burst of power. The wolf Grongi howls in pain, retreating momentarily. Ladia takes advantage of Ace's distraction, her sharp claws raking across his chest. Ace's body screamed with pain, but his determination burned brighter. Through the chaos of the theater, he caught glimpses of the police struggling against La Balvada. Their weapons were useless, their shots ineffective against the powerful Grongi leader. He tried to move toward the officers, but Wolfu and Ladia blocked his path. Wolfu's massive form loomed over him, a cruel grin spreading across his monstrous face. Focusing on others, Wolfu growled, "Fight us, little rider." Sparks erupted as Wolfu's claws raked across Ace's dragon form armor. Ladia struck simultaneously from another angle, her precise attacks finding the weak points in his defense. Each strike sent shockwaves of pain through Ace's body. Ace gripped the dragon rod tightly, spinning to deflect Wolfu's next attack. The weapon extended, striking back with a burst of blue energy. But Wolfu laughed, easily absorbing the blow and preparing to counter. Sparks continued to fly as the two Grongi pressed their assault, trapping Ace between them and preventing him from helping the struggling police officers. Ace gripped the dragon rod tightly, his body aching from the relentless assault of Wolfu and Ladia. He knew he had to find a way to help the struggling police officers against the powerful Grongi leader, La Balvada. "You should run," Ace shouted to the officers, his voice strained but resolute. "She's too strong for your weapons." Ladya lunged at him again, her claws outstretched. Ace reacted quickly, swinging the dragon rod and striking her squarely in the chest. The impact sent Ladya reeling, and Ace seized the opportunity to shift into his mighty form. With newfound strength, Ace pivoted and unleashed a powerful mighty kick, his right leg slamming into Wolfu's midsection. The wolf Grongi howled in pain as Kuga's symbol appeared on his body, but he quickly suppressed the reaction, refusing to be defeated. Ace didn't waste a moment, turning his attention to La Belvada. He knew he had to give the police a chance to escape, to regroup, and come up with a better plan to face this formidable foe. As Ace approached Belva, she raised a hand, her fingers crackling with energy. Ace braced himself, but to his surprise, the blast was not directed at him. Instead, it struck the police officers, sending them flying back in a shower of sparks and debris. Ace watched in horror as the officers crumpled to the ground, their weapons rendered useless against Belva's power. He clenched his fists, anger and determination burning within him. "You'll pay for that," Ace growled, his voice low and menacing. He charged forward, his mighty form fueling his speed and strength. Belva met his assault head-on, her movements fluid and graceful as she parried his strikes. Ace pushed himself to the limit, his attacks becoming more frenzied as he tried to overwhelm her defenses. But Belva was a formidable opponent, and she knew how to counter Ace's every move. She deflected his blows with ease, her own strikes finding weaknesses in his armor. Ace felt his energy beginning to wane, the strain of the prolonged battle taking its toll. He knew he couldn't keep this up for much longer, but he refused to give up. He had to find a way to defeat Belva and ensure the safety of the officers. As the two combatants exchanged blows, the tension in the air was palpable. Ace could feel the weight of the situation bearing down on him, but he was determined to prevail. "Awesome, more fans," Mary Jane exclaimed. "You guys should totally come to our next show. We're playing at the local art house theater next weekend." Berto perked up. "That sounds amazing. I'd love to come and support you all." Mary Jane grinned, pulling out 3 tickets from her pocket. "Great, here you go. It's only $15 a ticket." Ace reached into his wallet and handed her the money. "No problem. I've got it covered." Nico raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips. "Wow, Ace. Spending money left and right these days, huh? With all those Stark stocks you bought, I'm surprised you have any cash left." Gwen's eyes widened at the mention of Stark stocks. "Stark stocks? What are you talking about?" Nico chuckled. "Our boy Ace here has been investing in Stark International, trying to make a quick buck. But the stock prices have been tanking ever since Stark's big announcement about shutting down weapons manufacturing." Gwen looked at Ace with concern. "Ace, that doesn't sound very safe. Are you sure you can afford that?" Ace shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "It's fine, Gwen. I know what I'm doing. The stock price is bound to go back up once Stark figures out his new direction. I'm just getting in early." Nico snorted. "Yeah, well, I hope you're right. Otherwise, you might end up broke and without a place to live. Remember, you're already crashing in the cafe." Ace chuckled, a confident gleam in his eye. "You're going to be the one eating your words when Stark stocks start climbing again." Nico rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of amusement in her expression. "We'll see about that, Ace. I still think you're taking a big risk, but I guess we'll find out soon enough." Berto's eyes lit up as he spotted Gwen chatting with her bandmates, the members of the Mary Janes. Seizing the opportunity, he sidled up to the group, flashing his most charming smile. "Hey, ladies," Berto said, trying to sound suave. "I couldn't help but notice you're all looking absolutely stunning today." Nico rolled her eyes, while Ace stifled a groan. They both knew Berto's attempts at flirting were often painfully awkward. Gwen's bandmates, Glory and Betty, exchanged amused glances, politely acknowledging Berto's presence. However, their attention soon returned to their conversation, leaving Berto scrambling to find another opening. Sensing his friend's discomfort, Ace stepped forward and gently pulled Berto back. "Come on, man, let's get out of here. I'm sure the girls have better things to do than entertain your attempts at picking them up." Nico chuckled, falling in a step beside them. "Yeah, Berto, you're embarrassing yourself. Let's go grab a bite to eat or something." Berto reluctantly allowed Ace and Nico to lead him away, casting one last wistful glance at Gwen and her bandmates as they departed. Pops stood behind the counter of Café Pol Pol, his brow furrowed with concern. A few days had passed since Ace's last shift, and the young man had not returned or left any messages. This was highly unusual, as Ace was always punctual and diligent in his work. Pops wiped down the counter, his movements slow and thoughtful. He couldn't help but worry about Ace's well-being. The boy had become like family to him, and Pops couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something had happened. As the cafe's bell chimed, signaling a new customer, Pops plastered on a welcoming smile. "Welcome to Pol Pol," he greeted, but his heart wasn't fully in it. His mind remained preoccupied with Ace's unexplained absence. Pops made his way to the kitchen, preparing the day's special curry. He worked methodically, but his eyes kept drifting to the clock, hoping to see Ace walk through the door at any moment. The silence in the cafe was deafening, a stark contrast to the usual lively atmosphere when Ace was around. Pops sighed heavily, setting down the ladle. He knew he needed to do something, but he wasn't sure what. All he knew was that he couldn't shake the growing worry for the young man he had come to care for as his own. Pops looked up as the cafe's door opened, and Nico and Berto stepped inside. He greeted them with a warm smile, though his eyes betrayed the worry he felt. "Nico, Berto, good to see you," Pops said. "I was actually hoping you two might know where Ace is. He hasn't been in for his shifts, and I'm starting to get concerned." Nico and Berto exchanged a worried glance. "We were going to ask you the same thing," Nico admitted. "Ace hasn't been at school either. We figured he might be here with you." Pops shook his head, the crease between his brows deepening. "No, he hasn't shown up. I was hoping you might have some idea where he is." Berto's brow furrowed with concern. "The last time we saw him, he said he was going to get groceries for you, Pops. But that was a few days ago." Pops shook his head, confusion etched on his face. "That can't be right. The store still has plenty of ingredients, and we won't need to restock for at least a month." Nico's lips pressed into a thin line. "Then where could he be? It's not like Ace to just disappear like this." The trio exchanged worried glances, the silence in the cafe suddenly deafening. Pops reached for his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he scrolled through the contacts. "I'm going to try calling him," he said, his voice laced with worry. "Maybe he'll pick up, and we can figure out what's going on." Nico and Berto watched anxiously as Pops held the phone to his ear, the ringing echoing through the empty cafe. After a few moments, Pop's shoulders slumped in defeat. "No answer," he murmured, his brow furrowed with concern. "This isn't like him at all." Nico placed a comforting hand on Pop's arm. "We'll find him, Pops. Ace is strong, and he's got to be okay. We just need to figure out where he could be." Nico caresses the necklace around her neck, which she received from her mother. "Where are you, Ace?" Worry lines her brow as she scans the empty cafe, hoping to see her friend walk through the door. Pops and Berto remained silent, sharing her concern for Ace's unexplained absence. Ace felt like he was floating in a deep, dark void. The wounds he had suffered from Balva weighed heavily on him, and his heart had stopped. Faint voices of people surrounded him, desperately trying to save him, but their efforts were in vain. He couldn't move, couldn't open his eyes. It was as if he was trapped in a dreamless sleep, with no sense of time or place. The world around him had faded away, leaving him in a state of complete and utter stillness. Ace could hear muffled voices around him, their words barely registering in his foggy mind. "We lost him, sir." The gruff response made Ace want to open his eyes, but his body refused to respond. His vitals are slowly getting back up. Ace was surprised to hear this. How is he still alive? How is this possible? The voice asked, laced with disbelief. "We don't know, sir," came the reply. "Keep monitoring him," the first voice commanded, and Ace felt a sense of relief wash over him, even as he remained trapped in the darkness. Ace slowly opened his eyes, blinking as the bright lights of the hospital room came into focus. He felt a sense of disorientation, unsure of how he had ended up here. Gingerly, he lifted his hand, examining it closely. To his astonishment, the The wounds he had sustained from his battle with Balva were completely healed, not even a scar remaining. Ace furrowed his brow, trying to piece together the events that had led him to this place. The last thing he remembered was fighting Balva and two other Grongi before he was skewered. Yet, here he was, alive and seemingly unharmed. He shifted his weight, wincing slightly as he became aware of the various monitors and tubes connected to his body. The steady beeping of the machines was the only sound in the room, save for the occasional muffled voice from the hallway. Ace took a deep breath, trying to calm the swirling thoughts in his mind. Where was he? How had he survived? And more importantly, what had happened to the Grongi and the police that was in the raid? Ace's eyes widened in surprise as the door opened, revealing the imposing figure of Nick Fury. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's entrance was marked by a sense of suspense, his gaze piercing through Ace. Glad to see you awake, Kamen Rider. Or should I say Ace Yukio? Fury's voice was calm, yet carried an underlying authority. Ace tensed, unsure of how to respond. He had heard the name S.H.I.E.L.D. before, but never expected to come face-to-face with its director. Ace stares at Nick Fury, unsure of how to respond. This guy looks intense, almost like he's seen things Ace can't even imagine. Nick Fury has an aura of authority and experience, and Ace gets the sense he's not someone to be trifled with. Fury is the director of some kind of shadowy government organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. Ace has heard whispers about them, but he doesn't know much beyond the basics. From what he can tell, they're the types who operate in the shadows, dealing with threats most people don't even know exist. Ace wonders what Fury wants with him. Is he in trouble? Or does Fury see something in Ace that could be useful? Either way, Ace knows he'll have to tread carefully around this guy. Ace furrows his brow, feigning confusion. Who are you? What's going on? He asks, though he already knows the answers. Nick Fury regards him with a steely gaze. I'm Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, tell me, what do you remember? Ace pauses, trying to piece together a convincing story. I'm not sure. The last thing I recall is fighting the Grongis. Then everything went black. He looks around the unfamiliar room, keeping his tone casual. Ace sits up in the hospital bed, wincing slightly at the lingering soreness in his body. I remember 2 agents, they pulled me out of the rubble. Saved my life, I guess. Nick Fury nods, his one good eye boring into Ace. That's right. My people got you out of there. Figured a kid like you could use the assist. Ace lets out a small, nervous chuckle. Yo, not the weirdest thing you've probably seen, huh? He shifts uncomfortably under Fury's intense scrutiny. Fury leans back, studying Ace intently. You're not what I expected, that's for sure. The Kamen Rider, a high school kid. He shakes his head, a hint of amusement in his voice. Ace shrugs, trying to play it cool. What can I say? I'm full of surprises. He pauses, then adds a thanks. For the rescue, I mean. Fury waves a dismissive hand. Don't mention it. Just doing our job. He leans forward, his expression turning serious. Now, I've got a few questions for you. Ace braces himself, wondering what Fury has in store. He knows he's treading on dangerous ground, but he's determined to keep his cool and see where this conversation leads. Nick Fury's gaze bored into Ace as he asked, So, how did you get that armor of yours? Ace shrugged, feigning ignorance. I'm not really sure. It just appeared one day. I don't know where it came from. Fury frowned, clearly not satisfied with the answer. You're telling me you have this advanced, superhuman armor, and you have no idea how you got it? Ace nodded slowly. That's right. It's kind of a mystery to me, too. He paused, then added, but it's been really helpful, fighting those Grongi creatures. Fury leaned back in his chair, studying Ace intently. And what exactly can this armor of yours do? Ace considered his words carefully. Well, it gives me all kinds of abilities. Super strength, speed, different forms with unique powers. He trailed off, not wanting to reveal too much. Interesting. Fury drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair. And you just happened to stumble upon this incredible technology. Ace nodded, maintaining a casual demeanor. Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's been a wild ride, that's for sure. Fury's expression remained unreadable as he regarded Ace. The tension in the room was palpable, and Ace couldn't help but wonder what the S.H.I.E.L.D. director was thinking. Ace's brow furrowed as he studied Fury's impassive expression. "So, am I a prisoner here or what?" he asked, trying to keep his tone casual despite the tension in the room. Fury raised an eyebrow. "What makes you think you're a prisoner, Ace?" Ace shrugged, trying not to let his unease show. "Well, you're the head of a secret government organization, and I'm sitting here in this hospital room. Doesn't exactly scream freedom to me." Fury leaned back in his chair, his gaze unwavering. "You're not a prisoner, Ace. You're a guest. We just need to run a few tests, that's all." Ace felt the familiar weight of his Kuga transformation in the back of his mind, ready to be unleashed if necessary. "Tests, huh? What kind of tests?" "Nothing too invasive," Fury assured him. "We just want to get a better understanding of your abilities, that's all. Make sure you're not a threat to national security." Ace couldn't help but scoff. "A threat? I'm the one who's been fighting those grongy creatures, trying to protect people." Fury nodded. "I'm aware of that, Ace. That's why we're interested in you. But we need to be sure you're not working with them, or anyone else who might want to cause us harm." Ace considered his words carefully, the tension in the room palpable. "Okay, fine. I'll do your tests. But I'm not your prisoner, right?" Fury's lips quirked in the hint of a smile. "That's right, Ace. You're free to go once we're done. We're on the same side here." Ace let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, the weight in his mind easing slightly. He still didn't fully trust Fury, but for now, it seemed like he had no choice but to play along. Nick Fury stepped out of Ace's hospital room, his brow furrowed in thought. He found Maria Hill waiting in the hallway, her expression one of concern. "How's our patient doing?" Fury asked, his voice low. Hill glanced back towards the room. "His vitals are all normal, sir. Stable, even." She paused, her gaze meeting Fury's. "But when we first brought him in, his heart stopped. The team tried everything, but they couldn't revive him. We all thought he was gone." Fury nodded, his jaw tightening. And then, a few hours later, his heart started beating again on its own. Hill explained, her tone tinged with disbelief. "And his body started to heal itself. All of his bodily functions are stronger than they were before." Fury's eyes narrowed. "Any idea how that happened?" Hill shook her head. "No, sir. Our doctors have run every test they can think of, but they can't find any explanation for it." Nick Fury stood silently, observing Ace through the one-way mirror. The young man sat on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed in thought. Maria Hill approached Fury, her expression one of concern. "Sir, do you plan to recruit him to the Avengers Initiative?" Fury's gaze remained fixed on Ace. "I'd be a fool not to consider it. The kid's got skills, and we could use someone like him on the team. But he's a minor," Hill pointed out. "Are you sure that's a good idea? Using children in this kind of work?" Fury let out a sigh. "I don't want to, Hill. But the kid's already been thrown into the thick of it, and we could use his help." He turned to face his deputy director. "Keep an eye on him, will you? I want him under surveillance, at least until we figure out what's going on." Hill nodded. "Understood, sir. I'll have my best people on it." As Ace prepared to leave the hospital room, Fury watched him closely, his mind racing with the possibilities. The young Kamen Rider had already proven himself to be a formidable ally, and Fury knew that he couldn't afford to let him slip through their fingers. "Awesome, more fans!" Mary Jane exclaimed. "You guys should totally come to our next show. We're playing at the local art house theater next weekend." Berto perked up. "That sounds amazing. I'd love to come and support you all." Mary Jane grinned, pulling out 3 tickets from her pocket. "Great, here you go. It's only $15 a ticket." Ace reached into his wallet and handed her the money. "No problem. I've got it covered." Nico raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips. "Wow, Ace. Spending money left and right these days, huh? With all those Stark stocks you bought, I'm surprised you have any cash left." Gwen's eyes widened at the mention of Stark stocks. "Stark stocks? What are you talking about?" Nico chuckled. "Our boy Ace here has been investing in Stark International, trying to make a quick buck. But the stock prices have been tanking ever since Stark's big announcement about shutting down weapons manufacturing." Gwen looked at Ace with concern. "Ace, that doesn't sound very safe. Are you sure you can afford that?" Ace shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "It's fine, Gwen. I know what I'm doing. The stock price is bound to go back up once Stark figures out his new direction. I'm just getting in early. Nico snorted. Yeah, well, I hope you're right. Otherwise, you might end up broke and without a place to live. Remember, you're already crashing in the cafe. Ace chuckled, a confident gleam in his eye. You're going to be the one eating your words when Stark stocks start climbing again. Nico rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of amusement in her expression. We'll see about that, Ace. I still think you're taking a big risk, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Birdo's eyes lit up as he spotted Gwen chatting with her bandmates, the members of the Mary Janes. Seizing the opportunity, he sidled up to the group, flashing his most charming smile. Hey, ladies, Birdo said, trying to sound suave. I couldn't help but notice you're all looking absolutely stunning today. Nico rolled her eyes, while Ace stifled a groan. They both knew Birdo's attempts at flirting were often painfully awkward. Gwen's bandmates, Glory and Betty, exchanged amused glances, politely acknowledging Birdo's presence. However, their attention soon returned to their conversation, leaving Birdo scrambling to find another opening. Sensing his friend's discomfort, Ace stepped forward and gently pulled Birdo back. Come on, man, let's get out of here. I'm sure the girls have better things to do than entertain your attempts at picking them up. Nico chuckled, falling in a step beside them. Yeah, Birdo, you're embarrassing yourself. Let's go grab a bite to eat or something. Birdo reluctantly allowed Ace and Nico to lead him away, casting one last wistful glance at Gwen and her bandmates as they departed. Awesome, more fans, Mary Jane exclaimed. You guys should totally come to our next show. We're playing at the local art house theater next weekend. Birdo perked up. That sounds amazing. I'd love to come and support you all. Mary Jane grinned, pulling out 3 tickets from her pocket. Great, here you go. It's only $15 a ticket. Ace reached into his wallet and handed her the money. No problem. I've got it covered. Nico raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips. Wow, Ace. Spending money left and right these days, huh? With all those Stark stocks you bought, I'm surprised you have any cash left. Gwen's eyes widened at the mention of Stark stocks. Stark stocks? What are you talking about? Nico chuckled. Our boy Ace here has been investing in Stark International, trying to make a quick buck. But the stock prices have been tanking ever since Stark's big announcement about shutting down weapons manufacturing. Gwen looked at Ace with concern. Ace, that doesn't sound very safe. Are you sure you can afford that? Ace shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. It's fine, Gwen. I know what I'm doing. The stock price is bound to go back up once Stark figures out his new direction. I'm just getting in early. Nico snorted. Yeah, well, I hope you're right. Otherwise, you might end up broke and without a place to live. Remember, you're already crashing in the cafe. Ace chuckled, a confident gleam in his eye. You're going to be the one eating your words when Stark stocks start climbing again. Nico rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of amusement in her expression. We'll see about that, Ace. I still think you're taking a big risk, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Birdo's eyes lit up as he spotted Gwen chatting with her bandmates, the members of the Mary Janes. Seizing the opportunity, he sidled up to the group, flashing his most charming smile. Hey, ladies, Birdo said, trying to sound suave. I couldn't help but notice you're all looking absolutely stunning today. Nico rolled her eyes, while Ace stifled a groan. They both knew Birdo's attempts at flirting were often painfully awkward. Gwen's bandmates, Glory and Betty, exchanged amused glances, politely acknowledging Birdo's presence. However, their attention soon returned to their conversation, leaving Birdo scrambling to find another opening. Sensing his friend's discomfort, Ace stepped forward and gently pulled Birdo back. Come on, man, let's get out of here. I'm sure the girls have better things to do than entertain your attempts at picking them up. Nico chuckled, falling in a step beside them. Yeah, Birdo, you're embarrassing yourself. Let's go grab a bite to eat or something. Birdo reluctantly allowed Ace and Nico to lead him away, casting one last wistful glance at Gwen and her bandmates as they departed. It was the weekend, and Ace made his way to the local music venue, eager to attend the band performance by Gwen and her friends. He had promised Nico and Birdo that he would meet them beforehand, and as he approached the entrance, he spotted his 2 friends waiting for him. Hey guys, Ace greeted them, a smile on his face. Ready to check out the show? Nico nodded, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Definitely. I've been looking forward to this all week. Birdo grinned, already moving toward the doors. Then let's not waste any time. I can't wait to see Gwen up on stage. Ace, Nico, and Birdo made their way through the crowd and towards the entrance of the art house venue. The space was filled with people, mostly teens and young adults, eagerly anticipating the upcoming performances. All right, let's do this, Birdo said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I bet we can sneak backstage and say hi to Gwen and the others. Nico raised an eyebrow, a skeptical look on her face. Sneak backstage? I don't know, Birdo. I don't think we're supposed to do that. Ace chuckled, already moving towards the side entrance. Come on, Nico. Where's your sense of adventure? I'm sure the band won't mind if we say hi before the show. Nico sighed, knowing she wouldn't be able to talk the boys out of it. Fine, but if we get caught, I'm blaming you too. The trio approached the side door, and Birdo quickly scanned the area before pulling it open. They slipped inside, their hearts racing with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Ace, Nico, and Birdo sneaked backstage, trying to act casual as they navigated the dimly lit corridors. Birdo led the way, peeking around corners until they spotted Gwen, chatting with her bandmates Mary Jane, Betty, and Glory. Hey, Gwen, Birdo called out, waving enthusiastically. Gwen turned, her eyes widening in surprise. Birdo? Nico? Ace? What are you doing back here? Mary Jane stepped forward, a playful smirk on her face. Well, look who decided to crash our little party. Ace smiled sheepishly. We just wanted to come say hi before the big show. Couldn't miss the chance to see you all up on stage. Gwen's face lit up with a warm smile. Well, we're glad you made it. It's always nice to have some friendly faces in the crowd. Nico stepped forward, a playful grin on her face. Break a leg out there, you guys. Not literally, of course. She winked at the band members. Mary Jane chuckled, crossing her arms. Oh, you know the Mary Janes are going to rock this place. This is our time to shine. Birdo nodded enthusiastically. Can't wait to see it. You're all going to be amazing. I just know it. Ace glanced at his friends, a hint of excitement in his eyes. All right, we should probably let you get back to rehearsing. Don't want to keep the crowd waiting. The trio bid farewell to the band and made their way out of the backstage area, leaving Gwen and her friends to their final preparations. Ace glanced over at Nico as they made their way back into the crowded art house theater. The first group of performances had already begun, and the trio settled into their seats, ready to take in the show. Birdo soon returned, holding a couple of sodas and offering one to Ace and Nico. Here you go, guys. Figure we could use a little refreshment. Ace accepted the drink gratefully, taking a sip as his eyes scanned the stage. The band on display was playing a lively, upbeat tune, and he couldn't help but tap his foot in time with the music. Turning to Nico, he asked, So, are you enjoying yourself so far? Nico shrugged, her expression somewhat neutral. It's all right, I guess. You know, I'm not really one for crowds, but the music is decent. Ace nodded, understanding Nico's more reserved nature. He, on the other hand, found himself genuinely captivated by the performance unfolding before them. The energy of the crowd, the passion of the musicians, it all combined to create an atmosphere that Ace couldn't help but get swept up in. Ace, can I ask you something? Ace studied Nico's face, catching the somber shadows crossing her features. Something was weighing on her mind. What is it, Nico? He asked, bracing himself. Her expression darkened, brow furrowing. Ace felt a twinge of unease as she leaned closer. Be honest with me. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You're hiding something. I can tell. Ace blinked, caught off guard by her sudden change in demeanor. What do you mean, Nico? I'm not hiding anything. Nico leaned in, her eyes searching his face. It's just, you've been disappearing a lot lately, and then you were gone for days. You said it was an accident, but I don't know, Ace. I'm worried about you. Ace felt a knot forming in his stomach. He couldn't very well tell Nico the truth, that he was secretly Kamen Rider, a superhero fighting against monstrous Grongi creatures. The thought of revealing his identity made his heart race with anxiety. Nico, Ace trailed off. unsure of how to respond. He couldn't lie to his friend, but the truth was something he simply couldn't share. I don't know what to say. Nico's expression softened, and she placed a hand on his arm. Ace, you know you can trust us, right? Berto and we're here for you. Whatever it is, you can tell us. Ace felt a pang of guilt, knowing that he was keeping such a big secret from the people he cared about. He wanted to confide in Nico, to let her know what was really going on, but the risk was just too great. I'm sorry, Nico, Ace said, his voice barely above a whisper. I can't tell you. I wish I could, but I just can't. Nico's eyes widened, and Ace could see the hurt and confusion in her expression. He hated himself for putting her through this, but he knew he had no choice. Ace's attention was suddenly drawn to a conversation happening nearby. A couple was standing just a few feet away, their eyes glued to the screen of their phone. Did you see this? The woman said, her voice laced with concern. There's some kind of robot fight going on at a Stark facility. The damage is spreading. Ace felt his heart skip a beat. Robot fight at a Stark facility? That could only mean one thing. Iron Man was in trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he excused himself from Nico and Berto and hurried towards the exit, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just overheard. Ace felt a surge of adrenaline as he heard the news about the robot fight at a Stark facility. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Nico, his expression filled with urgency. I'm sorry, Nico, but I have to go. It's important, he said, his voice laced with a sense of purpose. Nico's brow furrowed in concern. Where are you going, Ace? What's going on? She pressed, reaching out to grab his arm. Ace hesitated, torn between his desire to protect his friends and the need to respond to the crisis. I can't explain right now, Nico. I'm sorry, he said, gently pulling away from her grasp. Berto, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward, his eyes filled with confusion. Ace, what's happening? Where are you going? But Ace didn't have time to answer. With a muttered apology, he turned and hurried towards the exit, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just heard. Nico stood there, stunned, watching as Ace disappeared into the crowd. She exchanged a bewildered look with Berto, unsure of what to make of Ace's sudden departure. Without a word, Nico turned and walked away, her mind filled with 1,000 unanswered questions. She needed to get some distance, to think things through. As she made her way to the bar, she couldn't shake the feeling that Ace was hiding something from them. Two armored figures clashed on the highway of New York. One is Tony Stark in his Mark III suit, and the other is Obadiah Stane's hulking ironmonger. Stane had stolen the arc reactor right from Tony's chest, leaving him to perish. If it hadn't been for Rhodey coming to his aid, he'd have been done for. Tony felt betrayed. Stane had been a friend and mentor for years, and now he realized it was Stane who'd orchestrated his kidnapping by the Ten Rings. The realization stung, but Tony pushed on, determined to stop this madness. Tony Stark watches as the massive, bulky figure of Ironmonger emerges from the wreckage of the Stark facility. The suit's silver-gray armor gleams in the sunlight, its exposed hydraulics and machinery giving it an ominous, mechanical appearance. The Ironmonger stomps forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Tony, still in his Mark III Iron Man suit, braces himself as the two titans clash. Ironmonger swings its powerful fists, each blow carrying the weight of tons of metal and power behind it. Tony darts and weaves, his suit's agility allowing him to evade the attacks, but the sheer force of the Ironmonger's strikes sends him reeling. The battle spills out onto the highway, cars swerving to avoid the titanic struggle. Tony fires repulsor blasts, but they seem to have little effect on the Ironmonger's thick armor. He tries to gain altitude, but the Ironmonger's shoulder-mounted missile launchers track him, forcing him to dart and dodge. Come on, Stane, is that the best you've got? Tony taunts, his voice laced with bravado, even as he struggles to find an opening. Tony grits his teeth as Obadiah Stane's massive Ironmonger suit grabs him, the metal fingers closing around his armor. You really think you can stop me, Tony? Stane taunts, his voice dripping with contempt. This company, this suit, It was always meant to be mine. With a bone-crushing grip, Stain hurls Tony to the ground, the impact cracking the pavement. Before Tony can react, the ironmonger stomps down, the sheer weight of the suit bearing down on him. Tony cries out in pain as he feels the metal pressing against his suit, the system's flickering and warning lights blaring. He struggles to free himself, his repulsors firing erratically, but Stain's onslaught is relentless. "You were always a thorn in my side, Tony," Stain growls. "Now it's time to put an end to this." Summoning every ounce of strength, Tony lashes out, his fists pounding against the ironmonger's leg. He knows he's outmatched, but he refuses to go down without a fight. The two titans trade blows, the thunderous impacts shaking the very ground beneath them. Tony grits his teeth as Obadiah Stain's massive ironmonger suit bears down on him. He can feel the metal pressing against his armor, the system's flickering and warning lights blaring. "Jarvis, fire the chest repulsor." Tony yells, summoning every ounce of strength. The repulsor blast erupts from his suit, forcing Stain's foot off of him. Tony doesn't waste a moment. "Jarvis, take me to the highest altitude now," he commands. "Sir, the suit's power is at 15%. The odds of reaching that," Jarvis warns. "I know the math, Jarvis. Just do it." Tony barks, ignoring the risk. The suit's thrusters roar to life, propelling Tony upward at breakneck speed. Stain's ironmonger suit activates its own propulsion system, slowly ascending into the air as it gives chase to the fleeing Tony Stark. The massive, bulky frame of the ironmonger lumbers upward, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground below. Stain's voice booms through the suit's external speakers, a twisted grin on his face as he pursues his former protege. "You can't escape me, Tony." Stain roars, the ironmonger's missiles primed and ready to fire. "This company, this legacy, it all belongs to me." Tony's heart pounds as he watches the ironmonger's suit slowly ascend, chasing after him. He grits his teeth, pushing his suit's thrusters to the limit, desperate to gain some distance. "Jarvis, how much power do we have left?" he asks, his voice strained. "Power levels are down to 13%, sir," the AI responds calmly. "I would advise against continuing to climb at this altitude." "Just leave on the screen, Jarvis," Tony snaps. No more warnings. He can feel the ironmonger's presence behind him, the hulking suit closing in. Stain's voice booms through the speakers, dripping with arrogance. "You can't escape me, Tony. This suit is far more advanced than your little toy." Tony sneers, his mind racing. "Oh, really? Did you happen to solve the icing problem?" "Icing problem?" Stain echoes, confusion evident in his tone. Tony feels a surge of triumph as he watches the ironmonger's movements slow, the metal joints freezing up. Stain's curses fill the air as his suit's systems begin to shut down. "Look into that, Obadiah," Tony says, giving the ironmonger's chest a light, almost mocking tap. The sudden loss of power sends the ironmonger plummeting. Stain screams, fading as he free falls. Tony watches for a moment, his expression grim, before turning his attention back to his own suit. Tony's heart races as Jarvis reports the suit's power levels dropping rapidly. 2%, sir, the AI announces calmly. "Damn it," Tony mutters, feeling the suit's propulsion system start to fail. He braces himself as the suit's power switches to the backup supply, the repulsors firing erratically to control his descent. With a heavy thud, Tony's suit hits the ground, the armor's outer shell cracked and dented. He takes a moment to catch his breath, surveying the damage. "How bad is it, Jarvis?" "The suit is nearly depleted, sir," Jarvis replies. "Structural integrity is compromised, and the power cells are at critical levels." Tony nods, his gaze fixed on the battered armor. "Get me out of this thing. I can't afford to be stuck in a dead suit right now." Tony Stark grimaced as he stumbled out of his damaged Iron Man suit, the power cells nearly depleted. He had barely evaded Obadiah Stain's pursuit, but the respite was short-lived. Stain's hulking ironmonger suit landed behind Tony with a resounding thud. "Nice try, Tony," the older man bellowed, his voice distorted by the suit speakers. Stain took a swipe at Tony, who narrowly dodged the attack. With his suit's capabilities diminished, Tony's options were limited. Stain seized the opportunity, lunging forward and enveloping Tony in a crushing bear hug. Jarvis, weapons status? Most of the suit's weapons systems are offline, sir, Jarvis reported. The repulsors and missiles are no longer functional. Tony's mind raced, searching for a way to break free. Flares, he commanded. The suit's flares burst to life, spewing thick smoke that obscured Stain's vision. The distraction caused the ironmonger to loosen its grip, and Tony seized the opportunity to slip away, disappearing into the smoky haze. Stain's heavy footsteps echoed through the empty factory as he scanned the smoke-filled air. Very clever, Tony. But you can't hide for long, he bellowed, his voice distorted by the ironmonger speakers. Tony crouched behind a stack of crates, his mind racing to find a way to stop Stain. He knew he couldn't outrun the hulking suit in his depleted armor. Come on out, Tony, Stain taunted. I promise I'll make it quick. His gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar figure in the distance. Since you don't want to come out, I'll just have to deal with Miss Potts. Pepper's eyes widened in terror as the ironmonger's suit lumbered towards her. Pepper, Tony yelled, abandoning his hiding spot and sprinting towards her. He had to stop Stain before he could harm the woman he cared for. Tony grabbed Pepper and pulled her out of the way, just as Stain's massive fist came crashing down. Run, Pepper, he yelled, shoving her towards safety. Turning to face the hulking ironmonger suit, Tony knew his options were limited. With his weapons systems offline, he would have to rely on close-quarters combat. He rushed forward, dodging Stain's swinging arms and landing a few solid blows. But the ironmonger's superior strength and size quickly overwhelmed him. Stain's metal fist slammed into Tony's chest, sending him flying backwards. He crashed to the ground, the impact cracking his suit's armor. Struggling to his feet, Tony braced himself as Stain advanced, each step shaking the ground. You never could beat me, Tony, Stain taunted, his distorted voice echoing through the cavernous space. This suit makes me unstoppable. Tony gritted his teeth, his mind racing to find a way to turn the tide. But with his suit's systems failing, he knew he was outmatched. Stain's massive hand closed around him, the ironmonger's crushing grip making it hard for Tony to breathe. Stain's massive hand closed around Tony, the ironmonger's crushing grip making it hard for him to breathe. But just as the villain was about to deliver the final blow, the roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the air. A blur of red and black crashed into Stain, causing him to release his grip on Tony. As Stain stumbled back, a figure in a sleek, armored suit landed between them. Need a hand, Stark? Kamen Rider in his mighty form asked, his voice calm and confident. Ace grips the handlebars of the Tricaster 2000, his mind racing as he speeds towards the Stark facility. He feels bad for ditching Nico and Berto, but this Iron Man situation is too important to ignore. Sure, Tony Stark is a genius and will probably win, but Ace can't shake the nagging what if in the back of his mind. As he weaves through traffic, Ace hopes he makes it in time to lend a hand, just in case the unthinkable happens. Ace spots Ironmonger's massive frame looming over the battered Iron Man suit. Without hesitation, he revs the Tricaster 2000 and rams the bike directly into Ironmonger, knocking the villain off balance and forcing him to release his grip on Tony. Need a hand, Stark? Ace calls out, his voice laced with a casual confidence as he stands ready to assist the embattled hero. Kamen Rider? Ace dismounts the Tricaster 2000, his eyes narrowing as he faces the towering Ironmonger suit. Another bug comes to stop me? Stain bellows, his voice dripping with contempt. Ace slides into a fighting stance, his muscles coiled and ready. Without warning, Ironmonger charges, its massive fist swinging towards Ace with earth-shattering force. Ace deftly sidesteps the blow, his movements a blur as he lands a series of rapid strikes against the suit's head. Ironmonger reels back, the impact of Ace's blows reverberating through the armor. Stain lets out a frustrated roar, his hands lashing out in a flurry of punches. Ace dances around the attacks, his agility allowing him to evade the crushing blows. With each dodge, he finds an opening, landing calculated strikes that chip away at the suit's defenses. The clash of metal against metal echoes through the air as the two combatants exchange blows, neither willing to back down. Ace's eyes narrow in concentration, his body moving with the fluid grace of a seasoned warrior as he continues his assault on the powerful exosuit. Stain readies his Gatling gun and aims it at Ace. "Let's see how you handle this, Bug," he roars, unleashing a hail of bullets. Ace runs, the bullets wheezing past him, and he gets behind cover. Stain's relentless barrage tears into the concrete, showering Ace with debris. Ace grits his teeth, waiting for an opening. Ace looked beside him and noticed Tony was also on the same cover. He noticed Tony's armor had small horns on the head. "Hey, did you copy my look?" Ace asked. Tony looked away and said, "No, these are just a new design feature." He tapped the horns on his helmet defensively. "It has nothing to do with you, Kamen Rider." Ace raised an eyebrow, unconvinced, but let the matter drop as they regrouped to plan their next move against Ironmonger. Ace glanced at the battered Iron Man's suit, then back at Tony. "Got a plan to stop that oversized tin can?" Tony grimaced. "A few ideas, but my suit's almost out of juice. Not much I can do." He tapped the flickering arc reactor in his chest. "So you're dead weight?" Ace said, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. "I'm not dead weight." Tony retorted, his tone defensive. Ace looks over at Tony, his expression determined. "I've got an idea, but I'll need you to pass me that handlebar over there." Tony glances at the nearby handlebar, then back at Ace, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you planning to do with that?" "Just trust me," Ace replies, holding out his hand. Reluctantly, Tony grabs the handlebar and hands it to Ace. As soon as it touches Ace's palm, the arcle at his waist begins to glow with a purple light. Ace steps out from behind the cover, his expression resolute. "Johenshin," he calls out, the arcle's Amadam stone shifting to a deep, vibrant purple. Ace's body was enveloped in a swirl of energy, his armor transforming into a bulky, medieval-inspired suit. The silver plates were accented with intricate purple lines, and his compound eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. In his hand, the handlebar had become a massive, double-edged sword with a purple gem in the hilt and ancient engravings along the blade. Ace had transformed into Kuga's Titan form. Ironmonger turns its attention to the newly transformed Kamen Rider, its massive fist swinging towards Ace with devastating force. But Ace is ready, gripping the Titan sword with both hands and bracing himself. The sword collides with Ironmonger's fist, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Ace's feet dig into the ground, his muscles straining as he pushes back against the relentless assault. Tony watches in awe, his damaged Iron Man suit unable to... With a mighty roar, Ace swings the Titan sword, the blade cutting through the air and slamming into Ironmonger's side. The massive exosuit staggers, its armor cracking under the force of the blow. How is this possible?" Stain's voice booms from within the suit, his disbelief evident. Ace swung the Titan sword with immense force, the blade crashing against Ironmonger's armor. Sparks flew as the powerful strikes staggered Stain's massive suit. Ace's attacks were relentless, each blow shaking the exosuit and forcing Stain to take a step back. Ironmonger tried to counter, its heavy fists lashing out, but Ace's enhanced strength allowed him to tank Stain's attacks and continue his assault. The Titan sword carved deep gashes into the armor, metal screeching as it gave way under the weapon's might. Stain backed away, the Ironmonger suit's weapons systems whirring to life. "Let's see you take this." Gatling guns, missile launchers, and energy beams unleashed a barrage of firepower at the approaching Kamen Rider. Ace braced himself, raising the massive Titan sword as shield against the onslaught. The sword's sturdy blade deflected the hail of projectiles, sparks flying as the relentless assault continued. Ace planted his feet firmly, weathering the attack with unwavering determination. Ace couldn't dodge the relentless barrage of firepower from Ironmonger's weapons. The massive exosuit's attacks pummeled him, his slow Titan form unable to evade the onslaught. "Rider," Tony called out worriedly, watching the Kamen Rider struggle against Stain's assault. Suddenly, Ace felt a surge of power building up within him, starting from his stomach and spreading throughout his body like electricity. His eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Could this be? Ace thought, feeling the amadam in his arkle belt begin to glow a brilliant golden hue. Electricity crackled across Ace's armor, and the Titan form's plating shifted, the silver turning even more lustrous, and the purple lines transforming into a rich, gleaming gold. The dust from Ironmonger's attack settled, revealing Ace's new armor. The Titan rising form glimmered with a golden radiance, the ancient Linto symbol for power etched onto the backs of his hands. The Titan sword's blade now shone with a brilliant golden edge, its cutting power enhanced. Stain, from within the Ironmonger's suit, stared in shock. Impossible. How can you be alive? Ace slowly walks forward toward Stain, his golden Titan rising form glimmering with power. Stain continues to fire his barrage of weapons, but the attacks do not even dent Ace's enhanced armor. Stain feels a growing sense of dread as the Kamen Rider advances, the Titan sword's golden edge shining ominously. Stay away. Stain cries out in desperation, but Ace refuses to be deterred. Now within striking range, Ace thrusts the Titan sword forward with a mighty roar, the blade piercing directly into the arc reactor powering Stain's Ironmonger suit. Hiya! The moment the sword makes contact, the Kuga emblem appears on the suit, and a brilliant explosion engulfs both Ace and Stain. Tony Stark, watching from the sidelines, is forced to cover his eyes from the blinding light. As the explosion dies down, Ace stands unharmed, the Ironmonger suit reduced to scattered pieces around him. Tony Stark stared in stunned silence at the devastation before him. The massive Ironmonger suit lay in twisted, smoldering ruins, its once formidable frame reduced to scrap. At the center of the destruction stood the imposing figure of Kamen Rider, his armor now gleaming with a golden radiance. Obadiah Stane, the man who betrayed him, was nowhere to be seen, his fate left uncertain in the aftermath of the clash. Ace, still in his Titan rising form, surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable behind the visor of his helmet. The power he had unleashed was immense, and Tony couldn't help but wonder just how formidable this mysterious hero truly was. The golden power faded from the amadam in the arkle, and Ace's armor shifted back to its regular Titan form. He suddenly felt very tired, the strain of the rising form taking a toll. Ace steadied himself, his movements sluggish as the adrenaline wore off. Tony Stark approached the armored figure, his own Iron Man helmet already removed. "Thank you," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You saved my life back there." Ace nodded, his voice slightly distorted through the helmet speakers. "I was just doing what I had to do," he replied simply. Tony Stark examined Ace's armor, fascinated by its unique design. It didn't seem to be a traditional mechanical suit, but rather an advanced exoskeleton. He wanted to ask more about its capabilities, but the timing didn't feel right. Turning his gaze to the remains of the Ironmonger, Tony felt a mix of emotions. He was relieved that Obadiah Stane's betrayal had been thwarted, but also deeply disappointed that someone he had once considered a friend had fallen so far. The weight of that loss lingered as he considered the consequences of his choices. Pepper Potts hurried towards Tony Stark, her eyes wide with concern. "Tony, are you all right?" she asked, her voice laced with worry. Tony turned to her, offering a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, Pepper. Thanks to my friend here," he said, gesturing towards the imposing figure of Kamen Rider. Pepper's gaze shifted to the armored hero, and she quickly stepped forward, clasping her hands together. "You're Kamen Rider, right?" "Thank you," she said earnestly. "You saved him." Ace, still in his Titan form, inclined his head slightly. "I saw the news about Mr. Stark and another robot fighting, so I had to come and stop them," he explained, his voice modulated by the helmet. Ace tilted his head slightly, regarding the famous Tony Stark with a hint of curiosity. "I didn't expect the great Tony Stark to be playing hero," he remarked, his modulated voice betraying a touch of amusement. Tony Stark let out a weary chuckle. Yeah, well, I've had a change of heart, he admitted, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Guess I realized I needed to start using this technology for good, not just profit. Ace knew what Tony had gone through in the movies in his original world, and he was glad to see that Tony was still on his path toward heroism as it had been in the original. But if he was in the universe with the what-if scenarios, Ace would be troubled. Then again, his existence in Dai-Shocker here would already be a what-if scenario. Ace turned to Tony Stark, his armored form imposing yet strangely humble. "Mr. Stark, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention my involvement here," he said, his modulated voice betraying a hint of reluctance. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the request. "Why's that?" he asked, his natural curiosity piqued. "I mean, you just saved my life. Shouldn't you be looking to get a little recognition for that?" Ace shook his head slightly. "I'm not really the type who likes being in the spotlight," he explained. "It would just interfere with my other activities." Tony considered Ace's words, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "All right, I can respect that," he conceded. "I'll make sure to keep your involvement on the down low." Pepper Potts looked between the two heroes, her brow furrowed. "Are you sure, Tony?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "I mean," silencing Pepper's protest. "Nah, it's fine," he assured her. "Kamen Rider here has his reasons, and I'm not going to be the one to drag him into the spotlight if he doesn't want it." Ace nodded gratefully, his posture relaxing slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Stark." The sound of sirens in the distance signaled the arrival of the police. Ace knew it was time for him to make his exit. "I should be going," he said, turning towards his Tricaster 2000 motorcycle. Tony Stark stepped forward, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Hey, before you go, I was wondering if you'd be willing to stop by my lab sometime," he said. "I'd love to take a closer look at that armor of yours, if you don't mind." Ace paused, considering the offer. "I'll think about it," he replied, his tone cautious. "I don't like to draw too much attention to myself, but I appreciate the invitation." With a nod, Ace swung his leg over the Tricaster and started the engine. The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the damaged street as he prepared to depart. "Take care, Kamen Rider," Pepper Potts called out, her voice filled with gratitude. Ace offered a brief wave before revving the engine and speeding away, disappearing into the night. Tony Stark watched as the figure of Kamen Rider disappeared into the night, the roar of the Tricaster 2000 motorcycle fading into the distance. "Well, that went well," he remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Pepper Potts, standing beside him, let out a sigh. "Yes, but now we have to clean up this mess," she said, surveying the damage to the highway. Tony turned to her, a wry smile on his face. "Leave that to you, Potts," he said, already starting to walk away. Pepper, however, was having none of it. She stepped in front of him, her arms crossed over her chest. "Oh, no you don't, Tony Stark," she said firmly. "You're going to help me with this." Tony let out an exaggerated sigh, but the corners of his lips twitched upward. All right, he conceded, rolling up his sleeves. "Let's get to work." Ace hurries back to the art house, hoping to catch up with Nico and Berto, but the performances have already ended. He scans the empty lobby, finally spotting his two friends near the exit. As he approaches them, he notices the frustration and disappointment etched on their faces, especially Nico's. "Where have you been, Ace?" Nico demands, her voice laced with irritation. "You just took off without any explanation." Ace hesitates, struggling to find the right words. "There was an emergency," he says, hoping Nico will accept the vague excuse. But Nico isn't having it. "An emergency? That's the best you can come up with." She crosses her arms, her eyes narrowing. "You've been acting strange lately, Ace. What's really going on?" Berto, usually the more easygoing of the two, also looks perturbed. "Yeah, man, we were worried about you. You just disappeared on us." Ace opens his mouth, but the words catch in his throat. He can't bring himself to tell them the truth, that he had rushed off to help Iron Man against a dangerous foe. How could he explain his role as Kamen Rider without jeopardizing everything? Nico shakes her head, her frustration palpable. "You know what? Forget it. If you're not going to be honest with us, then maybe we shouldn't waste our time." She turns to leave, Berto trailing behind her. Ace reaches out, desperate to stop them, but the right words elude him. He watches helplessly as his friends walk away, their backs turned to him. A heavy feeling settles in his chest, and he knows that their relationship has been irrevocably altered. As Monday arrived, Ace felt a pang of guilt weighing on him. The strained relationship with Nico and Berto troubled him, and he knew he needed to make amends. Ace resolved to speak with them during their shared lunch period, hoping to clear the air and restore their friendship. Ace spotted Nico and Berto at the cafeteria line, grabbing their lunch trays. He took a deep breath and approached them, determined to clear the air. As Ace got closer, Nico and Berto had mixed feelings. Nico's expression was guarded, while Berto seemed unsure, uncertain whether to welcome Ace or maintain their distance. "Guys, I'm really sorry about the other night," he begins. Berto seems willing to listen, but Nico cuts him off. "Save it, Ace. We don't need your excuses." She grabs Berto's arm and starts to pull him away. "Nico, wait," Berto pleads, but Nico refuses to give Ace the chance to explain himself. Nico pulls Berto away from Ace, leaving Ace feeling even worse. He wishes he could get them to listen to him. Ace lets out a sigh, hoping for another chance to explain himself the next time. As he watches his friends walk away, his shoulders slump in disappointment. He wants to clarify everything, but he knows he must respect their space for now. Determined to make things right between them, Ace turns and heads to his next class. Ace sighed as he took his seat in class, his mind still occupied with the strained interaction with Nico and Berto. Balancing his life as a high school student and his duties as Kamen Rider was proving to be a constant challenge. He wished he could be more open with his friends about his secret identity, but he knew the risks of revealing that information. As the teacher began the lesson, Ace tried to focus, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the confrontation in the cafeteria. He couldn't help but feel guilty for the way things had played out, and he vowed to find a way to make it up to Nico and Berto. Even if it meant sacrificing time he could be spending on his Kamen Rider responsibilities. Ace's phone buzzes with a notification, and he glances down to see that Tony Stark has started a press conference. Intrigued, Ace shifts his attention to the screen, his eyes widening as he watches the billionaire take the stage. The classroom falls silent as the students turn their focus to the live broadcast. Ace leans forward, his brow furrowed in concentration, eager to hear what Stark has to say. The weight of his earlier confrontation with Nico and Berto momentarily forgotten as he becomes absorbed in the unfolding events. Tony Stark, with a few bandages on his face, stepped up to the podium as the press conference began. The gathered reporters eagerly awaited his statement regarding the recent incident on the freeway involving the two robotic suits. Though the public did not yet know that Tony Stark was the one piloting the Iron Man armor, he prepared to address the media's questions with his usual poise and confidence. "Mr. Stark, can you confirm reports that you were involved in a battle with a massive robotic suit on the freeway last night?" one reporter shouted. Tony maintained his composure. "I'm afraid I don't have any information to share about that incident," he replied calmly. "But eyewitnesses claim they saw a man in an armored suit called Iron Man fighting against another armored figure," another reporter exclaimed. "Was this some kind of rogue technology you've been developing?" "There are also reports of a mysterious armored figure, called Kamen Rider, who intervened and assisted Iron Man during the battle. Can you comment on this?" The questions grew increasingly accusatory, as the press speculated wildly about the events they had witnessed. Tony Stark stood behind the podium, his expression calm and collected despite the barrage of questions from the reporters. He maintained his composure, carefully avoiding any direct confirmations about the incident on the freeway. "There have been many wild speculations about my involvement, but I can assure you that I am not the superhero type," Tony said, his tone level. "I'm simply a businessman trying to do my job and take care of my company." A reporter in the front row spoke up. "But there was no mention of you being a superhero. Are you implying that there is someone else involved?" Tony glanced briefly at Rhodey, who stood beside him. Rhodey leaned in and whispered, "Stick to the script, Tony." Tony fell silent and gazed at the prepared speech card in his hand. But another idea came to him, one more in keeping with his personality. He glanced over at Rhodey, who gave him a subtle nod of encouragement. The truth is, Tony paused, locking eyes with his friend. I am Iron Man. The words hung in the air for a moment, and then the press erupted in a frenzy, shouting questions and demands for more information. Tony maintained his composure, ready to address the media's growing curiosity about this unexpected revelation. As Ace watched the press conference unfold on his phone, a knowing smirk playing across his lips. The moment Tony uttered those four world-changing words, I am Iron Man, Ace knew history was being written in real time. The declaration would not only mark the beginning of a new superhero era, but would also set in motion a series of events that would reshape global dynamics. Ace's fingers traced the edge of his smartphone screen, calculating the financial implications with the precision of a seasoned investor. Stark Industries stock, which had nosedived during Tony's mysterious absence, was about to experience a meteoric rise. The press room erupted with a cacophony of shouted questions, reporters competing to be heard. Tony stood resolute behind the podium, a picture of calculated confidence. Ace leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly beneath him, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Looks like the world is about to get a lot more interesting, Ace murmured, the words hanging in the quiet room, like a prophecy. Ace sat at a table in the cozy cafe Pole, his eyes intently fixed on the stock market app on his phone. A small smile played on his lips as he watched the numbers on the screen continue to climb. Just a few weeks ago, he had taken a sizable chunk of his meager paycheck from working at the cafe and invested it all in Stark International stocks. It had been a bold move, one that many of his peers had questioned, but Ace had a good feeling about it. And now, his gamble had paid off in spades. After Tony Stark's bombshell announcement that he was the superhero Iron Man, the company's stock had skyrocketed. Each share was now worth a staggering $10,000, a far cry from the measly price he had paid earlier. Ace quickly did the math in his head. With the 30 shares he had purchased, he was now sitting on a veritable fortune of $300,000. It was an unbelievable sum, far beyond anything he had ever imagined possessing. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. The cafe owner, Pops, approached with a steaming mug of coffee, which Ace accepted gratefully. Looks like you're doing well for yourself. Huh, kid? Pops chuckled, nodding towards Ace's phone. Ace grinned sheepishly. Yeah, you could say that. I just got really lucky with my Stark International investment. Pops let out a low whistle. 300 grand? Huh? That's some serious cash. He paused, scratching his chin thoughtfully. So, what are you planning to do with all that money? Ace took a sip of his coffee, savoring the rich, bold flavor. Honestly, I'm not sure yet, he admitted. I don't have any immediate needs or expenses, so I think I'll just hold on to it for now. Use it as an emergency fund or something. The older man nodded in approval. That's a smart move. No need to go blowing it all at once, right? He gave Ace's shoulder a gentle pat. Just be sure to keep that head of yours screwed on straight, kid. Don't let all that money go to your head. Ace chuckled. Don't worry, Pops. I'm not planning on going on any wild spending sprees. He glanced back down at his phone, watching as the stock price continued its steady climb. I figure the more Stark International grows, the more I'll be able to earn from this investment. Might as well let it ride for now. Pops let out a hearty laugh. That's the spirit, Ace. Just remember to enjoy the ride too, all right? With a wink, he turned and headed back towards the counter, leaving Ace to his thoughts and his newfound financial windfall. Ace's phone chimed, indicating a new email. He tapped the notification and his eyes widened as he read the message from Stark Industries. Attention, valued investor. We would like to extend a personal invitation to you to attend an exclusive Stark Industries investor appreciation party. As one of our early supporters during a challenging time, we would be honored to have you join us in celebrating the company's bright future. The event will be held this Saturday at the Stark Mansion in Malibu, California. Transportation and accommodations will be provided for all guests. We look forward to welcoming you and offering our sincere gratitude. Regards, Pepper Potts, CEO, Stark Industries. Ace read the email again, hardly believing his luck. He had never imagined that his spur-of-the-moment investment would lead to such an incredible opportunity. Grinning, He quickly replied to accept the invitation, his mind already racing with the possibilities. "Pops, you're not going to believe this," Ace said, waving the phone in the air excitedly. "Stark Industries is inviting me to a party at their mansion in Malibu." Pops looked up from wiping down the counter, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Well, I'll be. Looks like that investment of yours is really paying off." Ace nodded enthusiastically. "I can't wait to go. This is going to be amazing. Just don't forget to have some fun, all right?" Pops chuckled, giving Ace a knowing look. "You deserve it, kid." Ace couldn't help but wish he could share this with Nico and Berto, but their relationship is a bit rocky at this point. He sighed, pocketing his phone and thinking about how he could make amends with his friends. They had been there for him through so much, and he hated that he had to keep them in the dark about his double life as Kamen Rider. Maybe this trip to Malibu would be a chance to clear his head and figure out a way to reconnect with them. Here is a 199-word continuation of the story from Nico Minoru's perspective. Nico watches as the numbers on her phone screen climb higher and higher. She can hardly believe her eyes. Her $50 investment has grown to over $5,000. Beside her, Berto lets out a low whistle. "Dude, I got like 100 grand from this." Ace really knew what he was talking about, huh? Berto says, his eyes wide with disbelief. Nico's mood sours at the mention of Ace's name. She should have known better than to trust his advice, even if it did pay off. Ace has been acting strange lately, disappearing without explanation and avoiding them. And now, he's made a killing on the stock market while she and Berto have been left in the dark. "Yeah, I guess so," Nico mutters, trying to keep the bitterness out of her voice. She can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, even if the money is technically hers. Berto seems to sense her change in mood and quickly changes the subject, rattling on about all the things he wants to buy. But Nico can't focus. All she can think about is Ace and the growing distance between them. Nico Minoru's brow furrows as Berto speaks up, breaking the tense silence. "When are you going to forgive Ace, Nico? He's our friend, you know." Nico's grip tightens on her phone, the stock numbers blurring before her eyes. "Not until he tells us what he's been doing. All these secrets, Berto, I don't like it." Berto lets out a long sigh, running a hand through his hair. "Come on, everyone's got stuff they want to keep private. You can't hold that against him." Nico levels a pointed stare at her friend. "I can when it's affecting our friendship. Ace has been distant, and I'm tired of the excuses." She shakes her head, a strand of dark hair falling across her face. "I just want him to be honest with us for once." Nico's frown deepens as she turns to Berto. "It's not that I don't care about Ace. He's our friend, and that's why I'm so frustrated." She sighs, running a hand through her dark hair. "We used to be able to tell each other anything, you know? But lately, it feels like there's this wall between us, and I hate it." Berto nods slowly, understanding dawning on his face. "You just want him to trust us more, don't you? To let us in instead of keeping everything bottled up." Nico's shoulders slump. "Exactly. I know Ace has his reasons, but we're supposed to have each other's backs. How can we do that if he won't even be honest with us?" Nico Minoru watches as Berto speaks up, his voice gentle. "Give Ace some time, Nico. Pushing him away is only going to make things worse." Nico sighs, her fingers tightening around her phone. I know. I just..." She shakes her head, frustration evident in her expression. "I couldn't help it, Berto. I'm just so frustrated with all these secrets." Berto reaches out, giving Nico's shoulder a reassuring pat. "I get it, believe me. But Ace is our friend. Maybe if we give him a chance, he'll open up to us." "I sure hope so." Nico sits with Berto, a wistful expression on her face as she thinks about Ace. She wishes she could find a way to mend their strained relationship and recapture the closeness they once shared. Beside her, Berto nods in silent agreement, both of them hoping to reconnect with their friend. In a dimly lit bar, the TV displays news coverage of Tony Stark's press conference, where he revealed himself as the superhero Iron Man. The patrons, a diverse group of locals, chatter amongst themselves, their voices rising above the ambient music. "Can you believe it? Tony Stark, the big shot CEO, is Iron Man," exclaims a burly man, taking a swig of his beer. "I always knew that guy was full of himself, but this takes the cake," scoffs a woman sitting at the bar. rolling her eyes. Nah, man, this is crazy. Iron Man's been saving people's asses, and that's Stark? A younger patron interjects, leaning forward in his seat. Well, if he's the one behind that tin can, then I ain't surprised he's been causing so much trouble, a grizzled bartender remarks, wiping down the counter. The conversation continues, with the patrons debating the implications of Stark's revelation. Some express admiration, while others voice skepticism and criticism. The lively discussion fills the bar, as the news continues to play in the background, offering a glimpse into the public's reaction to the world-changing announcement. The grizzled bartender wiped down the counter as the news shifted to reports of a mysterious armored figure known as Kamen Rider. Among the chattering patrons, a man with a rugged appearance and tattoos sat quietly, his eyes narrowing as the footage played. Su Wolfuda, the wolf Grongi in human disguise, bristled with anger at the sight of Kamen Rider. Su Wolfuda's brow furrowed as he watched the news footage of Kamen Rider, the familiar blue and gold armor triggering a flood of memories. He had faced this formidable foe in his previous life, only to be struck down by Kuga's spear. Wolfu had been certain of his demise, but Dai-Shocker's revival had granted him a second chance. Now, with renewed vigor, the wolf Grongi was determined to seek his revenge and eliminate the one who had once defeated him. Su Wolfuda's eyes narrowed as the image of the armored Iron Man figure flashed across the television screen. The Grongi's lips curled into a sneer, his grip tightening on the beer glass in his hand. The technology of the Linto, the ancient enemy of the Grongi, intrigued him, but Wolfu cared little for such matters. What infuriated him was the resemblance between the Iron Man armor and the image of Kamen Rider Kuga. The small horns, the large eyes, and the color scheme all evoke the warrior that had once defeated him. Wolfu's rage boiled within, a reminder of his past humiliation at the hands of the Linto's champion. That another of their kind would dare to appropriate Kuga's likeness only served to stoke the Grongi's anger further. Su Wolfuda slammed his glass down on the bar, the contents spilling onto the counter. With a growl, he pushed himself up from his seat, his eyes burning with a primal fury. The news footage had stoked the embers of his long-simmering resentment, and now the wolf Grongi was consumed by a singular desire to hunt down this Iron Man and tear him apart, limb by limb. Wolfu no longer cared about the rules or the permission of his superiors. The Jejel, the ritualistic game of the Grongi, could wait. His thirst for vengeance against the one who had once defeated him was too great to be contained. Kamen Rider Kuga's doppelganger would pay the ultimate price for daring to don a similar form. Ace stands in the upscale hotel room, a slight hum of excitement coursing through him. Stark Industries has arranged everything for Tony's party, and Ace feels the weight of anticipation as he stares at the suit hanging on the back of the door. It's a sleek, tailored ensemble, a deep navy blue jacket that catches the light just right, giving it an almost shimmering quality. The lapels are sharp and well-defined, hinting at both sophistication and style. He pairs it with crisp, white trousers that complement the jacket perfectly, providing a striking contrast. A light silver tie adds a touch of elegance, completing the look without overwhelming it. As he slips into the jacket, Ace admires how it fits snugly yet comfortably against his frame, allowing him to move with ease. He adjusts his collar in front of the mirror, feeling more confident by the second. His shoes, polished black Oxfords, reflect his determination to make an impression tonight. The outfit feels like a new identity, one that balances his Kamen Rider persona with a youthful charm suited for Stark's high-profile event. Ace takes one last look in the mirror, ready to step out into a world filled with possibilities. Ace steps out of the hotel, the evening air crisp against his skin. A sleek limousine waits at the curb, its glossy exterior reflecting the city lights. He can't help but smile. Stark Industries really knows how to treat their guests. Climbing inside, he sinks into the plush leather seats, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. The driver gives a nod, and they pull away from the bustling streets of New York. As the car glides through traffic, Ace gazes out the window, taking in the neon signs and vibrant energy of the city. He wonders what kind of people he'll meet tonight. Arriving at Stark's mansion, he finds it even more impressive than he imagined. The sprawling estate sits atop a cliff overlooking the ocean, its modern architecture glowing under strategically placed lights. Stepping out of the limousine, Ace notices a crowd gathering outside. Tech tycoons mingle with celebrities and military generals, an eclectic mix that fills him with awe. The atmosphere buzzes with conversation and laughter as he makes his way toward the entrance, feeling like an outsider about to step into a world he's only seen from afar. As Ace approaches the entrance of Stark's mansion, a bouncer stands firmly at the door, scanning the crowd. The man's muscular frame and stern expression suggest he takes his job seriously. "Name?" the bouncer asks, his voice deep and commanding. "Ace Yukio," Ace replies, feeling a flutter of nerves. The bouncer checks his clipboard, eyes narrowing as he searches for Ace's name. A moment passes before a hint of recognition crosses the bouncer's face. "Got it. You're good to go." He steps aside, allowing Ace to enter the glamorous world within the mansion. Ace steps through the threshold, his eyes widening as he takes in the grand foyer of Tony Stark's mansion. The space is filled with an eclectic mix of guests, tech moguls, celebrities, and military leaders, all mingling and conversing in hushed, excited tones. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over the marble floors and ornate furnishings, creating an atmosphere of opulence and exclusivity. Ace feels a tinge of unease, aware that he stands out among the polished, sophisticated crowd. Yet, he can't help but be captivated by the sheer grandeur of the setting, a far cry from his usual surroundings. As he moves further into the mansion, he catches glimpses of familiar faces, each one seemingly more impressive than the last. Ace scans the room, his eyes landing on a familiar face. Tony Stark, surrounded by two individuals he recognizes as Pepper Potts and James Rhodey Rhodes. The trio appears deep in conversation, their expressions a mix of seriousness and camaraderie. Ace watches them for a moment, wondering if he should approach, but his gaze is then drawn to another corner of the party, where he spots a stern-looking man he believes to be General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, engaged in a discussion with a group of military personnel. Suddenly, Ace is approached by a man with a clean-cut, professional appearance. He is short, light brown hair, and a friendly, yet composed demeanor. "Excuse me, are you Ace Yukio?" the man asks. Ace nods, slightly taken aback by the stranger's direct approach. "I'm Agent Coulson with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." The man introduces himself, extending a hand. Ace shakes his hand, trying not to let his surprise show. "That's a mouthful," he comments. "Yeah, we get that a lot." Agent Coulson replies with a slight chuckle. "You could just call us S.H.I.E.L.D." Ace recognized Agent Coulson from the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies he had watched in his original world. He knew Coulson worked for director Nick Fury and was a key member of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division S.H.I.E.L.D. Ace was familiar with Coulson's role and the organization he represented, thanks to his prior knowledge of the MCU. Ace looked at Agent Coulson with a hint of suspicion. "Is Fury sending you to keep an eye on me?" Coulson seemed slightly taken aback by Ace's perceptiveness. "Well, you're certainly aware of how S.H.I.E.L.D. operates," he remarked. "But no, I'm not here specifically for you. As part of my duties, I monitor any enhanced individuals who attend events like this. It's just a precaution." Ace nodded, understanding Coulson's explanation. The agent's presence was a reminder that the world he now found himself in was far more complex than he had anticipated. "Director Fury wanted me to express his gratitude for your assistance to Mr. Stark," Coulson said, his tone professional yet sincere. "He recognizes the importance of your intervention." Ace considered Coulson's words, his brow furrowing slightly. "I didn't do it for the thanks," he replied, his voice level. "I had to step in. That's all." Coulson nodded, a hint of understanding in his expression. "Well, in any case, enjoy the party, Mr. Yukio." He offered a small smile before turning and making his way back into the crowd. Ace watched the agent's retreating form, his mind racing. He knew Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. were likely keeping a close eye on him, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Pushing those thoughts aside, Ace took a deep breath and refocused his attention on the lavish party unfolding around him. He might as well try to make the most of this unexpected opportunity, even if he still had to navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Ace decided to take Coulson's advice and try to enjoy the party. He made his way over to the lavish spread of hors d'oeuvres and finger foods, his eyes widening at the array of delicacies. Selecting a few small plates, he found a quiet corner to enjoy the delicious offerings, savoring each bite. Though he didn't know anyone here, Ace was content to simply observe the well-heeled guests mingle and converse. For now, he was happy to keep to himself, taking in the sights and sounds of this high-profile event. Ace stood in the corner, savoring the delicate hors d'oeuvres, when a well-dressed woman approached him. "Enjoying the party, Mr. Yukio?" she asked, a warm smile on her face. Ace turned, surprised that she knew his name. "I am, thank you," he replied. "How did you know who I am?" "I'm Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant," she explained. "It's my job to know everyone on the guest list. And I remember you quite well. You were one of the investors who bought the most Stark International stock when the prices crashed." Ace nodded, impressed by her attention to detail. "I suppose that would make me memorable," he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. Pepper Potts smiled warmly at Ace. "Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. And I have to say, your investment in Stark International was quite impressive. You really have an eye for spotting opportunities." Just then, Tony Stark approached, a glass of champagne in hand. "Pepper, who's our young friend here?" he asked, his gaze settling on Ace. "This is Ace Yukio," Pepper introduced. "One of our top investors. He had the foresight to buy a significant amount of Stark stock when the prices dropped." Tony's eyebrows rose in appreciation. "Is that right?" he said, turning his attention to Ace. "Well, Mr. Yukio, you must have some impressive analytical skills. Most people were running for the hills when the stock took a nosedive." Ace felt a touch of pride at the compliment. "I just had a good feeling about the company," he said modestly. "And I believe in your vision, Mr. Stark." Tony chuckled, taking a sip of his drink. "Well, it's always nice to meet a fellow visionary," he said, raising his glass to Ace. "Keep up the good work, kid. You might just have a future in this business." Pepper smiled, pleased to see Tony engaging with one of their young investors. Ace felt a sense of validation, grateful for the unexpected praise from the legendary Tony Stark himself. Su Wolfuda, the imposing Wolf Grongi, stood amidst the towering trees of the forest surrounding the Stark mansion. His sharp senses detected movement within the lavish estate, and his gaze zeroed in on the figure of Tony Stark, the self-proclaimed Iron Man. A low, guttural growl rumbled in Wolfu's throat as he uttered a single word. Tony Stark moved through the crowded room of his opulent Malibu home. A flute of champagne balanced casually in his grasp as he exchanged pleasantries with the throngs of guests. The party was in its full, vibrant swing, a dazzling showcase of wealth, power, and prestige. "So I said to the guy, if you can't handle me at my worst, you definitely don't deserve me at my best," Tony quipped, eliciting laughter from the group surrounding him. His trademark wit and charm were on full display as he effortlessly commanded the attention of those in his orbit, basking in the glow of the lavish affair he had orchestrated. Suddenly, a familiar face emerged from the crowd. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, a high-ranking military officer with a stern demeanor. Ross approached Tony, a slight frown on his face. "Stark," Ross greeted, his gravelly voice cutting through the ambient noise of the party. "General," Tony replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your company this evening?" Ross cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the room. "I was hoping we could have a word in private." Tony raised an eyebrow, but gestured towards a secluded corner of the mansion. "Lead the way, General." Once they were out of earshot of the other guests, Tony and Ross made their way to a secluded corner of the mansion, the sounds of the party muffled in the distance. "So, what's on your mind, General?" Tony asked, taking a sip of his champagne. Ross cleared his throat. "I've been concerned about some of the activities I've observed coming out of Stark Industries lately." "Activities?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "I assure you, General. Everything is above board. We're simply exploring new avenues of innovation. Innovation, huh? Ross narrowed his eyes. Well, I hope that's all it is, Stark. You know how much I value national security. Ross's expression turned serious. I'll get straight to the point, Stark, he said. That suit of yours, the Iron Man technology, it needs to be in the hands of the military for the greater good of this country. Tony's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a sip of his champagne. Is that so? He replied, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Last I checked, the Iron Man suit was my creation, my intellectual property. I don't recall signing it over to the U.S. government. Ross's jaw tightened. This isn't about ownership, Stark. This is about national security. That kind of power shouldn't be in the hands of a civilian. Tony chuckled, the sound devoid of any real amusement. Oh, come on, General. You can't honestly expect me to hand over my life's work to you, just because you think it's for the greater good. This is about ownership, and I'm not about to give up what's mine. The two men stared at each other, the tension palpable. Ross's eyes narrowed, and he took a step closer to Tony. I'm not asking, Stark, he said, his voice low and threatening. I'm telling you, that suit needs to be turned over to the military for the safety of this country. Tony held his ground, unflinching. And I'm telling you, General, he replied, his own voice laced with defiance. That's not going to happen. The Iron Man suit stays with me. The tension between Stark and Ross was palpable. Their voices lowered, but the intensity in the air was unmistakable. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the mansion as a figure burst through the wall, sending shards of glass and debris flying. The partygoers let out startled gasps, their eyes wide with fear as they took in the sight of the towering, animalistic creature that now stood before them. Its rough, wolf-like features and piercing gaze immediately commanded their attention. Where's the false Kuga? The creature growled, its voice a deep rumble that sent chills down the spines of those present. The security team quickly sprang into action, rushing to intercept the intruder, but their efforts were in vain. With a swipe of its massive claws, the creature tossed the guards aside, their cries of pain and the sound of shattering bones filling the air. Panic erupted among the guests as they scrambled to find cover, their shrieks of terror echoing through the once elegant mansion. Tony Stark instinctively moved to shield Pepper Potts, ushering her towards the exit. Get to safety, he urged, his eyes darting between the rampaging creature and the terrified partygoers. I'll handle this. Leaving Pepper in the care of a few trusted security personnel, Tony made a beeline for his private lab, determined to don the Iron Man suit and confront this new threat. Meanwhile, General Ross barked orders to his own men, his face twisted with a mixture of fury and determination. Shoot that thing, he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. Don't let it leave this place alive. As the soldiers opened fire, Ace Yukio slipped away from the scene, his heart pounding. He knew he had to act, but the presence of so many civilians and the military's involvement complicated the situation. Ducking behind a corner, he quickly transformed into his Kamen Rider alter ego, ready to join the fray and protect the innocent. Tony Stark rushed into his private lab, determined to don the Iron Man suit and confront the monstrous intruder. As he entered, the familiar voice of his AI assistant, Jarvis, greeted him. Sir, I've already prepared the Mark IV armor for deployment, Jarvis reported. Tony couldn't help but smile. That is why I love you, Jarvis, he said, appreciating the AI's foresight. Mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, each holding a piece of the sleek, red and gold armor. With practiced efficiency, the arms began attaching the components to Tony's body, encasing him in the powerful exosuit. All right, Jarvis, time to show this party crasher who's boss, Tony quipped, feeling the familiar weight and power of the Iron Man suit as the final pieces locked into place. Without hesitation, Tony rocketed upward, bursting through the floor of the lab and back into the chaos of the Stark mansion. His eyes quickly locked onto the towering, wolf-like creature that had terrorized the guests. Nobody crashes my party except me, Tony declared, his voice amplified by the suit speakers as he barreled towards the Grongi, tackling it with full force. The impact sent the Grongi, Wolfa, reeling backward, its claws scraping against the Iron Man armor. Wolfa let out a guttural roar, its yellow eyes glaring with pure malice. False Kuga, the Grongi growled, its voice laced with a primal fury. You will not interfere with my vengeance. Wolfa lashed out, its massive claws swiping at the agile Iron Man suit. Tony maneuvered deftly, dodging the attacks and countering with repulsor blasts that pushed the Grongi back. Vengeance, huh? Tony quipped, his tone laced with sarcasm. Sorry, but I don't take kindly to party crashers, especially the ones with a serious case of anger issues. The two titans clashed, their battle shaking the very foundations of the Stark mansion. Guests watched in a mixture of awe and terror as the armored hero and the monstrous intruder traded blows, neither willing to back down. Their teamwork was instinctive, Tony providing range support with precision energy blasts while Ace engaged in close-quarters combat, his martial arts training complementing the Iron Man suit's technological might. The battle with Wolfu raged on, debris and destruction scattered across Tony Stark's once pristine mansion. In a swift motion, Ace's hand closed around a nearby wooden pole. His fingers traced the surface, feeling its potential. Time to change things up, he thought. Chohenshin. Ace's body erupted in blue energy as he transformed into dragon form. The wooden pole in his grip began to shimmer and shift, morphing into the signature dragon rod. But Ace wasn't finished. Golden energy surged from within the Arkle belt. Electric sparks of pure golden power coursed through his blue armor, crackling and dancing across his form. The blue of dragon form began to darken, accented with intricate gold trimming. The dragon rod itself began to transform, its structure changing from a simple polearm into an elaborate twin-ended spear. Rising dragon form materialized, the rising dragon rod gleaming with an intense golden light. Wolfu paused, sensing the dramatic shift in Ace's power. Wolfu's eyes flickered with a haunting memory. The previous Kuga's face overlapped with Ace's, triggering a visceral terror deep within the Grongi's core. Images of his past defeat flashed through his mind. The spear, the fatal strike, the moment of absolute defeat. Not again, he snarled internally. Rage consumed Wolfu. His attacks became more frenzied, more desperate. Each strike carried the weight of his previous humiliation, each movement a violent rejection of his potential fate. He lunged at Ace with unprecedented ferocity, claws extended and teeth bared. Ace, in his rising dragon form, moved with calculated precision. The rising dragon rod became an extension of his body, parrying Wolfu's wild attacks with smooth, practiced movements. Each block was deliberate, each counterstrike surgical. Tony Stark, still in his Iron Man suit, provided tactical support. When Wolfu would overextend during an attack, Tony would strike with a repulsor blast, momentarily stunning the creature and creating openings for Ace. The rising dragon rod slashed across Wolfu's body, leaving golden energy trails with each strike. Ace's movements were fluid, combining martial arts with the rod's unique capabilities. He targeted weak points, each blow calculated to maximum effect. Wolfu's primal fear mixed with uncontrollable rage. He would not be defeated. Not again. Not by another Kuga. The rising dragon rod glinted with golden energy as Ace prepared his final strike. In a burst of superhuman agility, he leaped high into the air, his blue and gold armor gleaming under the mansion's broken skylights. Wolfu's eyes widened in terror, recognizing the familiar motion of a killing blow. Ace thrust downward with precision, the rising dragon rod piercing directly through Wolfu's chest. The moment of impact triggered a dramatic transformation. The iconic Kuga symbol materialized at the point of the rod's entry, burning bright and intense against Wolfu's fur. Wolfu's voice trembled with a mixture of disbelief and desperation. No, I can't be defeated again. The Grongi's body began to pulse with an unstable energy, building toward an imminent and explosive conclusion. Tony Stark's suit's sensors immediately detected the rising energy signature, and he shouted, "Get clear!" In a spectacular burst, Wu-Fu exploded, sending fragments of debris and energy cascading through Tony Stark's already devastated mansion. Tony Stark, encased in his powerful Iron Man suit, engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous Grongi known as Su-Wolfada. The two titans clashed, their collision shaking the very foundations of the Stark mansion. Wu-Fu swiped its massive claws at the agile Iron Man, its movements fueled by a primal rage. Tony deftly maneuvered, dodging the attacks and retaliating with a barrage of repulsor blasts. The energy beams slammed into the Grongi's chest, causing it to stagger back. "You're really starting to ruin the ambience of my party, you know?" Tony quipped, his voice amplified by the suit speakers. Wu-Fu let out a guttural roar, its yellow eyes glaring with pure malice. "I will not be denied my vengeance. False Kuga," it bellowed, lunging forward with its claws extended. Tony braced himself, raising his armored forearms to block the Grongi's assault. The impact sent shockwaves through the mansion, causing the windows to tremble and the guests to scream in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Tony activated his suit's thrusters, propelling himself upward and out of Wu-Fu's reach. He hovered in the air, targeting the Grongi with his arsenal of weapons. "Let's see how you handle this," Tony muttered, unleashing a barrage of missiles and repulsor blasts. The projectiles slammed into Wu-Fu, enveloping the Grongi in a cloud of smoke and debris. Tony held his position, waiting to see the outcome of his attack. As the dust settled, Wu-Fu emerged, its fur singed and its movements slightly impaired, but still standing. The Grongi let out a menacing growl, its eyes narrowing in determination. "Your pathetic weapons cannot stop me," Wu-Fu snarled, its voice dripping with contempt. The Grongi crouched down, its muscles coiling with tension. Suddenly, it launched itself into the air, its massive form hurtling towards the hovering Iron Man suit. Tony's eyes widened behind the faceplate as he braced himself for the impact. "Oh boy," he muttered, steeling himself for the impending collision. Su-Wolfada's massive form hurtled towards the hovering Iron Man suit, catching Tony Stark off guard. The Grongi slammed into Tony, the impact sending shockwaves through the Stark mansion. Tony was knocked back, his thrusters struggling to maintain control. Wu-Fu's claws raked across the Iron Man armor, leaving deep gashes in the metal. Tony grunted in pain as the Grongi's attacks battered his suit, the advanced technology proving no match for the sheer strength and ferocity of the monster. Desperate, Tony fired a barrage of repulsor blasts, but Wu-Fu shrugged them off, its thick hide protecting it from the energy attacks. The Grongi's jaws snapped at the Iron Man's suit, narrowly missing Tony's head. "This thing is tougher than I thought," Tony muttered, his brow furrowed in concentration. He needed to find a way to turn the tide of the battle, but the Grongi's relentless assault was wearing him down. As Wu-Fu's claws raked across the suit's torso, Tony felt the armor's systems beginning to fail. He was losing the advantage, and the guests' screams echoed in the background, only adding to the chaos. Wu-Fu's massive form pinned Tony Stark to the ground, the Grongi's razor-sharp claws hovering inches from Tony's faceplate. "Die, false Kuga." The Iron Man's suit's systems flickered, struggling against the monster's overwhelming strength. Tony gritted his teeth, searching for a way to escape the imminent death blow. Suddenly, a blur of red and black crashed into Wu-Fu, sending the Grongi flying across the room with tremendous force. Kamen Rider Kuga stood between Tony and the monster, his body radiating an intense energy. In one fluid motion, Ace reached out his hand to Tony. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. Tony grabbed Ace's hand, pulling himself up. Dust and debris from the destroyed mansion swirled around them. "Why exactly are you doing here?" Tony questioned, his curiosity momentarily overriding his usual sarcasm. "I was nearby for vacation and heard the commotion," Ace replied matter-of-factly, his eyes never leaving Wu-Fu, who was already recovering from the powerful kick. "Kuga, you have revealed yourself. You will not escape me this time." Wolfa growled. The Grongi snarled, shaking off the impact and preparing to charge again. Kuga's stance shifted, ready to defend against the incoming attack. Tony's suit hummed with renewed energy as he looked at Ace. "Need a hand?" Ace nodded. "I won't refuse help." The wolf Grongi, Su Wolfada, roared and charged toward them. Tony's repulsors charged simultaneously with Ace's arquebelt, both warriors moving in perfect synchronization. Tony fired a concentrated blast from his right gauntlet, while Ace leaped, his mighty form's red armor gleaming. The combined attack struck Wolfu's chest, sending the creature skidding backward across the marble floor. "Nice timing," Tony quipped, his faceplate sliding back to reveal a confident smirk. Wolfu recovered quickly, its massive form lunging with incredible speed. Ace intercepted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Grongi crashing through a glass display case. Fragments of expensive artwork and shattered electronics scattered across the room. "Your house," Ace said, slightly apologetic. Tony chuckled. "Insurance will cover it." The Grongi emerged, fur singed and rage burning in its eyes. It launched itself at the duo, a blur of fur and muscle. Tony's suit projected a force field while Ace rolled, narrowly avoiding the creature's razor. The dust settled, revealing Ace standing in the middle of the destruction, still in his dragon form. Tony Stark's faceplate slid back as he approached the young Kamen Rider. "Jarvis, scan for any casualties," Tony commanded, his brow furrowed with concern. "Scanning now, sir," the AI responded. After a brief pause, Jarvis reported, "There are no injuries or casualties detected within the immediate vicinity." Tony let out a relieved sigh, his shoulders relaxing. "Good. That's good." He turned his attention to Ace, who had reverted from his powerful, rising dragon form back to the sleek, blue dragon form. The young hero's gaze met Tony's, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "You really know how to make an entrance, don't you?" Tony quipped, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Though I have to say, the redecorating could use some work. Defeating these kinds of monsters is my specialty," Ace remarked confidently. Tony nodded, his eyes scanning the remnants of the battle. "Well, you certainly got the job done, though I'm pretty sure my insurance doesn't cover giant mutant wolf attacks." Ace's shoulders tensed as he waited for Tony's response, worried that he would be held responsible for the damage to the Stark mansion. Despite his recent financial windfall from the Stark International stock surge, he knew he couldn't possibly afford to repair the extensive destruction. To his relief, Tony waved a dismissive hand. "Don't worry about the damages, kid. I've got more than enough to cover it." He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "In fact, I'd say you just saved me a pretty penny by taking out that overgrown mutt." Ace let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding, the tension leaving his body. Swarms of reporters suddenly surrounded Ace and Tony, their cameras flashing and microphones thrust forward. "Kamen Rider, is it true you've been battling these monsters in New York?" one reporter shouted. "Is there a connection between you and Iron Man?" another asked, eyes darting between the two heroes. Ace felt overwhelmed, his heart racing as the barrage of questions assaulted him. Tony, however, looked completely at ease, stepping forward to address the crowd. The reporters' questions grew more intense, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of demands. Ace felt the pressure mounting, his nerves fraying at the edges. In an instant, he decided escape was the only option. Leveraging the incredible jumping ability of his dragon form, Ace suddenly leaped high into the air. His blue-armored form sailed over the stunned crowd, effortlessly clearing several rows of reporters and landing with a graceful roll on the far side of the mansion's grounds. Before anyone could react, he was gone. Agent Phil Coulson stepped forward, adjusting his tie and addressing the bewildered crowd with practiced calm. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This is a controlled situation." The undercover SHIELD agents surrounding the area began subtly redirecting reporters' attention, using practiced crowd management techniques. Coulson's smooth demeanor and authoritative presence helped dissipate the initial chaos, guiding the journalists away from further speculation about the mysterious blue-armored hero who had just vanished. Tony watched Kamen Rider leap away, a mixture of frustration and admiration crossing his face. That kid's got some serious moves, he thought. The blue-armored figure disappeared over the mansion's grounds, leaving behind only a faint trail of dust. Quite the exit, Tony muttered to himself. Agent Coulson approached, his crisp suit immaculate despite the recent battle. "Mr. Stark," he said, "I suggest we move inside to avoid the media circus." Tony turned, raising an eyebrow. "Avoiding the press? That's not usually my style." Agent Coulson stepped closer to Tony, his expression serious. "Mr. Stark, we need to discuss the incident that just occurred." Tony waved a dismissive hand. "Schedule an appointment with my assistant. I'm pretty sure I have a party to get back to." "This is urgent," Coulson pressed, his tone revealing a hint of frustration beneath his professional demeanor. "Urgent?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Look, I just fought off a giant wolf monster. My definition of urgent might be different from yours." Before Coulson could respond, Pepper Potts approached. She looked at both men, sensing the tension. "Tony," she said firmly, "perhaps we should go. We can deal with this later." Tony glanced at her, then back at Coulson. The agent stood waiting, unwavering in his determination to have a conversation. But Pepper's intervention provided Tony with an easy out, and he knew it. "You heard the lady," Tony said, a smirk playing on his lips. "We'll be in touch." Tony and Pepper left Coulson standing on the mansion's grounds, the agent's expression turning slightly disappointed as he watched them depart. Coulson sighed, knowing he would have to regroup and find another opportunity to discuss the incident with Stark. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross stormed out of Stark's mansion, his face twisted in frustration. He had failed to strong-arm Tony Stark into handing over the Iron Man technology, and the billionaire had made a complete fool of him in front of his own staff. Ross clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. This was not the outcome he had envisioned, and he knew he would have to regroup and find another way to acquire the advanced suit for the military's use. The general's anger simmered as he marched towards his waiting car, determined to find a solution to this problem, no matter the cost. As General Ross walked away from Stark's mansion, he fumed. The man was blind to the real threats emerging in the world. Superpowered individuals and creatures like the Grongi were becoming increasingly prevalent, and without proper military oversight, they could destroy everything. Stark's arrogance prevented him from seeing the potential catastrophe brewing. These uncontrolled, powered beings, whether heroes, monsters, or something in between, represented a significant risk to national security. Ross knew someone needed to step in and establish control before these unpredictable forces caused irreparable damage. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross walked briskly towards his waiting car, his assistant hurrying to keep pace beside him. The assistant could sense the fury radiating from the general, the failed confrontation with Stark clearly weighing heavily on his mind. "Sir, what are your orders regarding the Hulk?" the assistant asked, hoping to shift the focus. Ross paused, his expression hardening. "We've managed to track him down in Brazil. Is everything prepared?" "Yes, sir," the assistant replied. "The team is ready to move in on your command." Ross nodded, his jaw set with determination. "Good. We'll begin the operation in a few days. I want that monster contained, no matter the cost." The Hulk had been Ross's obsession for years, a thorn in his side that he was determined to finally remove. With the resources of the military at his disposal, he was confident he could. In a dimly lit bar, the air was thick with the scent of stale cigarette smoke and spilled beer. The bartender wiped down the counter, the rhythmic sound of the rag against the wood punctuating the low murmur of conversation. Overhead, a television flickered with breaking news footage of Iron Man and Kamen Rider's clash against the monstrous Wolfu. Across the room, an aquarium tank bubbled softly, its colorful inhabitants drifting through the water, oblivious to the drama unfolding outside their watery confines. A few patrons glanced up from their drinks, their eyes drawn to the screen, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. In the dimly lit bar, The Grongi gathered, their eyes fixed on the television screen. Ladia, her ladybug-like features delicate yet regal, let out a soft chuckle. "Look at Wolfu, so impulsive, getting himself killed," she said, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. "Me, get her." The towering tiger-like Grongi turned to her, his expression stern. "This is no laughing matter, Ladia. One of our own has fallen." Ladia's antennae twitched, a sign of her irritation. Wolfu was a fool. His recklessness has jeopardized our plans. Gadra's gaze hardened. "We cannot afford such mistakes. The Jedgel must proceed as planned, no matter the cost." The other Grongi, their animal-like features casting eerie shadows in the dim light, remained silent, their attention focused on the unfolding events on the screen. The weight of Wolfu's demise hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the high stakes they were playing for. La Belva, the imposing leader of the Grongi, let out a soft sigh. "Kuga has grown stronger than we anticipated," she said, her eyes narrowing. "We must be more cautious in our approach moving forward." Before the Grongi could respond, a sudden chill filled the air. The lights flickered, and a tall, imposing figure materialized in the center of the room. The Dai-Shocker executive, his features obscured by shadow, surveyed the gathered Grongi with disdain. "Incompetent fools," the executive spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "You have allowed Kuga to grow in power, and yet you still fail to eliminate him." He turned his gaze to Balva. "Your inability to control your subordinates is unacceptable." Balva held the executive's gaze, unflinching. "We are doing all we can to ensure the success of the Jedgel," she replied, her tone measured. The executive let out a harsh laugh. "Your best is clearly not enough." He raised his hand, and a swirling portal opened beside him. "I have brought you assistance to finish the job." From the portal emerged a twisted, arachnid-like creature. Its body was a mottled black and purple, with a chitinous exoskeleton that gleamed in the dim light. Spindly legs tipped with sharp claws extended from its torso, and a large, bulbous abdomen pulsed with an eerie energy. "This creature is this spider," the executive declared, his tone brimming with a sense of accomplishment. "It will eliminate Kuga and ensure the continuation of the Jedgel." The spider let out a high-pitched chittering sound, its mandibles clicking together as it surveyed the Grongi. Its eyes, multiple glowing orbs set deep within its skull, seemed to bore into each of them, as if assessing their worth. The Grongi remained silent, the weight of the executive's words and the presence of the monstrous spider creating a palpable tension in the room. Balva's expression was unreadable, but the slight tightening of her jaw betrayed her unease. Balva's eyes narrowed as the Dai-Shocker executive introduced the monstrous spider. "The Jedgel is our ritual, our way of determining the hierarchy within the Grongi," she said, her voice laced with a hint of defiance. "Outsiders have no place in it." The executive's expression remained impassive. "The Jedgel is taking too long," he replied, his tone brooking no argument. "Dai-Shocker requires results, and the spider will ensure that the Jedgel proceeds as planned." Balva opened her mouth to protest, but the executive raised his hand, silencing her. "Your inability to control your subordinates has led to this," he said, his gaze sweeping over the gathered Grongi. "The spider will not be deterred by your petty squabbles." The Grongi shifted uncomfortably, their eyes darting between Balva and the executive. Gadra's expression was one of barely contained frustration, while Ladia's antennae twitched with unease. The spider, sensing the tension in the room, let out a low, rumbling growl. Its multiple eyes fixed on the Grongi, and its spindly legs twitched with anticipation. The Dai-Shocker executive's cold gaze swept across the room, settling on La Belva. "Begin the Jedgel," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. Balva's antennae twitched slightly, a subtle sign of her internal conflict. She understood the consequences of defiance, yet the intrusion of an outsider like the spider into their sacred ritual felt fundamentally wrong. Slowly, reluctantly, she approached the monstrous creature. Her hand, adorned with intricate tribal markings, held the Jedel ring, a circular device pulsing with ancient energy. With precise movements, she pressed the ring against the spider's chitinous body. Immediately, the creature trembled. Raw power surged through its exoskeleton, filling every membrane and cellular structure. The spider could feel the ritualistic energy of the Jedel coursing within, transforming its very essence. "Your mission is clear," Balva stated flatly. 100 human lives, 7 days. Fail, and you will detonate. The spider nodded, its multiple eyes blinking in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, it moved toward a nearby mirror, its spindly legs clicking against the floor. With a fluid motion, the creature pressed itself against the reflective surface and slipped into the mirror world, ready to begin its deadly hunt. The Dai-Shocker executive's cold gaze swept across the assembled Grongi. His voice cut through the tension like a blade, precise and uncompromising. "The spider will handle the primary objective," he declared. "Your task is to neutralize Kuga and ensure he cannot interfere." Balva and the other Grongi exchanged glances. The executive continued, explaining the strategic importance of their mission. The spider's ability to traverse the mirror world gives it a significant advantage. Kuga will be unable to track or predict its movements. Mi Gadrada growled softly, his muscular frame tensing with barely contained aggression. Mi Ladia Ba's antennae twitched, signaling her understanding of the complex directive. "Kuga must be eliminated," the executive stated flatly. "By any means necessary." La Balvada nodded, her rose tattoo seeming to pulse with an ancient energy. The Grongi would comply. They understood their role in a larger strategy of Dai-Shocker. With a final dismissive gesture, the Dai-Shocker executive turned and walked away, leaving the Grongi to prepare for their assigned tasks. Detective Yuri Watanabe spread the missing persons files across her desk, her fingers tracing the patterns of disappearances. The board behind her was covered in photographs, red strings connecting seemingly unrelated cases. Each file represented a life interrupted, people who had vanished without a trace. She leaned back in her chair, studying the documents. The cases were unusual. No signs of struggle, no bodies, no consistent geographic pattern. Typically, Grongi left behind evidence, ritualistic markings, distinctive wound patterns, traces of their brutal killings. But these disappearances were different. Clean, methodical. Yuri pulled out a stack of medical examiner reports, her brow furrowing. The cases spanned different demographics: young, old, male, female. No obvious connection. No apparent motive. Something doesn't add up, she thought. She began cross-referencing dates, locations, looking for any subtle thread that might connect these seemingly random disappearances. Each file represented a mystery, a family left without closure. Her partner would call her obsessive, but Yuri knew that every detail mattered. Every missing person deserved answers. The fluorescent light flickered overhead, casting shadows on the scattered documents. Yuri continued her meticulous investigation, unaware of the true nature behind these inexplicable vanishings. Detective Watanabe grabbed her jacket and keys, sliding into her department-issued sedan. The car's interior smelled of stale coffee and leather, a familiar scent that accompanied her through countless investigations. The GPS guided her to an affluent neighborhood in the Upper East Side. Massive brownstone townhouses lined the street, each with immaculate facades and wrought iron fences. The victim's residence stood out, a 3-story Victorian-style home with bay windows and intricate architectural details. Yellow police tape cordoned off the property. Uniformed officers stood guard, their breath visible in the crisp morning air. The house's white paint seemed to gleam unnaturally, almost sterile against the muted autumn landscape. As Yuri approached, she flashed her detective's badge. The officers recognized her and lifted the tape, allowing her entry. The front door was slightly ajar, revealing a marble foyer with a crystal chandelier hanging overhead. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. Expensive artwork adorned the walls, abstract pieces in muted tones. A faint scent of lavender and expensive cologne lingered, mixed with something else. Something metallic. Something that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Yuri's footsteps echoed on the polished hardwood floors. The silence was punctuated only by the soft rustling of crime scene technicians moving carefully through the rooms, their protective suits creating a gentle swishing sound. She surveyed the immaculate living space, waiting to begin her initial assessment of the scene. Detective Watanabe stepped into the master bedroom, her keen eyes scanning every detail. The spacious room screamed wealth: silk curtains, a king-size mahogany bed with Egyptian cotton sheets, and designer artwork that probably cost more than her annual salary. But something was off. The mirror on the far wall was shattered, its fractured surface creating a spiderweb of broken glass across the expensive wallpaper. Jagged shards littered the plush cream carpet, glinting under the soft morning light that filtered through the windows. A single dark smudge marred the pristine white sheets, something between a blood stain and an oily residue. The forensic team was carefully documenting its unusual texture, their cameras clicking softly in the quiet room. The air felt heavy, carrying a strange mixture of scents. Expensive cologne, something European, likely imported, mixed with a metallic undertone that made Yuri's nose wrinkle. Beneath that, a faint smell she couldn't quite place. Something organic but not quite blood. Not quite human. She noticed scratch marks on the hardwood floor near the bed. Not deep gouges, but precise lines. Almost deliberate. The forensic team was carefully measuring and photographing each mark, their movements methodical and precise. The victim's personal items were scattered: a Rolex watch on the nightstand, an open laptop, a half-empty glass of water. Everything suggested the person had been interrupted mid-routine, caught completely by surprise. Yuri moved closer to the broken mirror, careful not to disturb any potential evidence. The fracture pattern was unusual, radiating outward in a perfect geometric pattern, as if something had struck it with incredible precision. Something doesn't feel right. Detective Watanabe frowned, her brow furrowing as she surveyed the crime scene. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She walked around the room, her trained eyes scanning every detail. The perfectly arranged furniture, the meticulously organized personal items, the shattered mirror. What am I missing? She pulled out her notebook and jotted down observations, but nothing seemed to connect. The forensic team continued their careful documentation, their movements precise and methodical. After several more minutes of careful examination, Yuri realized she wasn't going to uncover anything new at the scene. Sometimes investigations required a different approach. "I'll need to talk to the victim's associates," she muttered to herself, pulling out her phone to start making calls. As she turned to leave, her jacket brushing against the doorframe, she missed the subtle shimmer in the broken mirror's fragments. Behind the fractured glass, a shadowy form, the spider, watched her departure with predatory intensity, its reflection barely perceptible. At Midtown High, Ace wandered the hallways, his eyes constantly searching for Nico and Berto. Every time he spotted them, he would take a step forward, open his mouth to speak, and then watch as they deliberately turn away. "Nico," he called out during lunch period. She didn't even glance in his direction, continuing her conversation with Berto. Between classes, he tried again. "Hey, can we talk?" But Berto subtly guided Nico away, creating distance between them and Ace. The hallway conversations became a pattern of near misses and deliberate avoidance. Ace would start to approach, and they would suddenly become engrossed in conversation or quickly duck into another classroom. His attempts grew more desperate. During passing period, he quickened his pace. "Wait, I can explain," but before he could finish, Nico and Berto had already turned the corner, leaving him standing alone in the crowded hallway. Each rejection felt like a physical weight, making Ace's shoulders slump a little more with every failed attempt to reconnect. Ace wandered the hallway, his shoulders slumped and his mind preoccupied with the growing distance between himself and his friends. Lost in thought, he suddenly collided with someone, causing both of them to stumble back. "Oh, sorry," he said, looking up to see Gwen Stacy standing before him. "Hey, Ace," Gwen replied, adjusting her backpack. Her eyes, sharp and perceptive, quickly noticed something was off. Ace's usual confident demeanor had been replaced by a noticeable melancholy. "Hi," Ace mumbled, attempting to move past her. Gwen stepped slightly to the side, blocking his path. "Everything okay?" she asked, her tone a mix of concern and curiosity. "It's nothing," Ace said, avoiding her gaze. Gwen raised an eyebrow. "It doesn't seem like nothing. Come on, Ace. Tell me." Ace hesitated, unsure if he should talk to Gwen about his problems. Gwen leaned against the lockers, her arms crossed. "Spill it," she said, her tone both commanding and sympathetic. Ace sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Nico and Berto are mad at me. I keep disappearing without explanation, and they're tired of it." "Let me guess," Gwen said, her eyebrow arching with a hint of sardonic amusement. "You've got some complicated explanation that sounds like total nonsense?" "Pretty much," Ace sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "Every attempt just makes Nico and Berto more frustrated. They see me as this unreliable guy who keeps vanishing without a real reason." Gwen's expression softened. "Look, I get it. Secrets are complicated, but friendships need trust. Have you tried being honest?" "Well, as honest as you can be." "What do you mean?" Ace asked, looking up. "Don't give them full details," Gwen explained. "Just acknowledge that you have responsibilities you can't always discuss. Show them you care by being present when you can." Ace considered her words. "So, instead of making excuses, actually be upfront about the fact that I can't always explain?" "Bingo," Gwen said, giving him a supportive punch on the shoulder. "Real friends will understand if they know you're trying." Ace smiled gratefully at Gwen. "Thanks," he said sincerely. "Your advice really helps." Gwen shrugged. "No problem." Suddenly, Ace's phone vibrated. He glanced down and saw Detective Yuri Watanabe's name flashing on the screen. Recognizing the potential urgency, he looked up at Gwen. "I need to take this," he said apologetically. Stepping a few feet away, Ace answered the call. "This is Kamen Rider," he spoke quietly, his tone shifting to a more serious register. Yuri's voice came through crisp and urgent. "Ryder, we might have another Grongi incident developing. I need your help." "Understand," Ace replied, his eyes scanning the hallway briefly. After a quick exchange, Ace ended the call and turned back to Gwen. "Something important just came up," he explained. "I have to go." Gwen nodded, understanding the cryptic nature of his departure. Ace said a quick goodbye and hurried down the hallway, his mind already shifting to the potential Grongi threat Yuri had mentioned. The wind whipped across the rooftop, ruffling Detective Yuri Watanabe's coat as she stood scanning the cityscape. Her hand rested instinctively near her holster, a habit born from years of police work. A soft landing behind her announced Kamen Rider's arrival. In his mighty form, the red and black armor gleamed under the afternoon light. "Hey," Ace said casually, his voice slightly muffled by the helmet. Yuri turned, relief washing over her features. "You're all right," she said, her tone a mixture of surprise and genuine concern. "After what happened in the theater during the last raid, I thought, let's just say I had some help and got a second life." Yuri nods, not questioning further. "What's the situation?" Ace asked. Yuri pulled a manila folder from her jacket and spread several photographs across the rooftop surface. The images showed various missing persons, men and women from different backgrounds, ages ranging from early 20s to late 50s. "Dozens have disappeared," she explained, her voice tight with professional frustration. "No signs of struggle. No ransom demands. No bodies." Ace leaned closer, studying the photographs. Each image showed a seemingly ordinary person, a businessman, a college student, a restaurant worker, their faces frozen in mundane moments, now transformed into missing person reports. "My instinct says it's the Grongi," Yuri said, her fingers tracing the edge of one photograph. "But something's off. This doesn't match their usual killing pattern." Ace remained silent, continuing to examine the images carefully. "This doesn't feel like a typical Grongi attack," he said. "Their patterns are usually more direct. They kill with specific methods and leave without even caring about the body." Detective Watanabe nodded, her professional demeanor sharp and focused. Exactly, which is why this case is troubling me. Are there any connections between the victims? Ace asked, scanning the photographs again. Yuri shook her head. None that we can find. Different ages, professions, neighborhoods. No apparent link. Before Ace could respond, Yuri's phone buzzed. She answered quickly, her expression shifting from concentration to sudden alertness. What? She said into the phone. Another one? Ace watched her intently, waiting for details. Yuri's grip on the phone tightened as she listened to the caller. They found another person who disappeared, she said to Ace, her voice low and serious. Detective Yuri Watanabe's police cruiser cut through the afternoon traffic, Kamen Rider Ace following close behind on his Tricaster 2000 motorcycle. The vehicle weaved between cars, its red and black armor catching occasional glints of sunlight. They arrived at a modest apartment complex in the Chelsea district. Yellow police tape cordoned off the entrance to a second-floor studio apartment. Several uniformed officers stood guard, their eyes immediately drawn to the armored figure accompanying Watanabe. Ace's mighty form helmet concealed his expression, but he remained calm under their intense scrutiny. He walked with measured steps, following Yuri's lead. The officers exchanged uncertain glances, some whispering, others staring outright. Yuri flashed her badge and ducked under the police tape. Ace did the same, his armored form moving with surprising grace. Inside the studio apartment, the scene looked eerily undisturbed. An easel stood by the window, half-finished canvas revealing a partially painted cityscape. Brushes were neatly arranged on a side table, paint palettes still wet. Detective Yuri Watanabe approached the forensics team, her sharp eyes scanning the room. "What have you found?" she asked. The forensic investigator pointed to drag marks on the floor. "The victim was pulled in this direction," he said, tracing an invisible line with his gloved hand. The marks led directly to a large mirror mounted on the wall. Ace, still in his mighty form, carefully moved around the room, deliberately avoiding touching any potential evidence. His armored form cast a red and black reflection in various surfaces, creating an almost surreal scene in the artist's studio. The forensics expert leaned close to Yuri, whispering, "Is this vigilante supposed to be here?" Yuri's response was immediate and firm. "Kamen Rider is with me, and he's the only one who can fight the Grongi. He stays." Her tone brooked no argument. The forensics investigator nodded, returning his attention to the strange drag marks that seemed to simply vanish at the mirror surface. Ace continued his careful examination, his helmet turning slowly as he studied the room's details, waiting for any additional information that might shed light on the mysterious disappearance. Ace's gaze swept across the studio floor, his armored form casting a red and black reflection on the polished hardwood. Paint stains caught his attention, irregular streaks that looked distinctly like something had been forcibly dragged across the surface. The marks were uneven, with smears of crimson and ochre creating a disturbing trail leading directly toward the large mirror mounted on the wall. Detective Watanabe approached Ace. "The forensics team found something unusual," she said, her voice low. "The drag marks suggest the victim was pulled against their will, but they can't explain how the trail simply ends at the mirror." Ace stepped closer to the mirror, his armored helmet tilting slightly as he examined its surface. At the edge of the frame, something caught his eye, a delicate spider web, its intricate threads clinging to the mirror's ornate border. The web seemed out of place, almost deliberately positioned, its silvery strands glistening under the studio's soft lighting. The web was pristine, untouched by the chaos of the crime scene, its presence both delicate and somehow menacing. Ace's armored form remained perfectly still, studying the mirror surface. Suddenly, the reflection began to shimmer and distort. A grotesque, spider-like creature materialized within the glass. The spider, its multiple eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Before anyone could react, the spider's leg burst through the mirror's surface, breaking through the glass like liquid. The appendage struck Ace with incredible force, sending him crashing into the far wall. Plaster cracked and dust exploded around his armored form as he slammed against the surface. The forensics team and police officers stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape at the impossible scene unfolding before them. The spider's body began to emerge from the mirror, half in the reflection, half in reality. In an instant, a razor-thin spider web shot out from the spider's body. The web wrapped around Detective Yuri Watanabe with lightning speed. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, the spider began pulling her toward the mirror's surface. "Detective!" Ace shouted, his voice a mix of desperation and determination. He lunged forward, grabbing onto Yuri and fighting against the supernatural pull of the spider, who was dragging her into the mirror's impossible depths. Ace's armored form strained against the supernatural force, his fingers digging into Detective Watanabe's jacket as the spider pulled her inexorably toward the mirror's surface. The spider-like creature's web was impossibly strong, stretching but not breaking as it dragged both Ace and Yuri closer to the reflective surface. "Break the mirror!" Ace shouted to the stunned police officers, his voice cutting through their shock. "Shoot it! Smash it! Do something!" The forensics team and officers finally snapped out of their paralysis. One officer drew his service weapon and fired 3 rapid shots directly at the mirror. Another grabbed a nearby evidence stand and hurled it with full force. The mirror shattered explosively, glass fragments flying in all directions. The web connecting the spider to Yuri suddenly went slack, causing both Ace and the detective to tumble backward onto the studio floor. The spider let out an inhuman screech as the mirror broke, which left the people in the room unnerved. Ace carefully removed the sticky, gossamer-like webs from Detective Watanabe, his armored gloves gently pulling the strands away from her clothing. His movements were precise and deliberate, ensuring he didn't cause her any additional discomfort. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice slightly muffled by his helmet. Yuri straightened herself, brushing off her jacket and checking for any injuries. "I'm fine," she responded, her professional demeanor quickly returning. "Thank you for pulling me back." She glanced around at the shattered mirror, fragments of glass scattered across the studio floor like crystalline snowflakes. The broken surface reflected the room in a dozen fractured images, each showing a different angle of the chaotic scene. "What was that thing?" Yuri asked, her detective's curiosity overriding her initial shock. "A mirror monster." The forensics team swept up the last of the glittering glass shards while uniformed officers secured the apartment. The eerie silence that followed the creature's screech felt heavy, thick with unanswered questions. Detective Yuri Watanabe stood near the boarded-up window frame where the mirror once hung, her gaze distant as she processed the impossible event. Ace, still clad in his crimson and black Kuga armor, stood nearby. The unnatural tension slowly eased from his shoulders now that the immediate threat was gone. He watched the officers work, his helmet hiding his troubled expression. Yuri turned towards him, her voice cutting through the relative quiet. "You called that thing a mirror monster," she stated, less a question and more a prompt for explanation. "What exactly does that mean?" "It wasn't like the Grongi." Ace nodded slowly. "It wasn't. That creature, this spider, it's from a different place entirely. The mirror world." Yuri raised an eyebrow. "Mirror world?" "Yeah," Ace confirmed. "It's like a parallel dimension, one that exists on the other side of reflective surfaces. Mirrors, windows, even puddles of water." He gestured vaguely towards the now empty space on the wall. "That's where creatures like the spider come from. They're native to that world." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "They're different from the Grongi. They hunt humans, dragging them into the mirror world, usually to feed on their life energy." The implications hung in the air, adding a chilling layer to the recent disappearances. Yuri absorbed the information, her detective instincts trying to fit this fantastical explanation into a logical framework. So, these mirror monsters can just pop out of any reflection? Usually, they need a strong enough reflection, and they often need to be contracted or drawn out, Ace explained, then hesitated. "But I don't understand how one is here." In this world, his voice held a note of genuine confusion. Ace's head was spinning, trying to figure out how a mirror monster ended up here, in this reality. He knew all about these creatures from watching Kamen Rider Ryuki and the Rider War. The mirror world, that was Kamen Rider Ryuki's stomping ground, along with the 13 riders forced into a brutal battle royale. Each rider had to deal with a mirror monster, using its power to fight inside that reflected dimension. The grand prize? The last rider standing got a single wish granted. He remembered Shinji Kido, the naive journalist who became Ryuki, who wasn't fighting for a wish, but just to stop the pointless conflict and protect innocent people from both the monsters and the other riders. That war was a harsh look at desire, right and wrong, and the heavy price of power. But how on earth did one of those monsters manage to cross into this dimension? Wait a sec. Ace thought, his mind racing. How could a mirror monster cross dimensions like this? Unless his internal gears clicked. Dai-Shocker. Of course. It made a twisted kind of sense. Those guys mess with different worlds, different realities. They brought Grongi here, so why not a mirror monster? They probably grabbed a spider from the Ryuki world and chucked it over here. Maybe as another way to cause chaos or test him. Yeah, that has to be it. Dai-Shocker's meddling again. Yuri processed this new, bizarre information. Grongi, mirror monsters, parallel dimensions. Her job description hadn't exactly covered interdimensional pest control. Still, she focused on the immediate problem. Okay, mirror world, mirror monster. Got it. The important question is, she looked directly at Kuga. Can you beat this? The spider? Ace shifted slightly, the sleek plates of his Kuga armor catching the dim light. It's complicated, he admitted, his voice muffled slightly by the helmet. The spider isn't like the Grongi I've fought so far. Its strength comes from the mirror world. Meaning, Yuri pressed, needing clarity amidst the strangeness. Meaning in its home turf, the mirror world, it's much stronger, faster, practically untouchable for me, Ace elaborated. My best chance, maybe my only chance, is to fight it out here. In our world. Yuri frowned. But you said it retreated back into the mirror. How do we get out here? That's the problem. Ace sighed, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. It won't just come out for a stroll. Mirror monsters typically only cross over when they're hunting. When they sense a target, someone to drag back into their world. He gestured towards the shattered remains on the floor. Like I try to do with you. So we wait for it to attack someone else? Yuri asked, the idea clearly unpalatable. That meant more potential victims, more disappearances. Or, Ace continued, we lure it out. But that's risky. And even then, he trailed off for a moment. The biggest hurdle is that I can't follow it. I don't have the ability to enter the mirror world. Yuri stared at him. You can transform into this. She waved a hand at his armored form. Fight monsters from ancient tribes, but you can't step through a mirror? The question held a touch of incredulity. Different powers, different origins, Ace replied simply. This requires a different kind of system. He shook his head. If the spider decides to stay hidden in reflections, hunting from the shadows, there's not much I can do to force a confrontation on my terms. Yuri let out a quiet sigh, the sound barely audible over the low hum of the police radios outside. Disappointment flickered across her features. An enemy they couldn't easily reach, one that could strike from any reflection and retreat just as quickly. It was a tactical nightmare. But there's something else, Ace continued, his tone serious, pulling Yuri's attention back. Mirror monsters, they rarely let go once they've targeted someone. He looked pointedly at the spot where the mirror had been, then back at her. Does spider try to pull you in? That means it's likely fixated on you now. The implication was clear. So, you're saying it will come back for me? Yuri stated, her voice steady. It's highly probable, Ace confirmed. It saw you, it tried to take you. You're marked in its eyes. Yuri absorbed this grim piece of information. Instead of fear, a familiar resolve settled in her eyes. She'd faced down mobsters, psychopaths, and now, interdimensional spiders. This was just another threat to neutralize. Okay, she said, her mind already working. If it's coming back for me, then we use that. Ace tilted his head slightly. Use it how? We set a trap, Yuri declared, her detective mind clicking into gear. I'll be the bait. We find a location, somewhere where we can control the outcome, and wait. When the spider makes its move, you take it down. Ace immediately objected. That's too dangerous, detective. You saw how fast that thing was. If it grabbed, what choice do we have, Ryder? Yuri cut him off, her tone firm but not unkind. You said yourself you can't go into its world. We can't just wait around for it to pick off more people, hoping you'll be nearby when it happens. This creature is actively hunting. If it's hunting me, then that gives us an edge. We know the target. She locked eyes with his helmet's visors. It's the best chance we have, but I can't do it alone. Will you help me? Ace remained silent for a moment, studying the unwavering determination in her expression. He hated putting civilians in danger, especially someone who was becoming an ally. But she was right. They were cornered, tactically speaking. Waiting passively wasn't an option, not with lives potentially on the line. And Yuri wasn't just any civilian. She was a police detective, trained and resolute. He saw her resolve, her willingness to put herself on the line for the greater good. It reminded him of himself, of the promise he made. Reluctantly, he gave a sharp nod. Okay, detective. I don't like it, but I'll help you. We'll do it your way. Yuri nodded firmly, her gaze meeting Ace's. Thank you, she said, her tone resolute yet genuine. I appreciate you agreeing to this. I know it's a risk, but it means a lot. Ace simply gave her a slight nod in return, the faint gleam of his helmet catching the light. He didn't need to say anything. His presence and commitment were enough. Turning her focus to the task at hand, Yuri stepped away, pulling out her phone. She navigated to her contacts, dialing her precinct. As the line connected, she steadied her voice, masking any unease. This is Detective Watanabe, she said briskly. I need to speak to Captain Stacy immediately. It's urgent. A pause, then a faint voice on the other end. Detective? Captain Stacy isn't available right now. Patch me through anyway, Yuri interrupted firmly. This can't wait. She glanced back briefly at Ace, still standing near the shattered remnants of the mirror. Though his armor projected an air of unshakable confidence, Yuri knew the battle ahead would require more than just one hero. Having backup in place, even if untrained for something like this, was non-negotiable. As the phone line clicked, signaling the transfer, Yuri prepared to explain her plan. Deep within a damp, disused subway tunnel that served as a temporary Grongi gathering point, shadows clung to the crumbling concrete walls. The air hung thick with the scent of decay and ozone. A lean, insectoid Grongi, one tasked with observation, materialized from the darkness, its multifaceted eyes scanning the assembled figures. Lady Balva, the scout rasped, addressing the imposing figure draped in black and adorned with rose tattoos. The spider has been found. Kuga, he fights it now. They plan to draw it out. A low murmur rippled through the other Grongi present. Migatarba, the imposing tiger-like Grongi, shifted his weight, claws scraping faintly on the grimy floor. Let them, Gadra grumbled, his voice a low growl. The spider is not of the tribe. It pollutes the Jedjal with its presence. If Kuga eliminates it, the game is purified. Several others nodded in silent agreement, their monstrous forms twitching with shared sentiment. The Jedjal was their ritual, their path to power, not some sideshow for creatures from other dimensions. La Balvada's gaze swept over them, cold and sharp. Silence, she commanded, her voice cutting through the dissent like glass. Have you forgotten the executive's decree so quickly? She stepped forward, her presence demanding attention. The spider will complete its tally. Dai-Shocker has commanded it. Our task, she emphasized, her eyes narrowing, is the elimination of Kuga. Miladia Ba, the ladybug Grongi, tilted her head, her antennae quivering slightly. Lady Balva, are we truly bound to follow the whims of these outsiders? She questioned, her tone laced with a hint of challenge. Dai-Shocker may have granted us this second chance, but the Jedjal, it is sacred to us. It determines our strength, our place. To allow this thing to participate, to dictate its success. Balva remained impassive, her expression unreadable. Dai-Shocker's resources are essential, she stated flatly. Their power allows us to continue. But more importantly, her voice dropped, taking on a resonant, almost fanatical quality. Our purpose remains unchanged. We seek the ultimate darkness. The Jedgel is merely the path. Whether it is a Grongi who completes the final steps, or this, the spider, it matters little. Only the result. Only the darkness. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Grongi. Balva's chilling logic, her unwavering focus on the end goal above all else, left no room for argument. The sanctity of their tradition seemed insignificant compared to the promise of absolute chaos she invoked. Now, Balva continued, her gaze sweeping across them once more. This spider has its task. We have ours. Prepare yourselves. The air in the multi-level parking garage hangs cold and still, thick with the smell of concrete dust and exhaust fumes. Under the stark fluorescent lights, the scene is anything but ordinary. Smack in the middle of the otherwise empty level sits a large, ornate mirror, incongruous against the drab surroundings. Its reflective surface gleams unnaturally, a silent portal waiting to be breached. Around the mirror, a perimeter has been established. NYPD officers and heavily armed SWAT team members hug the concrete pillars and crouch behind parked vehicles. Their usual sidearms and shotguns are supplemented with new, heavier hardware, rifles firing specialized high-velocity rounds. The theory is simple. If it can punch through Grongi chitin, it should work on whatever this mirror monster is made of. Every officer is tense, fingers hovering near triggers, eyes scanning the shadows and the unnerving surface of the mirror. Captain George Stacy stands near the command post, a makeshift collection of monitors set up near the garage entrance. He surveys the scene, his face grim but resolute. He gives curt nods to officers confirming their readiness over the radio. This is uncharted territory, fighting creatures from another dimension. But his duty is clear. Protect the city, protect his officers, protect the bait. That bait, Detective Yuri Watanabe, stands alone near the large mirror. She looks remarkably calm, though a slight tension lines her shoulders. Dressed in civilian clothes, she makes a show of checking her reflection, adjusting her jacket, playing the part of an unsuspecting target. Her hand rests casually near the concealed firearm at her hip. Every instinct screams at the danger, but she trusts Ace, trusts the plan. Hidden in the upper-level shadows, perched on a concrete beam, Ace watches the scene unfold. Transformed into Kuga's mighty form, the red armor gleams faintly even in the low light. He remains perfectly still, a silent guardian ready to spring into action the moment this spider appears. He can feel the nervous energy radiating from the officers below, the focused determination of Yuri, the steady command of Captain Stacy. The wait is agonizing, the silence broken only by the distant city hum and the occasional crackle of police radios. All eyes are on the mirror. Ace's voice crackles through Yuri's earpiece, a low and reassuring murmur. Detective Watanabe, you're doing okay down there? He's using the police band radio Captain Stacy had grudgingly supplied, a necessary evil to coordinate this whole operation. Yuri adjusts the earpiece, her gaze never leaving the mirror. I'm fine, Ryder, she replies, her voice calm and professional. A little stiff, maybe. Ready as I'll ever be. A gruff voice, Captain Stacy, cuts in. All units, stand by. Eyes on the mirror. Do not engage without my order. I repeat, do not engage until I give the command. Detective Watanabe's safety is paramount. Minutes stretch, thick with anticipation. The silence is almost unbearable, a heavy blanket smothering the sounds of the city. Each tick of the second feels like an eternity. Then the air shifts. A palpable tension descends, a prickling sensation on the skin. The mirror shimmers, the smooth reflective surface distorting as if heat is rising from it. The distortion intensifies, the reflection of the parking garage wavering and blurring. From the depths of the mirror, something is emerging. First, thin, spindly legs, far too many legs. 8 of them, each jointed and tipped with wickedly sharp points that scrape against the smooth glass with a faint scratching sound. They are black as night, chitinous and segmented, and move with a disturbing, unnervingly fluid grace. More emerges. A grotesque abdomen, bulbous and glistening, patterned with sickly white markings that pulse with a faint, internal light. The abdomen is connected to a humanoid torso, skeletal and armored, clad in chitinous plates that mimic the structure of a ribcage. 2 arms extend from the torso, ending in clawed hands that twitch and flex with anticipation. A head, barely visible in the dim light filtering from the mirror world, is vaguely skull-like, with glowing red eyes that pierce the darkness and focus intently on Yuri. This is the Spider reborn. Yuri's calm facade shatters. In one fluid motion, she draws her Glock 19 and levels it at the Spider reborn. The click of the safety disengaging is sharp and clear in the tense silence. The Spider pauses, its 8 eyes narrowing. It assesses the new threat, its head tilting slightly as if considering the odds. Then, with a horrifyingly casual flick of its wrist-like appendage, it unleashes its attack. Thin, shimmering strands of webbing erupt from its spinnerets, arcing through the air towards Yuri with unnatural speed. The webs aren't the sticky, ensnaring kind found in nature, but a reinforced, almost metallic substance that glints under the fluorescent lights. If they hit, they'll bind, cut, crush. Before Yuri can react, a red blur streaks from the shadows. Ace, in Kuga mighty form, drops from the upper level with a thunderous crash, landing between Yuri and the Spider. He raises his arms, intercepting the webs before they can reach her. The impact of the webs against Kuga's armored gauntlets is audible, a sharp, metallic thwack. The strands cling to the red metal, attempting to bind him. But Kuga is too strong. With a roar of effort, he digs his heels into the concrete and pulls. The force is immense, a sudden, irresistible tug that yanks the Spider off balance. The mirror monster, caught completely off guard, loses its footing on the shimmering surface of the mirror. It lets out a screech of protest, scrabbling with its legs in a desperate attempt to regain purchase. But it's too late. Kuga's pull is relentless. The Spider is ripped away from the mirror, its connection to the mirror world severed. The web strands snap taut, singing a high-pitched whine. Then, with a final, deafening crack, they break. Kuga maintains his grip, using the momentum to hurl the Spider across the parking garage. The mirror monster sails through the air, a grotesque projectile against the backdrop of concrete and steel. It crashes into a thick concrete pillar with a sickening thud, the force of the impact cracking the pillar and sending chunks of debris raining down. The Spider slumps to the ground, a tangled mess of limbs and chitin, momentarily stunned. Captain Stacy's voice explodes over the radio. Open fire. All units, engage. Now. The parking garage erupts in a cacophony of gunfire. The NYPD officers and SWAT team members unleash a hail of bullets at the downed mirror monster. The specialized rounds tear into the Spider's chitinous armor, sending sparks flying and ripping away chunks of its grotesque flesh. The Spider screeches, a high-pitched whine that grates on Ace's ears. The mirror monster thrashes, trying to break free, but he won't let it get to the officers. Not on his watch. He has to protect the city. Chohenshin, the oracle on his waist hums, and blue energy erupts around him, solidifying into Kuga's sleek dragon form. The familiar weight of the dragon rod settles in his hands. Perfect. He extends a rod, keeping the Spider at a distance. The police fire relentlessly, bullets pinging off the Spider's chitinous armor. The mirror monster is definitely weakening. He can see it in its movements. This is going well, he thinks. Keep the pressure on. Then chaos. A guttural roar tears through the air, followed by a sickening thud. Ace whips around, dragon rod raised, and his blood runs cold. A hulking figure slams into Officer Miller, sending him sprawling. It's Gadra, the tiger-like Grongi. What? Why now? Before Ace can react, another figure barrels into the SWAT team. It's Ladia, her ladybug-like eyes glinting with malicious intent. The Grongi move with terrifying speed and strength, tearing through the police barricade like it's nothing. No! Ace yells. The officers, caught completely off guard, are easy targets. Screams fill the parking garage as the Grongi unleash their brutal attacks. This is going south fast. He whips the dragon rod, extending it and lashing out at Ladia, forcing her to back off from Officer Peterson. He then spins around and strikes Gadra, who roars in pain. The parking garage is a war zone now. Bodies litter the concrete floor, the air thick with the smell of blood and burning rubber. More Grongi surge forward, their monstrous forms illuminated by the flickering fluorescent lights. Balva, the skeletal referee, strides into view, her eyes burning with cold fury. Kuga, she snarls, her voice like grinding stone. You will die here. He tightens his grip on the dragon rod, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He whips the rod horizontally, forcing Balva to leap back. One of the other Grongi, some rhino-looking brute, charges, swinging a makeshift club fashioned from a broken pipe. Ace sidesteps the clumsy attack, delivering a swift kick to the Grongi's knee. It crumples with a sickening crack. Are they all here to kill me? He wonders grimly. Are you working with this spider? He shouts, trying to keep his voice steady over the din of battle. Balva's lip curls into a cruel smile. Yes. Now die for Dai-Shocker. A flash of movement catches his eye. Yuri is fighting valiantly, pistol blazing, but she's quickly surrounded. She takes down one Grongi, then another, but they're overwhelming her. Just as he prepares to help, it happens. The spider reborn, its spider legs skittering across the ceiling, drops down behind Yuri. Before she can react, it shoots a thick web, ensnaring her. Yuri struggles, but the webbing is too strong. The mirror monster drags her toward a shattered mirror propped against a nearby wall. No! Detective! Ace yells, a surge of desperation flooding through him. He tries to reach her, but Gadra and Ladia move to intercept, blocking his path. They fight with a renewed ferocity, their eyes locked on him. He has to save her. He tries to maneuver around the Grongi to save Yuri, but she is already pulled through to the mirror world before Ace could get to her. Damn it! He slams a fist against the nearest concrete pillar. The mirror world. He can't follow her there, not without a way in. He whirls around. The Grongi are closing in, a circle of snarling, monstrous faces. He needs to focus. Yuri's life depends on it. But right now, he has to survive. He clenches his fists. Chohenshin. Purple energy surges through him, bulking up his frame. The Arkle screams with power as he transforms into Titan form. The raw strength of this form is what he needs. He scans the parking garage for a weapon, something to channel this brute force. His eyes land on a thick steel pipe lying amidst the wreckage. Perfect. He grabs the pipe, feeling its weight in his hands. As he focuses, the metal shimmers, transforming into the familiar form of the Titan sword. The broad blade gleams in the dim light, ready to cleave through bone and chitin. The Grongi attack. Gadra lunges first, claws extended, but Ace is ready. He swings the Titan's sword in a wide arc, forcing the tiger Grongi to backpedal. Ladia swoops in from the side, her movements agile and unpredictable, but Ace anticipates her. He brings the Titan's sword up in a block, the blade meeting her armored arm with a resounding clang. The police are losing ground. He hears their screams, the sickening sounds of flesh tearing. He has to protect them, too. But they're just humans, and the Grongi are too powerful. He can't save everyone, can he? He batters the Grongi. It is now a game of attrition. He swings the Titan sword, cleaving and smashing. Gadra roars, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. He lunges again, feinting to the left before unleashing a brutal right hook. Ace barely manages to block, the force of the blow sending a jolt up his arm. Ladia is relentless, harassing him with rapid strikes. The pair of them have to be working together. He is weakening. A heavy blow to his helmet, courtesy of a pipe from one of the other Grongi. Ace staggers, his vision blurring. The constant onslaught is taking its toll. He has to end this, and fast. He forces himself to focus, channeling every ounce of his willpower into the Titan's sword. He lunges forward, aiming for Gadra's exposed flank. Balva appears in front of him. The Grongi referee knocks the Titan sword right out of his grasp. It clatters against the concrete floor. Balva raises a hand, energy crackling around her fingers. Now it is time for you to die. The Grongi move in, ready to deliver the final blow, but a deafening roar cuts through the air. The light from the building beside them shimmers and shatters. Through the opening comes something. It is a red dragon flying through the air. Crimson scales shimmer under the dim lights, catching a light. A long, serpentine body coils in the air, the very image of power and rage. It is Dragreater. What? Ace's mind reels. He's staring at a dragon, a real, honest-to-God dragon, and not just any dragon. That's Dragreater. He knows that serpentine form, those crimson scales. Dragreater, the contract monster of Kamen Rider Ryuki. How is that even possible? He doesn't have time to ponder the impossible. Dragreater unleashes a torrent of flame, searing the air. The Grongi shriek, scrambling to evade the inferno, but they're too slow. The fire engulfs them, sending them staggering back, their bodies smoking. Gadra roars in defiance, charging towards the dragon, claws extended. But Dragreater is faster, more powerful. It whips its tail, slamming the tiger Grongi against a concrete pillar with bone-jarring force. Gadra crumples, groaning, and doesn't get up. Ladia tries a different approach, using her agility to dart around the flames, attempting to flank the dragon. Dragreater snarls and opens its maw, unleashing a blast of sonic energy that throws Ladia off balance. She stumbles, disoriented, giving the dragon the opening it needs. Dragreater coils around her in a vice-like grip. Ladia screams, her armor cracking under the immense pressure before finally going still. Balva watches in stunned silence as her comrades fall. The air crackles with ozone, the acrid smell of burnt flesh filling his nostrils. It can't be happening. How could this be happening? How is this thing stronger than us? He can't believe Dragreater is here. Dragreater is helping him. Below, the remaining police officers stare in utter disbelief. Their jaws are agape, eyes wide with shock and terror. A dragon, a real dragon, just appeared out of nowhere. Some of them drop their weapons, too stunned to even move. He's equally bewildered, but a surge of hope courses through him. With Dragreater on his side, maybe, just maybe, he can turn the tide. But it is too late. Balva is too smart, and she is a good leader. Seeing that they are losing, with two of her comrades down and another creature from another world making its way through, Balva snarls, "Retreat." The remaining Grongi, still reeling from Dragreater's onslaught, hesitate only for a moment before obeying their leader. They grab the fallen Gadra and the still Ladia, heaving their bodies between them, and then they flee, disappearing into the maze of the parking garage, leaving only the echoes of their guttural roars and the lingering scent of smoke and fear. Ace pushes himself to his feet, wincing as pain shoots through his body. But beneath the pain, a surge of adrenaline courses through him. He's alive. They're gone. And it's all thanks to... He turns towards the magnificent dragon, standing tall amidst the chaos. "Dragreater," he says, a note of awe in his voice. "Thank you. You really saved me back there." He takes a tentative step forward, hope blossoming in his chest. "Are you here to help? I need to rescue Detective Watanabe." That spider, it doesn't kill its prey immediately. It toys with them, drags them into that mirror world. If we hurry, we can still save her. He stops, his words hanging in the air. A silence stretches between them, thick and heavy. He expects some kind of acknowledgement, a nod, a roar, anything. But Dragreater remains motionless, its crimson scales gleaming in the flickering light of the burning garage. And then he feels it. A chill, a primal fear that claws its way up his spine. It starts at the base of his neck, prickling his skin, and then spreads outwards, numbing his limbs. He can't explain it, but something is wrong. Terribly wrong. He stares into Dragreater's eyes, those glowing yellow orbs that he'd initially seen as a beacon of hope. Now, they seem different. Cold, calculating, hungry. They don't look friendly. They look predatory, like a wolf staring down a wounded lamb, or a snake hypnotizing its prey. Before Ace can react, Dragreater strikes. There's no warning, no tell. Just pure, unadulterated speed and power. The dragon lunges, its massive claws slashing through the air towards Ace. He barely manages to dodge, throwing himself to the side as Dragreater's attack tears through the space where he'd been standing moments before. The force of the displaced air buffets him, sending him sprawling. He scrambles back to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. What the hell? Wait, he cries, his voice laced with confusion and desperation. Dragreater, what are you doing? I don't want to fight you. He raises his hands in a gesture of peace, hoping to de-escalate the situation. This has to be a mistake. This can't be happening. The dragon ignores him, its eyes burning with an unnatural intensity. It coils, readying itself for another attack. Titan form isn't agile. He knows that, but it's the only thing that's going to keep him alive right now. He raises the Titan's sword, the heavy steel vibrating in his grip, and braces himself. Dragreater strikes. The dragon is a blur of motion, a whirlwind of scales and claws. Ace swings the Titan's sword, the blade meeting Dragreater's claw with a resounding clang. The impact reverberates through his arms, almost dislodging his grip. Dragreater is strong, far stronger than he'd anticipated. The mirror monster is stronger than the Grongi. The beast is relentless, its attacks coming in a flurry of swipes and bites. Ace is forced to backpedal, parrying each blow, the Titan's sword deflecting the brunt of the force. He grunts with exertion, his muscles screaming in protest. He ducks under a sweeping tail, the air whistling past his helmet. He needs to find an opening, some way to turn the tide. But Dragreater is relentless, giving him no room to breathe. What's going on? Why is Dragreater attacking him? It doesn't make sense. Wait a minute. Dragreater is Ryuki's contract monster, isn't it? Unless Ryuki doesn't exist, or... A chilling realization dawns on him. If Ryuki is not here, or if their contract is severed, then Dragreater would be a wild mirror monster, roaming the mirror world, or, in this case, the real world, seeking out prey. That has to be it. His thoughts are interrupted by another attack. Dragreater lunges, snapping its jaws, and Ace barely manages to deflect the bite with the Titan's sword. The force of the impact sends him stumbling backwards, his footing precarious. He needs to get his head in the game. He can't afford to get distracted, or he won't survive. Below, Captain Stacy watches the unfolding battle with growing alarm. The creature is incredibly strong, incredibly resilient. It's going to kill everyone. Open fire, he yells, his voice cracking with urgency. All units, open fire. The police officers hesitate for a moment, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. But Stacy's command jolts them into action. They raise their weapons and unleash a hail of bullets towards Dragreater. The bullets ping harmlessly off Dragreater's scales, ricocheting into the air. The dragon roars in annoyance, momentarily turning its attention away from Ace. The hail of bullets aren't working at all. The bullets aren't doing anything. Cease fire. Stacy shouts. Cease fire. It's not working, but it's too late. Dragreater has already fixed its gaze on the police officers. The dragon whips its head around to target the officers, anger filling his face. Dragreater hates the constant annoyance from these humans. A blast of flame erupts from its maw, searing the air, heading towards the line of police officers. No, Ace yells, adrenaline coursing through him. He throws himself in front of the flame blast, raising the Titan's sword to deflect the brunt of the attack. The heat is intense, almost unbearable, but he manages to withstand the blast, the Titan's sword glowing red-hot. Get out of here, Ace shouts, his voice strained. Get everyone out of here now. This isn't your fight. Stacy hesitates, his eyes filled with concern. But what about you? I'll handle it, Ace says, his voice firm. Just get your people to safety. Now, Stacy looks from Ace to the enraged dragon, then back to his officers. He knows that Ace is right. They're outmatched. They're just getting in the way. All units, fall back, he yells, his voice authoritative. Withdraw from the area. Now. The police officers, relieved to have a reason to retreat, scramble to obey. They fall back, scrambling to get away from the scene, their faces etched with fear. Ace watches them go, a sense of grim determination settling over him. It's just him and the dragon now. He can't run. He can't hide. He has to fight. Yuri's head swims. A throbbing ache pulses behind her eyes. She blinks, trying to focus. Webs. She's tangled in sticky, white webs. Looking down, she sees herself suspended high above the ground, dangling like a fly caught in a spider's trap. Panic flares in her chest. Her arms are pinned to her sides, useless. Her legs are similarly bound. She strains against the restraints, but the webs only tighten, digging into her skin. The world around her is wrong. Twisted. Buildings loom at odd angles, their reflections blurred and distorted. The sky is a sickly gray, casting long, unnatural shadows that dance and writhe. She glances at a nearby sign. The letters are reversed, a mirror image of themselves. This has to be the mirror world. A shiver runs down her spine, despite the humid air. She knows what inhabits this place. Monsters. And she's helpless, a perfect offering. A guttural clicking sound echoes nearby. Yuri's heart leaps in her throat. She slowly turns her head, her muscles screaming in protest. There, perched on a grotesque, web-covered structure, is the spider reborn. Its multiple eyes gleam with predatory hunger. Saliva drips from its fangs as it stares down at her. It's close. Too close. The spider lets out a screech that vibrates through Yuri's bones. It begins to descend, its spider legs clicking against the mirrored surfaces, each sound a death knell. Yuri closes her eyes, bracing herself. She can't fight. She can't run. All she can do is wait for the inevitable. Anyone, please. The stench of decay and mildew fills her nostrils. She can feel the spider's hot breath on her face. Its shadow looms over her, engulfing her in darkness. There is nothing she can do but prepare for the worst and hope someone can save her. Ace grits his teeth. This wasn't going as planned. One moment, Dragreater was a savior, the next a predator. He couldn't just let it run wild, not with Yuri's life on the line. Chohenshin, Ace shouts. Crimson energy erupts around him, solidifying into Kuga's mighty form. He crouches, channeling the Linto warrior's balanced power. Dragreater roars, a sound that seems to shake the very air. The dragon lunges, claws extended. Ace sidesteps with practiced ease, narrowly avoiding the attack. He throws a punch, aiming for Dragreater's armored snout. The blow connects with a resounding clang, but the dragon barely flinches. It whips its tail, forcing Ace to block with his forearms. The impact stings. Not enough. Ace thinks. Mighty form isn't enough to subdue this beast. Blue energy washes over him. Kuga dragon form. The dragon rod materializes in his hands, extending with a metallic shing. Ace darts forward, a blue blur against the backdrop of the city street. He unleashes a flurry of strikes with the rod, each blow aimed at Dragreater's joints and weaker points. Dragreater snaps at the rod, its jaws narrowly missing Ace's hand. Ace leaps back, creating distance. He twirls the rod, preparing for a splash dragon attack. He pours energy into the weapon, ready to strike. He can't wait any longer. It needs to be decisive. The color of his body changes, from blue to green. Kuga Pegasus form. His senses heighten, the world sharpening into hyperfocus. He can hear the subtle creaks of the damaged buildings, the distant sirens wailing through the city. But more importantly, he can see the minute shifts in Dragreater's movements, the subtle telegraphs of its attacks. The Pegasus bow gun forms in his hands, glowing with emerald energy. Ace lines up a shot, focusing all of his heightened senses. His finger tightens on the trigger. The bow gun fires, a bolt of pure energy streaking towards Dragreater. The dragon twists in the air, narrowly avoiding the direct hit. The bolt grazes its sides, leaving a scorch mark. Dragreater seems unfazed, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. Damn it, Ace thinks. Pegasus' form is precise, but it lacks the raw power needed to bring down this beast. And the heightened senses, they're starting to overwhelm him. The strain is immense, threatening to shut him down. Time is running out. He has to save Yuri, and fast. He can't afford to hold back. Purple energy surges through him. Kuga Titan form. The heavy armor encases him, sacrificing speed for immense power and defense. He feels the familiar weight of the Titan form settling over him, grounding him. A steel pipe appears in his hand, morphing into the Titan's sword. He hefts the sword, the weight reassuring. Titan form is slow, but it's his best chance at stopping Dragreater. He charges forward, a purple juggernaut against the backdrop of the city street. Dragreater lunges, claws extended. Ace raises the Titan's sword, blocking the attack. The force of the impact reverberates through his arms, but the armor holds. He swings the sword, aiming for Dragreater's neck. The dragon twists, avoiding the blow. It unleashes a torrent of flame, forcing Ace to raise the sword as a shield. The heat is intense, but the Titan armor withstands the inferno. Ace pushes through the flames, swinging the sword once more. I have to protect the people and save Yuri. The Titan's sword slams against Dragreater's scales, a resounding clang echoing through the night. But the dragon barely registers the blow. It knocks Ace to the ground, sending tremors through his armored body. He hits the pavement hard, the impact jarring his senses. Stars dance in his vision. Through the blur, he sees Dragreater looming above, its jaws open wide, ready to chomp down. This is it, Ace thinks. Suddenly, a streak of light cuts through the darkness. A barrage of missiles slams into Dragreater, sending it reeling back. The dragon roars in pain and fury. A familiar voice booms through the night. Sorry I'm late to the party, but I couldn't just stand by and watch Godzilla's cousin have a midnight snack. Iron Man lands nearby, repulsor rays glowing. He strikes a pose, his armor gleaming under the streetlights. Stark, Ace mutters, struggling to his feet. The Titan form feels heavy, cumbersome. He needs to switch back, but he's winded. That's Iron Man to you, kid, Tony retorts, firing another volley of repulsor blasts at the enraged dragon. This little scrap of yours was starting to get a bit too noisy, even for New York standards. So what's the story? How'd you manage to piss off a Chinese dragon? Ace barely dodges Dragreater's swipe, which is still recovering from the last attack. No idea, he says breathlessly, but we need to take it down and fast. Iron Man nods, his faceplate retracting to reveal Tony's determined expression. All right, kid, let's turn this oversized lizard into scrap metal. Dragreater roars, unleashing a torrent of flames. Iron Man raises a deflector shield, deflecting the worst of the blast. Ace seizes the opportunity, charging towards the dragon with the Titan sword raised high. He pours all of his remaining energy into the blade, the edges glowing with purple energy. He swings, aiming for Dragreater's neck. The dragon twists, narrowly avoiding the direct hit. The sword grazes its scales, sending sparks flying. Calamity Titan! Ace shouts. Ace puts the Titan's sword on the ground, sending the weapon to create a shockwave in the area. Dragreater hisses, retaliating with a claw strike. Ace blocks with the Titan's sword, the force of the blow sending him stumbling back. He digs his heels into the ground, struggling to maintain his footing. Iron Man unleashes a barrage of repulsor blasts, peppering Dragreater with energy. The dragon roars, its movements becoming erratic. Ace sees Dragreater's attention shift, those predatory eyes now locked on Tony. No, he shouts, reacting instinctively. He can't let that thing get its claws on Stark. A blue aura engulfs him once more. Kuga dragon form. He leaps, launching himself towards the dragon, grabbing onto its back before it can fully turn towards Tony. Get off me, you pest! Tony shouts, dodging a swipe of Dragreater's claws. Ace clings to the dragon's scales, gripping them tightly. He slams the dragon rod against its armored hide, each strike resonating with the force of a battering ram. The dragon roars, bucking and thrashing, trying to dislodge its unwelcome rider. "Eat this," Tony yells, his voice strained above the din of battle. Ace glances towards Iron Man, just in time to see the missile pods on Tony's armor extending. Missiles? Ace's eyes widen. That a bit overkill, even for this monster. He has to get out of here and fast. "Now's my chance," Ace yells, jumping off just in time before the missiles hit Dragreater. He tucks and rolls, landing hard on the pavement, the impact jarring his bones. But he's clear. He watches, holding his breath, as a volley of missiles slams into Dragreater with earth-shattering force. The explosion is blinding, deafening. The ground trembles beneath him. When the smoke clears, Dragreater is still standing, though visibly weakened and battered. It snarls, smoke curling from its nostrils. Time to finish this, Ace thinks. This has gone on long enough. He has to end it now. This time, the energy that washes over him is different. It's green, but intensified, crackling with raw power. Black plates materialize over the green, shifting, reforming. Gold highlights blaze across the newly formed armor. The chest plate gleams with intricate patterns. Sleek black blades extend from his forearms. The horn on his head is longer, more menacing. Rising Pegasus form. The Pegasus bowgun appears in his hands, but it too is changed. It is enhanced, deformed, with a golden bayonet fixed to the top of the barrel. The transformation has amplified the weapon's capabilities. This is it. Time to end this nightmare. He aims the rising Pegasus bowgun at Dragreater, his heightened senses guiding his aim. His finger tightens on the trigger. Rising blast. He shoots multiple arrows. The arrows streak towards Dragreater, each one leaving a trail of golden light. They slam into the dragon's armored hide, detonating with explosive force. The explosions send Dragreater crashing to the ground, the force of impact shaking the earth. Ace slumps against a chunk of rubble, rising Pegasus form dispelling, leaving him in his street clothes. His muscles ache, and a lingering strain from the heightened senses throbs behind his eyes. Tony lands nearby, retracting his faceplate. "Well, that was a tad more intense than my average Tuesday," Tony says, wiping a smudge of soot from his cheek. "You okay there, kid? Looked like you were about to go supernova back there." "Yeah." Ace sighs, running a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. "Just peachy." "Peachy, huh? You know, for a guy who just went toe-to-toe with a dragon and almost blew himself a kingdom come, you have a funny definition of peachy." Tony gestures to Ace. Sirens blare in the distance, growing louder. Ace spots flashing red and blue lights, cutting through the smoke. Captain Stacy steps out of a patrol car, his expression a mix of relief and concern. Uniformed officers swarm the area, surrounding the downed Dragreater, weapons raised. "Everything all right here, Ryder?" George asks, his gaze sweeping over the scene of destruction. He doesn't seem surprised anymore by all this, maybe even expecting it. Ace nods, exhaustion weighing him down. "Yeah, Captain, everything's clear." He glanced at the unconscious Dragreater. "For now, at least." George approaches, his eyes narrowed as he takes in Ace's disheveled appearance. "Just try to keep the property damage to a minimum, all right? My guys can barely keep up." Ace doesn't reply. The captain wouldn't understand if he told him the truth. Anyway, it's always the same everywhere he goes. The police surround the downed Dragreater. The only thing left now, Ace murmurs, more to himself than to George, is to figure out how to save Yuri. The air crackles with anticipation. Dragreater, still prone on the street, begins to shift, its immense body trembling. Ace tenses, ready to spring back into action. Even Tony Stark, usually so flippant, is visibly on alert, repulsor raised charging. Captain Stacy barks orders, the police officers tightening their perimeter, weapons trained on the fallen beast. But then, something unexpected happens. Dragreater's roar subsides, replaced by a low, guttural growl. Its body settles. The crimson eyes, previously burning with predatory fire, soften, becoming almost calm. Ace feels it too, a strange stillness washing over the battlefield. He stares at Dragreater, a strange connection forming between them. It was as if he knew, somehow, what it was thinking. The ferocity had been replaced with a kind of understanding. A surge of power courses through him, originating from the arcle, his belt. It throbs, resonating with a newfound connection to the dragon. A brilliant light erupts from the buckle, momentarily blinding everyone present. As the light subsides, a new object materializes in Ace's outstretched hand, a blank card deck. It's sleek and silver, with intricate designs etched across its surface. But it is unadorned, like it has to be filled. Ace's breath hitches. He recognizes it instantly. This is no ordinary item. This is Kamen Rider Ryuki's card deck. Tony Stark, observing the display, raises an eyebrow. Okay, now things are just getting weird, he says, lowering his repulsor rays slightly, intrigued. What the hell is that thing, Ryder? George calls out, his voice strained with a mixture of confusion and concern. The officers echo his sentiment, looking from Ace to the dragon and back again, uncertain of what to do. Ace ignores them, his focus solely on the card deck. His fingers tremble as he flips through the blank cards. Each one feels charged with potential. He reaches for one, his heart pounding in his chest. He pulls it free. The card is pristine, white. A contract advent card. Without hesitation, Ace points the blank card at Dragreater. The dragon responds with a deafening roar, as if in response. A beam of energy shoots from the card, enveloping the dragon in its light. An image of Dragreater materializes on the card, its scales, horns, and teeth rendered in exquisite detail. The white surface transforms, becoming a vivid representation of the mirror monster. The power is flowing. The connection is complete. The once blank card now bears Dragreater's image. It is complete. A sudden imprint appears on the deck, a dragon head, symbolizing the connection between Ace and Dragreater. Ace stares at it, the heat from the fusion burning his hands. It worked. Tony's eyes widen, impressed. What in the world? George just stares, his mouth agape. Ryder, what the hell is going on? Ace looks up, a newfound resolve hardening his features. That dragon, it's not a threat anymore. A determined glint flashes in his eyes. I have a way to save Detective Watanabe. He turns toward the nearest reflective surface, a glass window of a nearby store. With a deep breath, Ace approaches the mirror, the card deck held firmly in his grip. This is it, Ace says. He raises the card deck, pointing it at his reflection. The arcle on his waist shimmers, the familiar silver and gold fading away, replaced by something new, something sinister. It morphs, twisting and reshaping itself into the V-buckle, the transformation belt of Kamen Rider Ryuki. The belt buckles, waiting for the card. Henshin, Ace inserts the card deck into the V-buckle. The V-buckle reacts, emitting a piercing shriek of light. Armor erupts from the belt, encasing Ace in a sleek, red and silver exoskeleton. A dragon-themed helmet forms around his head, its visor glowing with malevolent red energy. It is Kamen Rider Ryuki. Tony, Captain Stacy, and the police officers gape at the transformation, stunned into silence. Ace, now Kamen Rider Ryuki, turns to face Captain Stacy. His voice, distorted by the helmet, is calm, but firm. I'll be back, Captain. I'm going to save Detective Watanabe. Without another word, Kamen Rider Ryuki strides toward the mirror. With a determined look, he reaches the mirror. With confidence, Ace takes a step. He steps through the reflective surface. The glass ripples, then shatters, leaving behind a swirling vortex of light. Dragreater, without a second of hesitation, follows Ace. The portal collapses, leaving only the quiet reflection in the mirror. Tony stares at the spot where Ace had disappeared, his face contorted in a mix of confusion and awe. What just happened? And where are they even going? Yuri dangles helplessly, suspended in the grotesque web spun between the warped reflections of the mirror world. The sticky strands bind her tightly, a horrifying cocoon woven by a monstrous predator. Her heart pounds against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the eerie silence of this desolate dimension. Damn it, she thinks, adrenaline coursing through her veins. Spider reborn, its drider form a sickening blend of human and arachnid, descends slowly. Its multiple eyes gleam with predatory hunger, each one fixated on her. Yuri clenches her jaw, refusing to succumb to complete terror. Years on the force have taught her to compartmentalize fear, to push it down and focus on survival. Think, Yuri, think. Even trapped, she refuses to go down without a fight. She strains against the webbing, muscles burning with the effort. Hopeless. The strands are too strong, too sticky. Still, she keeps struggling, a futile but necessary act of defiance. The spider is almost upon her. Its fangs, elongated and dripping with venom, glint in the unnatural light of the mirror world. Yuri closes her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Damn it, she whispers, a desperate plea lost in the warped reality. Suddenly, a roar echoes through the mirror world, shaking the web that holds Yuri captive. A blast of searing heat washes over her, momentarily distracting her from the approaching monster. She opens her eyes to see a streak of crimson fury slamming into the spider, sending the drider crashing into a distorted reflection of a building. Yuri blinks, trying to make sense of the new arrival. A dragon, a massive, serpentine creature wreathed in red scales and gold accents, circles above. It resembles an Eastern dragon, its eyes glowing with an ancient power she can't comprehend. What's going on? A territorial dispute? The mirror world must have its own inhabitants. She only heard stories about it, but never believed them. This can't be good. She is nothing more than a bystander. Detective Watanabe. The sound of her name cuts through her racing thoughts. It's a voice she recognizes, but distorted, echoing in this bizarre dimension. Yuri strains her neck, searching for the source. At first, she only sees the dragon circling above, until her eyes follow the dragon to find Kamen Rider. Rider? A figure stands below, bathed in the red glow of the dragon. The armor is unfamiliar, a sleek design of crimson and silver with a dragon-like visor. Who is that? Rider, she asks, her voice barely a whisper. The armored figure looks up, a sense of relief washing over her. Don't worry, detective. I'm here to get you out of there. Relief floods through Yuri, so potent it almost brings her to her knees. That's Kamen Rider? The color of his current armor matches the dragon now looming over her, with red eyes and silver lining. It must be Ace. That brings her such relief. She trusts him. She knows he'll save her. With a swift movement, Ace draws a card from his card deck and inserts it into his drag visor in his left arm. Sword vent. A curved blade appears in his grasp, a shimmering weapon with a silver blade and a red hilt. With practiced precision, Ace slashes through the webbing, severing the strands that hold her captive. Yuri plummets downwards, her stomach lurching. Ace moves faster than she anticipates. He catches her effortlessly, his armored arms strong and secure. Yuri clings to him, her body trembling with adrenaline and relief. You okay, detective? Ace asks, his voice muffled by the helmet. Yuri nods, still catching her breath. Yeah, she says, her voice shaky. Thanks, Ryder. Ace sets her gently on her feet, his grip lingering for a moment longer than necessary. Yuri looks up at him, 1,000 questions swirling in her mind. What is that dragon? And what the hell is going on with Kamen Rider? Don't worry, detective, Ryder says, his voice muffled by the helmet. Dragreader's a friend. Yuri stares at the dragon, skeptical. A friend? This dimension is already off the rails. She's beginning to think Ace is, too. Dragreader, as Ace calls him, backs off, floating behind Ace. Its fiery eyes never leave her, but its posture seems less threatening. The spider reborn screeches, a sound that grates on Yuri's nerves. The drider's multiple eyes fixate on her, its spidery legs twitching with impatience. Its prey has been released, and it's clearly not happy about it. Stand back, detective. Ace orders, his voice firm. Yuri obeys, stepping behind Ace. He takes a fighting stance, legs shoulder-width apart, fists raised. There is determination in his stance. He and his spider square off, the air crackling with tension. The distorted reflections of the mirror world seem to close in, amplifying the claustrophobia and the danger. She watches intently. Whatever Ace is, whatever powers he possesses, he's all that stands between her and a gruesome death. Ace glares at the Spider Reborn, his visor reflecting the monster's grotesque form. He grips the drag saber tightly. Dragreater roars, its mechanical screech echoing through the mirror world. The drag saber materializes in Ace's hand, shimmering with red energy. The blade pulses with the dragon's power. He charges. The Spider Reborn lunges, its spider legs skittering across the mirrored ground. The monster fires a volley of webbing, aiming to ensnare Ace once more. Ace spins, the drag saber slicing through the sticky projectiles with ease. He closes the distance, his movements a blur. The drag saber clashes against the spider's chitinous armor, sparks flying. The sound reverberates through the distorted dimension. Ace presses his attack, a flurry of slashes aimed at the spider's weak points. He remembers Yusuker Go Dai. He fights to protect everyone just like him. The Spider Reborn hisses, its multiple eyes gleaming with malice. It counters with its razor-sharp claws, each strike carrying deadly force. Ace parries, the drag saber humming under the strain. He stumbles back, narrowly avoiding a swipe that would have torn through his armor. Damn, this thing is strong. Ace regains his footing, adjusting his grip on the drag saber. He focuses, channeling his energy. He needs to find an opening. He feints left, then right, trying to bait this spider into a mistake. The monster remains wary, its movements precise and calculated. Ace realizes brute force alone won't be enough. The spider lunges again, its fangs bared. Ace ducks under the attack, the drag saber whistling as he brings it up in a sweeping arc. He connects with the spider's underbelly, scoring a shallow cut. The monster screeches in pain, recoiling slightly. Ace seizes the opportunity, launching a series of rapid strikes. The drag saber becomes an extension of his will, dancing around the spider's defenses. He slashes at the spider's legs, attempting to cripple its mobility. The monster stumbles, its movements becoming erratic. Ace presses his advantage, driving the spider back towards a cluster of shattered mirrors. The spider retaliates with a desperate burst of energy, firing a concentrated beam of energy from its mouth. Ace raises the drag saber, deflecting the blast. The energy ricochets off the blade, striking a nearby mirror and shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Ace sees an opening. He slid the Advent card into the drag visor on his left arm. Advent. Dragreater answers the call, materializing in a burst of crimson energy. The dragon coils around his spider, its fiery breath scorching the monster's armor. The spider screeches, thrashing wildly as Dragreater constricts its grip. All right, Dragreater, let's do this. Ace yells. Ace charges forward, the drag saber humming with power. He slashes at the spider's legs, forcing the monster to shift its focus. Dragreater releases its grip, allowing Ace to get in close. The spider tries to fire a web blast at Ace, but Dragreater intercepts, engulfing the projectile in flames. The web dissipates before it can reach its target. Ace leaps, the drag saber descending in a powerful overhead strike. HAA! The blade connects with the spider's head, cleaving through the monster's armor. The spider stumbles, its movements becoming sluggish. Ace lands gracefully, the drag saber poised for another attack. Dragreater roars, circling the spider and preventing its escape. Ace takes a deep breath, synchronizing his movements with the dragon. They work together seamlessly, a whirlwind of steel and fire. Ace ducks under a swipe of the spider's claws, Dragreater unleashing a torrent of flames at the monster's exposed flank. The spider screeches, its body writhing in agony. Now, Ace shouts. He leaps onto Dragreater's back, gripping the dragon's scales for support. Dragreater surges forward, ramming the spider with incredible force. The monster crashes through a cluster of mirrors, its body shattering the reflective surfaces. The spider struggles to regain its footing, but Ace and Dragreater show no mercy. This ends now. Ace lands back on the ground, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. He glances at Yuri, making sure she's okay, then focuses back on the downed Spider Reborn. Now's the time. He draws the Final Vent advent card and slides the card into the drag visor. Final Vent. Dragreater roars, its mechanical screech echoing through the mirror world. Crimson energy crackles around Ace's body. The dragon takes flight, circling him in a dizzying vortex of flames. Ace feels the heat intensify, his armor shimmering under the inferno. He clenches his fist, feeling the raw power at his command. Ace jumps, launching himself high into the air. The mirror world blurs beneath him as Dragreater soars in pursuit, its scales gleaming in the eerie light. Ace feels the dragon's energy converging around him, building to a crescendo. Raya! He angles his body, preparing for the final strike. The Spider Reborn struggles to rise, its movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Ace locks onto his target, his eyes burning with determination. Dragreater unleashes its fiery breath, a torrent of flames erupting from its maw. The fireball explodes behind Ace, engulfing him in a blazing inferno. The flames lick at his armor, igniting the air around him. He feels the heat intensifying, his body supercharged with the dragon's power. The flames dance across his form, transforming him into a blazing comet. This is the ultimate attack, a fusion of rider and mirror monster. Ace extends his leg, focusing all his energy into a single, devastating kick. He sees the Spider Reborn growing closer, its multiple eyes widening in terror. The kick connects. The impact is cataclysmic. A blinding flash of light erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The mirror world trembles, the shattered reflections distorting and collapsing. The Spider Reborn explodes in a wonderful fashion. Fragments of its chitinous armor and webbing rain down around Ace. The air crackles with residual energy, the scent of burning flesh filling his nostrils. Ace pushes himself up, brushing off non-existent dust from his rider suit. He scans his surroundings, ensuring Yuri is safe. The mirror world shimmers and distorts around them, the aftermath of the final vent leaving a palpable tension in the air. He takes a step, then another, towards Yuri. He can feel her gaze on him, a mixture of relief and awe. He's glad she's okay. The fight was brutal, and he's not sure what he would have done if the spider had managed to. He cuts off the thought. No point dwelling on what-ifs. He reaches Yuri, his visor reflecting her image back at her. He sees the genuine relief etched on her face. He mirrors her sentiment. That fight had pushed him to his limit. He needs to get stronger. Suddenly, an orb of energy rises from the remnants of the Spider Reborn. It pulsates with a strange, ethereal light, hovering in the air for a moment before streaking towards Dragreater. The dragon opens its maw, and the orb vanishes inside. Yuri stares at Dragreater, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. What was that? Mirror monsters can absorb other mirror monsters to get stronger. He pauses, letting the information sink in. Just like they hunt humans for their life energy. Yuri's eyes widen. So Dragreater, he understands her apprehension. It's a valid concern. Dragreater won't hunt people, he says, his voice firm. It's my contract monster. It will listen to me. I see, that's good to know. Ace stares at his hand. A faint shimmering surrounds it, and tiny particles like dust are flaking away, drifting into the ethereal air of the mirror world. He glances at Yuri. The same phenomenon is occurring to her. Her eyes widen in alarm. What's happening to us? He grits his teeth. He knew this was a risk, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. The time limit is up. Yuri's brow furrows in confusion. Time limit. Anyone who stays in the mirror world for too long, he explains, his voice urgent, starts to disintegrate. This place, it rejects us. We're not meant to be here. He gestures towards their fading forms, the particles drifting away like lost memories. We need to leave. Now. Yuri nods, her face pale with concern. Right? Ace grabs Yuri's hand, his grip firm. Let's go. He leads her back to the shattered remains of the mirror he'd entered through. The reflection shimmers, showing the real world beyond. He can see Captain Stacy and the other officers, their faces etched with concern. They're waiting. Ace squeezes Yuri's hand, his gaze unwavering. Ready. She nods, her expression determined. On three, he says. 1, 2, 3. Together, they step towards the reflection. He felt the familiar pull as they crossed the threshold. The distorted reality of the mirror world replaced by the mundane reality of the parking garage. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt rubber, a testament to the battle that had just transpired. He stumbled slightly as his feet hit solid ground, his body still buzzing with residual energy. Yuri swayed beside him, her face pale but resolute. He tightened his grip on her hand, making sure she was steady. We're back, he said, his voice hoarse. Captain Stacy rushed towards them, his face etched with relief. His eyes scanned Yuri, then settled on Ace. Detective, thank goodness you're all right. Yuri offered a small smile, her hand still clasped tightly in Ace's. I'm safe, Captain. The monster, it's dead. George turned his attention to Ace. Kamen Rider, he said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Thank you. For saving her, for defeating that thing. Ace met the captain's gaze, his expression somber. He released Yuri's hand, stepping forward slightly. The weight of his actions settled upon him, the responsibility for the lives he had saved. I'm only glad people are safe again, he replied, his voice low. The relief on Captain Stacy's face was evident. He clasped Ace on the shoulder. We appreciate it, son. More than you know. Ace simply nodded, his gaze sweeping across the scene. The parking garage was in disarray, pillars cracked, and debris scattered everywhere. The officers were starting to secure the area, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and awe. The battle was over. For now. Deep beneath the bustling streets of New York City, in a forgotten subway tunnel, the remaining Grongi gathered. The air crackled with barely suppressed rage. Graffiti-covered walls served as a grim backdrop to their frustration. The flickering fluorescent lights cast long, distorted shadows, amplifying their monstrous features. That blasted red dragon. Gadra roared, his voice echoing through the tunnel. He slammed a fist against the concrete wall, leaving a visible dent. It interfered. Kuga was as good as dead. Ladya, ever composed, adjusted her collar. The Despider's failure is equally infuriating. She paused, her gaze hard. That beast was specifically designed to eliminate threats within the mirror world. How did Kuga manage to prevail? Balva remained silent, her crimson eyes narrowed in thought. The defeat at the parking garage still stung, the image of the red dragon, Dragreater, burning in her mind. She should have ended Kuga there. Now, not only was the rider still alive, he had somehow formed an alliance with the very creature that had saved him. And now, Gadra continued, Kuga controls the red dragon. This is worse than before. The executive will not be pleased, Ladya said softly, and the tunnel fell silent. The name hung in the air, a heavy weight pressing down on them all. They had failed, and failure, in the eyes of Dai-Shocker, was not an option. Suddenly, a ripple of darkness spread across the tunnel. The air grew cold. The Grongi stiffened, recognizing the telltale sign of his arrival. From the shadows, the Dai-Shocker executive emerged, his crisp military uniform impeccable even in the grime of their hideout. His stern gaze swept over the assembled Grongi. Report, he commanded, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Balva stepped forward, her voice carefully controlled. We engaged Kuga as planned. However, the spider was eliminated within the mirror world. The executive's eyes narrowed, but he did not interrupt. Furthermore, Balva continued, swallowing hard, a red dragon interfered during our engagement with Kuga. It defeated Gadra and Ladya, forcing us to retreat. The dragon is now under Kuga's control. A long silence followed, broken only by the dripping of water from the tunnel ceiling. The executive's face remained impassive, an expression that was far more terrifying than any outright display of anger. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and dangerous. The spider eliminated? and Kuga controls this red dragon. The executive paused, as if processing the information. You have been given everything you could ask for in order to bring a rider, and now this is the report you deliver? Balva averted her gaze, unable to meet his cold stare. We underestimated Kuga's power, she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. The executive's fist clenched, his knuckles turning white. Underestimated, he repeated, his voice rising. Incompetence. That is what I see before me. Without Dai-Shocker's power, you are nothing but animals. The ultimate darkness must be achieved. The Grongi's game is an integral part of the master plan. The executive paused and turned to Balva. You assure me the Grongi were more than capable of doing this task. Balva stayed silent, unable to say a thing. You are failures, he said, his voice filled with rage. The air in the tunnel grew colder, the executive's rage palpable. His words hung heavy, each syllable a condemnation. He turned to Balva, his hand raised as if to strike. You are failures, he repeated, and for your failure, you should be terminated. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension, smooth and deceptively calm. Now, is that really necessary? The executive froze, his hand dropping to his side. He turned slowly, his eyes widening in a mixture of surprise and respect. Standing at the edge of the tunnel's light was another figure, this one clad in orange and silver armor, the crab-like visor glinting ominously in the dim light. It was Kamen Rider Scissors. The executive bowed his head, his posture shifting from one of fury to subservience. Scissors-sama, he said, his voice losing all its earlier edge. What brings you to this unsavory location? Scissors chuckled, the sound echoing through the tunnel. Word travels fast, even across dimensions. I heard there was a disturbance. A Kamen Rider, you say? He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the Grongi, their monstrous forms now cowering before him. And it seems you've managed to botch things up quite spectacularly. We are handling the situation, Scissors-sama, the executive said quickly, his voice laced with a desperate attempt to regain control. We were merely discussing appropriate disciplinary action. Scissors raised a clawed hand, silencing the executive. I've also heard whispers of this red dragon, a peculiar creature, known as Dragreater, a mirror monster. He turned his attention to the executive, his expression unreadable behind the metallic visor. Do you understand what this means? The rider possesses the powers of Kuga and Ryuki. This is a rare occurrence, a dangerous combination. The executive hesitated, his mind racing. He knew of the mirror world, of course. Dai-Shocker had experimented with its power before. But the idea of a single rider wielding the power of both Kuga and Ryuki was unprecedented. My task, Scissors continued, his voice regaining its sharp edge, is simple. Eliminate this Kamen Rider. Or, if he proves amenable, invite him to join Dai-Shocker. The executive nodded, his mind reeling. He had thought his mission was of utmost importance, but this was something far bigger, something that had attracted the attention of a being far higher in the Dai-Shocker hierarchy. I understand, Scissors-sama, he said, bowing deeply. The Grongi and I are at your command. We will do whatever is necessary to assist you in your mission. Scissors laughed again, a cold, dismissive sound. I appreciate the offer, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But I do not require your assistance. I have my own methods. My own monsters, if you will. He glanced at the Grongi. You are, after all, currently on thin ice, are you not? He turned, his blue and silver armor gleaming as he prepared to leave. Remember, he said, his voice carrying a clear warning. Do not interfere. I do not tolerate meddling. With a final, chilling chuckle, Scissors disappeared into the shadows, leaving the executive and the Grongi alone in the dimly lit tunnel. The executive straightened, his face a mask of carefully controlled composure. Balva turned towards him. What now? Now, the executive responded. We follow Scissors-sama's orders. We will stay out of his way and hope he deals with this problem for us. The other Grongi simply nodded, none of them daring to speak. As Scissors walked away, he laughed under his breath. This is going to be interesting, Ace paces the halls of Midtown High, steeling himself. He needs to fix things with Nico and Berto. Gwen was right. Honesty, even partial honesty, is the best approach. He can't reveal everything about Kamen Rider, Mirror Monsters, or Dai-Shocker, but he can offer them a glimpse into the chaos that has consumed his life. First, a peace offering. He knows Nico has a soft spot for terrible movies, the kind that are so bad they loop back around to being amazing. A perfect choice comes to mind. He pulls out 3 tickets from his pocket. Flaming Skull 2, The Retribution. He can practically hear Nico's sarcastic commentary already. Taking a deep breath, Ace heads towards their usual hangout spot near the lockers. He spots them, Nico, radiating disapproval, and Berto, looking like he wants to be anywhere else. This is it. Ace positions himself so they can't avoid him. He intercepts them. Nico, Berto, Ace says, try for casual tone that feels anything but. Nico's eyes narrow. What do you want, Ace? Her voice is cold. Berto fidgets. Hey, Ace. Ace holds up the tickets. I got these. Thought you guys might be interested. Nico raises an eyebrow, unimpressed. Tickets? For what? Ace knows Nico will like this movie. It is a so bad it is good movie. It's Flaming Skull 2, The Retribution. Nico hesitates. Her expression softens slightly. She glances at Berto, then back at Ace. The allure of schlocky cinema is a strong one. Ace presses his advantage. Look, I know I've been distant. I just want to talk. Hang out. Like we used to. Seeing the sincerity in Ace's eyes, Nico's resistance crumbles just a little bit. She knows that Ace has not been telling them everything, but she relents. Fine, she says, sighing, but you're buying the popcorn. Ace's face breaks into a relieved smile. Deal. He hands Nico the tickets. Don't be late. The movie starts at 7 o'clock. Nico takes the tickets. Don't worry, Ace. We won't be late. Make sure it is you who is not late. Ace laughs, a genuine sound that eases the tension. With that, Ace turns and heads in the opposite direction. Ace walked away from Nico and Berto. He smiled. Maybe they can be friends again. Bruce drove a beat-up sedan through the streets of Harlem. The car rattled and groaned with every pothole he hit. Betty sat beside him, her expression a mixture of hope and concern. The streets were grimy, the buildings worn. Bruce glanced at her. Almost there, Betty. She offered a small smile. You sure about this, Bruce? About your friend? You never even met this guy. He's my best shot. He knows more about gamma radiation than anyone else I know. He is Mr. Blue after all. Bruce gripped the steering wheel tighter. I have to try. Betty reached over and placed a hand on his arm. I know you do. Bruce navigated through the labyrinthine streets, finally pulling up to a nondescript building. The windows were dark, the entrance hidden behind a graffiti-covered wall. This is it, Bruce said, cutting the engine. Betty surveyed the building with a wary eye. Doesn't exactly scream state-of-the-art laboratory. Stearns isn't exactly one for appearances, Bruce replied, his tone laced with a hint of nervousness. He knew Stearns was brilliant, but also eccentric and unpredictable. Let's just get this over with. Bruce got out of the car, Betty following close behind. They walked towards the hidden entrance, Bruce punching in a code on a keypad concealed beneath a loose brick. The door clicked open. Here we go, Bruce muttered, leading Betty inside. They didn't know that they were being watched. A black SUV idled a block away, its tinted windows hiding its occupants. Inside, General Ross stared intently at the building through a pair of binoculars. They're here, Ross growled, his voice tight with anticipation. Finally, beside him, Emil Blonsky leaned forward, his eyes burning with a dangerous intensity. Let me go in there, General. Let me finish this. Ross glanced at Blonsky, assessing his eagerness. Patience, soldier. We wait for Banner to make his move. Then we bring him in, along with whatever freak show he's cooked up this time. Blonsky clenched his fists, his knuckles white. The Hulk, the green monster that had humiliated him, made him feel weak. He wanted another shot. He needed another shot. Sir, I have a bad feeling about this, a young lieutenant said from the front seat. This whole thing feels off. Ross scoffed. Your feelings are irrelevant, Lieutenant. Our objective is Banner, and we're about to achieve it. Back in the building, Bruce and Betty descend. Ace arrives early at the art house cinema near Harlem, a little nervous. He straightens his jacket, hoping he doesn't look too eager. He wants to make this right. After everything that's happened, the disappearances, the groggy Dai-Shocker, he knows he hasn't been the best friend lately. He spots Nico and Berto walking up the street. Relief washes over him. They actually came. Nico, as always, is decked out in her signature Gothic style. Berto bounces with an energy that makes Ace smile. "Hey," Ace calls out, waving. "You guys made it." "Yeah, well, I haven't seen Flaming Skull 2 yet," Berto says, grinning. "And Nico said it was good." Nico shrugs, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Don't get your hopes up. It's still a B-movie sequel." Ace chuckles. "Hey, even B-movies deserve some love." Besides, he winks, it's about flaming skulls, exploding cars, and questionable acting. What's not to love? Nico raises an eyebrow. "We'll see. But if this is another one of your terrible movie choices, I'm blaming you for the rest of the week." "Deal." Ace grins, relieved that she's at least engaging with his attempts at humor. "So, ready to witness cinematic history?" As they head inside, Ace tries to lighten the mood further, joking about the ridiculous plot of Flaming Skull 2. "I heard the villain is a cyborg ninja who controls an army of, wait for it, sentient rubber chickens." Berto bursts out laughing. "No way. That's amazing." Nico rolls her eyes, but Ace catches the corner of her mouth twitching. "You're making that up." "Am I?" Ace says, feigning innocence. "You just have to wait and see. But I promise, even if the movie sucks, the popcorn's on me." Nico sighs dramatically, but there's a hint of amusement in her voice. "Fine, but don't think this makes up for everything." "I know," Ace says, his voice turning serious. "But it's a start, right?" Ace, Nico, and Berto find their seats in the dimly lit theater. The smell of popcorn hangs heavy in the air. Ace sinks into his plush seat, a sense of contentment washing over him. He glances at his friends, Berto practically vibrating with excitement, Nico settling into her usual stoic pose. The opening credits of Flaming Skull 2 roll, accompanied by a cheesy metal riff. Ace snorts, already finding the movie hilarious. Berto is completely engrossed, eyes glued to the screen. Nico, however, remains unimpressed, arms crossed. "This is already terrible," she whispers, just loud enough for Ace to hear. He stifles a laugh. "Just wait, it gets better." The movie continues, a whirlwind of explosions, bad dialogue, and rubber chickens. Ace is having a blast, Berto is in heaven, and Nico is still Nico. But Ace can see a faint smile playing on her lips as the movie progresses. Maybe, just maybe, things are starting to get back to normal. As the credits rolled, Ace stretched, a satisfying pop echoing in the quiet theater. "Okay, that was something," he said, glancing at Nico. "Questionable," she deadpanned, but there was a definite glint of amusement in her eyes. "But I'll admit, the Rubber Chicken Army was a stroke of genius." Berto was practically buzzing with energy. "Dude, that was the best movie ever. I need to see it again." "Maybe," Ace said, grinning. "But first, I promise you guys popcorn." They filed out of the art house. The cool night air a welcome change from the stuffy theater. As they walked down the street, Ace felt a surge of determination. He had to try to explain. "Hey guys, can we talk for a sec?" "About things." Nico raised an eyebrow. "About what things exactly?" Ace hesitated, searching for the right words. "About why I've been distant lately. I know I haven't been the best friend, and I'm sorry. The truth is, I've been dealing with some stuff." He paused, struggling to find the right way to phrase it. "Some really weird stuff. It's hard to explain, but it's something I can't really tell you because you wouldn't believe me, and I don't want to make you a target. It takes up a lot of my time, and then I have to disappear without any notice." He looked at his friends, hoping they would understand. Nico's expression was unreadable, and Berto looked concerned. He had to make them understand, but couldn't tell them about the Grongi, about Dai-Shocker, about being Kamen Rider. He needed them to know why he had to disappear suddenly, but couldn't jeopardize them if they knew the truth. Suddenly, a deafening boom shook the street. Ace stumbled, grabbing Nico and Berto to steady them. The ground vibrated beneath their feet, and a wave of heat washed over them. "Stay close," Ace shouted, his voice barely audible over the ringing in his ears. "Something's wrong." Another explosion ripped through the air, closer this time. A building across the street shuddered, glass shattering and raining down on the sidewalk. People screamed, their voices filled with panic and terror. A stampede erupted, people surging in every direction, desperate to escape whatever was happening. Nico's eyes widened, her usual composure cracking. What the hell is going on? Ace scanned the chaotic scene, his mind racing. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just some random accident. This felt orchestrated. Military vehicles roared down the street, sirens blaring. Gunfire erupted in the distance, adding to the cacophony of noise and terror. Something big was happening, and he had a feeling it wasn't good. He grabbed Nico and Berto's hands. He had to get them out of here. "Run! Get out of here!" Ace shouts, pulling Nico and Berto along with him. He doesn't know what's happening, but one thing is clear. This isn't a safe place to be. The explosions, the military presence, something big and bad is going down. He tugs them toward a side street, hoping to escape the chaos of the main thoroughfare. But as they emerge from the alleyway, the sight that greets them stops them in their tracks. The street is a war zone. Smashed vehicles litter the road, their metal twisted and torn. Debris from damaged buildings is scattered everywhere. And towering above it all, a hulking, grotesque figure is wreaking havoc. Abomination. Ace's breath hitches. The creature is massive, easily dwarfing the military vehicles trying to contain it. Its gray-green skin is stretched taut over exposed bone ridges. The monster's muscles bulge with unnatural power as it effortlessly smashes cars, throws debris, and swats away soldiers like flies. Civilians scream, their cries of terror piercing the air as they scramble for cover. The army puts up a valiant effort, but their weapons are useless against the abomination's raw strength. Bullets ricochet off its hide, and even the heavier artillery seems to do little more than irritate the beast. "That's not a movie monster," Ace says, his voice barely a whisper. He can't believe what he is seeing. "That's real." Nico stares at the abomination, her face pale with shock. "What do we do?" Ace's mind races. He has to protect them. He has to get them out of here. This is too dangerous for them to witness. He's dealt with Grongi, fought mirror monsters, but this is something else entirely. "Run! Get out of here!" Ace repeats, more urgently this time. He grabs Nico and Berto's hands, pulling them in the opposite direction of the abomination's rampage. He knows that they must act fast to get out of here before it's too late. He sprints down the street, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He has to get them to safety. He glances back, seeing the abomination continuing its destructive path, crushing everything in its wake. He quickens his pace, pulling Nico and Berto along. Suddenly, a deafening roar fills the air. Ace looks up just in time to see the abomination hurl a twisted, mangled vehicle into a nearby building. The impact is earth-shattering. The building groans and shudders. Then a section of the facade collapses, sending tons of debris cascading onto the street. "No!" Ace yells, his voice lost in the rumble. He tries to pull Nico and Berto out of the way, but it's too late. The debris crashes down around them, a chaotic mix of concrete, metal, and shattered glass. The force of the impact throws them to the ground. Dust fills the air, making it hard to see, hard to breathe. Ace coughs, trying to clear his vision. He looks around frantically, trying to find Nico and Berto. "Nico! Berto!" he calls out, his voice strained. He hears a faint voice cry out from under a pile of rubble. "Ace, help us!" It's Nico. He scrambles towards the sound, his heart pounding in his chest. He sees her trapped beneath a section of collapsed wall, her face pale with fear. Berto is beside her, pinned under a twisted metal beam. "I can't move." Berto cries out, his voice laced with panic. Ace's mind races. He has to get them out of there now. The abomination is still rampaging nearby, and who knows what else could happen. More of the building could collapse. He has to act fast. He rushes to Nico's side, grabbing at the rubble, pinning her down. It's heavy, too heavy for him to lift on his own. He strains, gritting his teeth, but the debris doesn't budge. He glances over at Birdo, his face contorted with pain. "Hold on," Ace shouts, his voice filled with desperation. "I'm coming." He grits his teeth, digging his fingers into the rough concrete. He plants his feet and pulls. Nothing. The weight is too much, even with adrenaline coursing through him. He looks at Nico, her eyes wide with fear. Then at Berto, his face contorted in pain. He can't do this. Not like this. Not as just Ace Yukio. There's no other choice. He takes a step back, away from his trapped friends. He closes his eyes for a brief moment. "I'm sorry, guys. I should have told you sooner." He clenches his fist. Henshin. A surge of energy erupts from within him, a primal force that makes his bones vibrate. Red light envelopes him, swirling around his body like a raging storm. He can feel his muscles expanding, his senses sharpening. The world around him shifts, becoming brighter, clearer. The red light dissipates, revealing a figure clad in crimson armor, a golden horn gleaming on its forehead. Kamen Rider Kuga, mighty form. He opens his eyes, and a surge of relief floods him as he surveys the scene. He turns to face Nico and Birdo. Their expressions are priceless. Nico's jaw is dropped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Ace, you're?" Birdo shakes his head, his mouth agape. "No way." He ignores their shock, focusing on the task at hand. He needs to get them out of here. Now. There's no time to waste. He'll explain everything later. "I'll explain later," he says, his voice deeper, resonating with power. "Right now, I need to get you out of here." He focused on Nico and Birdo. He had to get them out of here. Now. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, his enhanced strength surging through his body. He reached for the collapsed section of wall that trapped Nico, gripping the rough concrete with his armored hands. With a mighty heave, he lifted the debris, the weight feeling surprisingly manageable. "Nico, get out," he ordered, his voice echoing with authority. Nico scrambled out from under the debris, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at him. He quickly moved to Birdo's side, assessing the situation. The twisted metal beam was pinning Birdo's leg, but it looked like he could lift it. "Hold on, Birdo," he said, bracing himself. He gripped the beam, his muscles straining, and lifted it with all his might. Birdo cried out in pain, but quickly scrambled free. "Go! Get to safety!" Ace urged, his gaze shifting between his friends. "I'll handle this." He watched them as they stumbled to their feet, brushing dust and debris from their clothes. Nico looked at him, her expression a mix of awe and concern. "Be careful, Ace," she said, her voice barely audible above the sounds of chaos. Birdo, his eyes wide, stared at him with undisguised admiration. "You're a freaking superhero." Ace forced a smile, trying to reassure them. "Just go. Find somewhere safe. I'll meet you later, I promise." With Nico and Birdo safely away, Ace turned, his gaze hardening as he faced the abomination. The monstrous figure towered over him, a grotesque parody of a human form. "Hey, ugly," Ace called out, his voice amplified by the suit, a challenge thrown into the chaotic air. "Over here." He stepped forward, drawing the abomination's attention. The creature's head snapped in his direction, its red eyes locking onto Ace. A low growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that promised violence. Ace steeled himself, planting his feet firmly on the ground. He was smaller, yes, but he was faster and possessed a strength that belied his size. Ace and the abomination sized each other up. The Harlem streets are a war zone. Buildings crumble, cars burn, and the air chokes with dust and smoke. People scream as they run, desperate to escape the carnage. Amongst the chaos, a figure in red and black charges forward. Ace, in Kuga's mighty form, barrels toward the abomination. His body moves faster than the eye can see, fists flying, feet kicking. Each strike lands with tremendous force, a flurry of blows aimed at the monstrous creature's head and chest. But the abomination barely reacts. The blows that would shatter concrete seem to merely annoy him. He roars, a sound that shakes the very ground beneath Ace's feet. "You're not getting away with this," Ace shouts, putting all of his might behind a right hook. The punch connects, but the abomination doesn't even stumble. A smirk spreads across his grotesque face. "You're not the one I'm here for. Where's the Hulk?" Before Ace can respond, the abomination retaliates. A massive hand, thick with bone protrusions, sweeps through the air. Ace tries to block, but the force is overwhelming. He is sent flying backward, crashing through the windshield of a parked car. Glass shatters and metal groans as the vehicle crumples under the impact. Ace lies amongst the wreckage, momentarily stunned. He tastes blood and feels a sharp pain in his side. He grits his teeth, pushing himself to his feet. Gotta keep going. He raises his fists, ready to face the abomination once more. The abomination strides forward, his eyes scanning the street, ignoring Ace. "Hulk, show yourself," he bellows. Ace rushes forward, a determined roar escaping his lips. He launches a series of kicks, aiming for the abomination's knees. The creature stumbles slightly, but remains standing. It turns, its gaze locking onto Ace. "Still here, bug." The abomination sneers, grabbing a nearby taxi and hurling it at Ace. Ace dodges, the taxi smashing into a building behind him. Debris rains down, forcing him to cover his head. When the dust settles, the abomination is gone. He glances to his left and sees the abomination wreaking havoc. Ace transforms back to mighty form, charging energy into his hands and delivering a flying kick that sent the abomination to the ground. Ace doesn't allow him to get up and strikes him with punch after punch until the abomination sweeps his legs and causes Ace to fall to the ground. Ace pushes himself back up, but before he can strike the abomination again, he grabs him by the ankle and throws him into a building. The building starts to crumble and crack as Ace lands to the side. The abomination bursts out of the rubble, roaring, "Is that all you've got, bud? This is nothing." Ace grits his teeth. He's too strong. "I need to change tactics." A flash of blue energy erupts around Ace, armor reforming into the streamlined dragon form. The dragon rod extends, humming with power. Ace darts forward, a blur of motion, dodging the abomination's clumsy swipes. He lands precise strikes with the rod, targeting joints and pressure points. Each hit connects with a satisfying thwack, but the abomination barely flinches. "Stop wasting my time, bug," the abomination growls. "I'm here for the Hulk." His skin ripples, the wounds healing almost instantly. Frustration mounts within Ace. His regeneration is insane. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupts. Ace whirls around, seeing a squad of soldiers pour out of armored trucks. General Ross barks orders from a helicopter hovering above. "Take that monster down. I don't care about the armored freak." The soldiers focus fire on the abomination, but the bullets bounce harmlessly off his hide. The abomination roars in frustration, swatting aside the soldiers like insects. Ace watches in disbelief. They're going to get killed. He rushes to intercept, deflecting a soldier from the abomination's path. But he's then grabbed by the leg and flung at a military truck. As the truck explodes, the abomination grabs another vehicle and throws it at the helicopter, forcing Ross to move the chopper away to avoid collision. "Where is he?" The abomination yells at the sky. "Bring me the Hulk." Sirens wail in the distance, growing louder as a line of NYPD cruisers barrels down what remains of the street. Captain George Stacy, his face etched with concern, steps out of the lead vehicle, his uniform immaculate despite the surrounding chaos. He surveys the scene, his eyes scanning the burning buildings, the overturned vehicles, and the ongoing barrage of military firepower. "What in God's name is going on here?" Stacy exclaims, his voice barely audible above the din of explosions. He strides forward, his officers fanning out behind him, attempting to secure a perimeter and direct civilians to safety. But their efforts are immediately thwarted. A line of Humvees, emblazoned with the U.S. Army insignia, blocks their path, their occupants clad in full combat gear. The soldiers stand firm, their rifles raised, preventing the NYPD from advancing any further. "We're here to help. Let us through." Stacy shouts, his voice laced with urgency. He approaches the lead Humvee, his hand outstretched, trying to reason with the soldiers. There are civilians trapped in those buildings. We need to get them out. An army officer, a stern-faced woman with a buzz cut and a lieutenant's insignia on her collar, steps out of the Humvee. She levels a cold gaze at Stacy, her expression unyielding. "Stand down, Captain," she commands, her voice devoid of emotion. This is a military operation. Civilian interference is not authorized. Stacy's face flushes with anger. Unauthorized? This is my city. My people are in danger. He gestures towards the burning buildings. We have the training and the equipment to assist in rescue operations. You can't just block us like this. I understand your concern, Captain, the officer replies, her voice still cold and impersonal. But we have orders to secure the area and eliminate the threat. Any unauthorized personnel will be treated as a potential obstacle. Obstacle? Stacy scoffs, his voice rising in disbelief. We're not obstacles. We're the New York Police Department. We're here to protect and serve. Now, I'm asking you nicely. Move your vehicles and let us do our job. The officer doesn't respond. She simply stares at Stacy, her expression unwavering. The soldiers behind her tighten their grips on their rifles, their eyes fixed on the NYPD officers. Stacy realizes he's reached an impasse. The army isn't budging, and he can't risk escalating the situation into an armed confrontation. But he can't just stand by and watch as his city burns. He takes a step back, his mind racing. He has to find another way, a way to get past the military blockade and reach the civilians trapped inside the burning buildings. Fine, Stacy says, his voice tight with suppressed anger. If you won't let us through, then at least tell me what's going on. What is that thing you're shooting at? The officer hesitates for a moment, then sighs. That information is classified, Captain, she replies. All you need to know is that it's a threat to national security, and we're taking care of it. Stacy stares at the officer, his frustration growing. He knows he's not getting anywhere with her. The military is operating under its own set of rules, and they don't care about his authority or his city. He turns to his officers, his face grim. All right, let's try another route, he orders. There has to be a way around this blockade. We're not leaving those people to die. The NYPD officers nod in agreement and begin to disperse, searching for an alternate path through the rubble-strewn streets. Stacy casts one last look at the army officer, his eyes filled with resentment. He knows this isn't over. He won't let the military dictate how he protects his city. Inside the army helicopter, Bruce Banner's gaze remains fixed on the unfolding chaos below. His knuckles are white as he grips the edge of his seat, the whirring blades doing little to drown out the roars and explosions that echoed in his ears. The abomination rampages, and he can't shake this sinking feeling in his gut. This is my fault. Beside him, Betty Ross watches with equal concern, her brow furrowed. She glances at Bruce, seeing the conflict raging within him. She knows what he is thinking. The fight below has nothing to do with the armored rider and everything to do with him. She knows what Bruce is about to do and fears for him. Bruce's voice is barely a whisper. He's here for me, he states. Betty turns to him, her eyes pleading. Bruce, you can't go out there, she implores, her voice laced with desperation. It's too dangerous. You've seen what that thing can do. He stares at his hands, and they start to shake. I know. Let the military handle it. That's what they're here for. Bruce shakes his head, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. It won't work. He's too strong, too single-minded. And Kamen Rider is just going to get in the way. He rises to his feet, his decision made. Betty reaches for his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Bruce, please, she pleads. Don't do this. I can't lose you again. He looks at her, his expression a mixture of guilt and resolve. He gently removes her hand, his touch lingering for a moment. I have to. This is my mess. I made him. He turns towards the open door of the helicopter, the wind whipping through his hair. He knows the risks. He knows what could happen, but he can't stand by and watch as innocent people suffer. With a deep breath, he takes a step towards the edge. He turns back to Betty once more and gives a sad smile. "I'm the only one who can stop him," he says, his voice filled with grim determination. Then, without hesitation, Bruce jumps. Bruce plummets from the helicopter, the wind screaming past his ears. The world blurs, a kaleidoscope of metal, concrete, and terrified faces. But he barely registers it. His focus narrows, a burning intensity building within him. He's made his choice. As he falls, a change begins. A surge of energy courses through his veins. His bones crack and reshape. His skin tears and regrows, turning a vibrant, angry green. Clothes rip, muscles bulge, and his mind fades, replaced by something primal, something powerful. He crashes into the street with the force of a meteor, the impact sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The earth buckles and groans, asphalt shattering like glass. A massive crater forms, filled with smoke and debris. The air is thick with dust, obscuring everything. Above the devastation, Abomination's head snaps towards the epicenter of the impact. A savage grin spreads across his face, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The hunt is over. The prey has arrived. There you are, Hulk. Abomination roars, his voice a guttural rumble that vibrates through the air. Ace, bruised and battered from his earlier encounters with the Abomination, struggles to his feet. He watches as the dust begins to settle, revealing the source of the cataclysm. The sound of Abomination is all the clues Ace needs to know. The dust cloud parts, unveiling a figure of immense size and power. Towering over the wreckage, green skin gleaming in the dim light, stands the Hulk. His eyes, burning with emerald fire, lock onto the Abomination. A triumphant roar erupts from the Abomination's throat. "Hulk, I've been waiting for this." The Hulk responds in kind, his voice a thunderous bellow that shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Hulk smash. The two titans face each other, the air crackling with anticipation. The earth trembles, a prelude to the coming storm. Abomination circles the Hulk, sizing him up, while Hulk beats his chest in defiance. "Let's see who's the strongest, Hulk." Abomination taunts, his eyes burning with bloodlust. The Hulk responds to the challenge with a primal scream. He prepares to strike. This is a battle between two unstoppable forces, a clash of titans that will decide. The Hulk launches himself at the Abomination, a green blur of pure rage and power. He swings a haymaker, the force behind it enough to level a small building. Abomination intercepts the blow with a forearm, the impact sending tremors through his own massive frame. He retaliates with a brutal kick, sending the Hulk staggering backward. The fight begins in earnest. They trade blows, each strike carrying the force of a wrecking ball. Buildings crumble under the force of their collisions, concrete and steel groaning in protest. The ground shakes with every footstep, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the asphalt. Cars are tossed aside like toys, exploding in bursts of flame and twisted metal. The city becomes their arena, a playground of destruction. Hulk roars, a primal sound of fury and defiance. He unleashes a flurry of punches, each one aimed at the Abomination's skull. Abomination blocks and parries, his movements surprisingly agile for a creature of his size. He counters with a series of bone-jarring strikes, each one designed to incapacitate and break. The Hulk stumbles, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. But he refuses to fall. He grits his teeth, channeling his rage, and surges forward, tackling the Abomination with the force of a runaway train. They crash through the wall of a skyscraper, sending shards of glass raining down on the streets below. The building groans, its structural integrity compromised. Inside, the fight continues, a whirlwind of destruction tearing through offices and corridors. Desks are overturned, computers are smashed, and the air is thick with dust and debris. Abomination grabs the Hulk by the throat, lifting him off the ground. He squeezes, his grip tightening, cutting off the Hulk's air supply. Hulk struggles, clawing at Abomination's hands, but to no avail. Abomination's strength is overwhelming. Just when the Hulk is about to succumb, He channels a surge of gamma energy, his eyes glowing an even brighter shade of green. He roars with renewed ferocity, his strength returning with a vengeance. He breaks free from Abomination's grip, shoving the Abomination backwards with incredible force. The Hulk throws a punch with all his might, hitting Abomination square in the jaw. The Abomination stumbles backwards, his head snapping. He roars in pain and fury, then retaliates with a series of brutal strikes, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The building continues to crumble under the force of their battle, its foundations weakening with every passing second. Chunks of concrete and steel fall to the streets below, narrowly missing fleeing civilians. The situation is spiraling out of control, the city teetering on the brink of collapse. The fight is far from over, and the devastation continues to escalate. Ace surveys the scene, his face grim. The destruction is catastrophic, far exceeding anything he has witnessed before. This isn't like fighting Grongi. He clenches his fists, a surge of determination coursing through him. I can't stand by and watch. He sprints toward the two titans, dodging falling debris and leaping over overturned vehicles. As he closes in on the Hulk, he calls out, "Hey, big guy, need some help?" The Hulk pauses in his assault on the Abomination, turning his massive head toward Ace. Hulk doesn't need help, he bellows, his voice a thunderous roar that echoes through the ravaged street. Ace stands his ground, undeterred by the Hulk's intimidating presence. "I know you're strong," he shouts, trying to be heard over the cacophony of destruction. "But the longer you two fight, the more people get hurt." Hulk looks around. Ace is right. Hulk can see the fear in the eyes of the people that are near him. Hulk looks back at Ace and nods. The Hulk reluctantly accepts his help. "Thanks, big guy." Ace nods back, his face grim but resolute. "This is it. Time to step up." He raises his arms, his arcal belt glowing with intense energy. "Chohenshin," he shouts, the word resonating with power. A surge of black and gold energy erupts around him, the air crackling with raw force. His body is enveloped in a cocoon of light, obscuring him from view. The light subsides, revealing Ace in his rising Titan form. His armor is a deep, metallic purple, accented by gleaming gold plates on his shoulders, chest, and gauntlets. Two massive Titan swords, each forged from a dark, unknown metal and edged with shimmering gold, materialize in his hands. Ace grips the swords tightly, their weight feeling natural in his hands. He turns to the Hulk, a determined glint in his eyes. "All right, big guy," he says, his voice amplified by the suit. "Let's take this overgrown fish down." Hulk roars in agreement, a savage grin spreading across his face. Together, the unlikely duo charges towards the Abomination, a force of nature about to be unleashed. Ace, now in his rising Titan form, roars and charges, the two Titan swords blurring as he unleashes a furious assault on the Abomination. The Abomination, momentarily surprised by Ace's sudden transformation and the appearance of his weapons, roars back and intercepts Ace's strikes with his armored arms. The clash of metal on bone echoes through the ruined cityscape. Ace's strikes, empowered by the rising Titan form, carry immense force, each blow creating sparks and leaving shallow dents in the Abomination's hide. However, the Abomination's sheer size and brute strength make him a formidable opponent. He swings his massive fists, each blow threatening to crush Ace's armor. Hulk, seizing the opportunity, barrels into the Abomination from the side, slamming him into a partially collapsed building. The impact sends debris flying, and the building groans under the added stress. The Abomination staggers, giving Ace an opening. Ace leaps forward, twirling his Titan swords in a dazzling display of swordsmanship. He slashes at the Abomination's legs, attempting to cripple his mobility. The Abomination roars in pain as the blades bite into his flesh, drawing thick, green blood. The Abomination retaliates with a sweeping strike of his arm, forcing Ace to block with his swords. The force of the blow sends tremors through Ace's arms, and he struggles to maintain his footing. Hulk, recovering from his charge, leaps onto the abomination's back, attempting to restrain him. The abomination thrashes wildly, trying to dislodge the Hulk, slamming himself against buildings and tearing chunks of concrete from the ground. Ace, seeing an opportunity, leaps into the air, channeling energy into his Titan swords. The blades glow with a brilliant golden light as he prepares his finishing move. Calamity Titan! Ace shouts, plunging both swords downwards toward the abomination's exposed back. The swords strike home, piercing deep into the abomination's flesh. A surge of golden energy erupts from the blades, coursing through the abomination's body. The abomination screams in agony, his body convulsing violently. But the abomination refuses to fall. With a surge of adrenaline, he throws Hulk off his back and grabs Ace mid-air, squeezing him in his massive grip. Ace's armor groans under the immense pressure. Hulk, heeding Ace's call, turned his attention to the mangled helicopter. The fuel leak intensified, the smell of gasoline heavy in the air. He knew time was running out. With a surge of adrenaline, he ripped open the mangled door of the helicopter, ignoring the searing pain in his muscles. Inside, Betty Ross lay unconscious, pinned beneath a section of the twisted dashboard. General Ross, miraculously still alive, was trapped beside her, his face contorted in pain. "Hold on," Hulk bellowed, his voice strained. He braced his hands against the wreckage, muscles bulging as he heaved the metal upward. The twisted metal groaned in protest, but Hulk's strength prevailed. He ripped the dashboard free, creating enough space to pull Betty out. Carefully, he lifted her limp body into his arms, cradling her gently. He glanced at General Ross, his face a mask of grim determination. "You next," he grunted, reaching for the general. With practiced efficiency, he pulled General Ross free from the wreckage, ignoring the general's pained cries. Carrying both Betty and Ross, Hulk leaped away from the helicopter, landing a safe distance away just as the fuel reached the flames. A deafening explosion rocked the area, sending a shockwave that buffeted Hulk and sent debris flying. The helicopter was engulfed in a ball of fire, the heat intense even from a distance. Hulk shielded Betty and Ross from the blast, his body absorbing the brunt of the explosion. When the flames subsided, he gently laid them on the ground, checking to make sure they were safe. Betty groaned, her eyes fluttering open. General Ross, his face pale, managed a weak nod of thanks. With the immediate threat neutralized, Hulk turned his attention back to the battle. He spotted Ace locked in a fierce struggle with the abomination, their figures locked in a brutal dance of strength and fury. "Hulk smash!" he roared, charging back into the fray. The abomination, distracted by the explosion, was caught off guard by Hulk's return. He stumbled, giving Ace an opening. "Now!" Ace yelled, leaping back to create some distance between him and the abomination. Hulk, understanding the unspoken command, surged forward, delivering a devastating blow to the abomination's chest. The abomination staggered, his armor like skin cracking under the force of the impact. Ace capitalized on the abomination's weakened state, launching a series of rapid-fire attacks with his Titan swords. The blades danced, finding weak points in the abomination's armor, drawing more of his green blood with every strike. Working in perfect sync, Hulk and Ace unleashed a relentless assault, their combined power overwhelming the abomination. Hulk's raw strength and Ace's precision strikes slowly but surely turned the tide of the battle. The abomination, weakened and battered, roared in defiance, but his attacks lacked their earlier ferocity. He stumbled, his movements sluggish, his body covered in cuts and bruises. Ace, sensing the end was near, channeled all of his remaining energy into his Titan swords. The blades glowed with an intense, golden light, radiating with the power of the Amadam stone. "This ends now," Ace shouted, leaping into the air, his swords raised high above his head. The abomination looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and rage. He knew what was coming, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. With a final, desperate roar, he braced himself for the final blow. He thrust the two Titan swords into Abomination. As the Titan swords pierce the Abomination, a golden symbol erupts on his chest, the mark of Kuga searing into his flesh. A massive explosion follows, engulfing the area in blinding light and a deafening roar. When the light subsides, the Abomination lies collapsed, his body smoking and twitching. Hulk roars in victory, the sound echoing through the ruined city. Ace, his chest heaving, lets go of the breath he's been holding, the tension draining from his body. The threat, for now, is neutralized. Hulk gazes back at Betty, lying still but safe, a deep longing etched on his face. He gives a barely perceptible nod towards Ace, a silent acknowledgement of the rider's crucial assistance. Without another word, he turns and leaps away, bounding over the wreckage, disappearing into the shadows of the ruined city. Ace watches the Hulk's departure, a mix of respect and weariness settling over him. He knows the Hulk's life is one of constant flight, a prisoner of his own power. Turning, Ace scans the surroundings, spotting the approaching military vehicles. He needs to disappear before they arrive, before they can ask questions he can't answer. With a burst of speed, he vaults over a pile of debris, melting into the labyrinthine streets. The city lies in ruins, a testament to the destructive power of the battle. Fires still burn, smoke billows into the sky, and the air is thick with the smell of ash and gasoline. But amidst the devastation, there is a sense of relief. The Abomination, Hulk will save you. The Hulk bellows, rushing forward to help. He grabs the Abomination's arm, trying to pry it open. As the battle rages on, the destruction escalates. Buildings continue to crumble. The streets are littered with debris, and fires rage uncontrollably. The city is transforming into a wasteland, a testament to the sheer power of the combatants. Sparks and debris fall. High above the chaos, a military helicopter cut through the smoke-filled sky. Inside, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, his face grim, barked orders into a radio. Beside him, Betty Ross, her eyes wide with horror, pleaded, "Dad, you can't do this. You'll hit civilians." Ross ignored her, his gaze fixed on the battling Titans below. "Lock and load," he commanded. "Target both the Hulk and the Abomination. Maximum firepower." "But Dad," Betty protested, grabbing his arm. "Bruce is—" "Silence, Elizabeth." Ross snapped, shaking her off. "They are threats to national security, and I will eliminate them." He nodded at the soldiers. "Do it." The helicopter lurched as the miniguns on either side of the aircraft opened fire. A hail of bullets rained down on the Hulk and the Abomination, ricocheting off their thick hides. The Hulk roared in pain and confusion, while the Abomination, enraged by the unexpected assault, fixed his gaze on the helicopter. "What the hell?" Ace shouted, narrowly dodging a stray bullet. He glanced up at the helicopter, recognizing the military markings. "Are they crazy? They'll kill everyone." The Abomination, fueled by fury, let out a deafening roar. With a burst of inhuman speed, he launched himself towards the helicopter, leaping over the wreckage of buildings and the burning streets below. "No!" Hulk roared, attempting to intercept the Abomination. He grabs Abomination's foot, holding him back. Ace, realizing the imminent danger to those in the helicopter, surged forward, joining the Hulk in a desperate attempt to stop the enraged Abomination from reaching his target. They were too late. The Abomination, fueled by rage, shrugged off the Hulk's grip and soared through the air, his massive form colliding with the helicopter with devastating force. The helicopter spun wildly out of control, its rotor blades slicing through the air. All three, Hulk, Abomination, and Ace, found themselves clinging to the wreckage as it plummeted towards the ground, a tangled mess of metal and flesh. The crash was a blur of twisted metal and disorienting force. Hulk and Ace lay dazed amidst the wreckage, the mangled remains of the helicopter scattered around them. The world swam in and out of focus, their bodies aching from the impact. Before they could fully recover, the Abomination surged to his feet, his eyes burning with savage glee. He surveyed the scene, relishing the chaos and destruction he had wrought. He grinned, his jagged teeth glinting in the flickering light of the flames. With a roar, he lunged towards the dazed heroes, intent on finishing what he had started. As the abomination advanced, a new threat emerged. A steady stream of fuel began to leak from the ruptured fuel tank of the downed helicopter, forming a growing pool on the ground. The fuel snaked its way toward a nearby fire, the flames hungrily licking at the edges of the spreading liquid. The situation was critical. If the fuel reached the fire, the resulting explosion would engulf the entire area, incinerating everything in its path. Hulk, groaning, pushed himself to his feet, his gaze fixed on the leaking fuel. He knew he had to stop it to protect the innocent lives that were still in danger. He started towards the leaking fuel, determined to stem the flow. But the abomination blocked his path, his massive form an impassable barrier. "Going somewhere, Greenie," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "You think you can stop me and save your little girlfriend at the same time? Sorry to break it to you, big guy, but you can't. Now watch her die." The abomination grabbed a piece of twisted metal and swung it, preventing the Hulk from getting to the fuel. Hulk roared in frustration, his fists clenching. He wanted to help Betty, but the abomination stood in his way, taunting him, daring him to choose. Ace, seeing the Hulk struggle, knew he had to intervene. Pushing himself up from the wreckage, he shouted, "Hulk, save the people in the helicopter. I'll handle this overgrown blockhead." Hulk hesitated, torn between his desire to protect Betty and the need to stop the abomination. Ace met the Hulk's gaze, his eyes conveying a sense of urgency and determination. "Go, I got this." With a final, anguished roar, Hulk relented. Trusting in Ace's abilities, he turned his attention to the downed helicopter, determined to rescue the remaining survivors before it was too late. A few blocks away from the heart of the battle in Harlem, in a dingy alley, Nico and Berto huddled together, their faces etched with concern. The distant sounds of destruction, roars, crashes, and explosions reverberated through the narrow space. "This is insane," Nico said, her voice trembling slightly. She nervously chewed on her fingernails, her eyes darting around the alley as if expecting a monster to leap out at any moment. What kind of monster can cause that much damage? Berto, despite his own unease, attempted to project an air of confidence. "Relax, Nico. Whatever it is, I'm sure Ace can handle it." He clapped a hand on her shoulder, trying to offer some reassurance. "He's Kamen Rider, remember? He's got this." Nico wasn't convinced. She knew Ace was strong, but the sheer scale of the destruction they were hearing was terrifying. "But what if it's too much, Berto? What if he gets hurt?" Berto shrugged, trying to downplay her fears. "Ace is tough, Nico. And remember, he always disappears when some monster is wreaking havoc. He is probably out there fighting it right now." As if summoned by their conversation, a figure suddenly dropped down behind them, landing with a thud that echoed in the confined space. "Ah!" Nico screamed, jumping nearly a foot in the air. She whirled around, her eyes wide with terror. Berto, equally startled, yelped and stumbled backward, tripping over a discarded trash can. He landed on his, but with a surprised oof. Standing before them was Ace, transformed into Kuga's mighty form, his red armor gleaming in the dim light of the alley. He stood tall, ready for battle. Nico glared at Ace, her initial fear quickly morphing into anger. "Are you crazy? You can't just drop him like that, Ace. You scared us half to death." She crossed her arms, her expression a mixture of annoyance and relief. Berto, on the other hand, was practically buzzing with excitement. He scrambled to his feet, brushing off his pants, his eyes wide with wonder. "Dude, that was so cool. You're Kamen Rider." He stared at Ace's armored form with unreserved admiration. "Your suit looks epic." Ace chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his helmeted head. Hey guys. Sorry for the surprise." He shifted uncomfortably, the weight of their gazes making him feel strangely self-conscious. An awkward silence descended upon the alley. Nico continued to glare, Berto stared in awe, and Ace stood there, unsure of what to say or do. The sounds of distant explosions and roaring monsters seemed to fade into the background as the three friends grappled with the sudden shift in their dynamic. The silence stretched, thick and heavy with unspoken questions and conflicting emotions. Birdo, always the one to break the tension, opened his mouth to say something, but Nico cut him off with a sharp glare. Finally, Nico spoke, her voice tight with controlled anger. "So," she began, her eyes narrowed. "All those times you disappeared. All those excuses. You're Kamen Rider, aren't you?" Ace's shoulders slumped slightly. He knew this moment was inevitable, but that didn't make it any easier. He met Nico's gaze, his expression hidden behind the helmet, but his voice filled with sincerity. "Yeah," he admitted quietly. "I am." He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. "I didn't want to tell you guys. I didn't want to put you in danger. This stuff, it's dangerous, and I couldn't bear the thought of something happening to you because of me." He looked at them both, his voice laced with regret. "I'm sorry I kept it secret. I really am." Nico's pent-up emotions finally erupted. She balled her fist and swung it at Ace's stomach, aiming for what she thought was a vulnerable spot. Instead, her knuckles connected with the unyielding metal of his armor. "Ow!" she yelped, clutching her hand and wincing in pain. The force of the impact had sent a jolt up her arm, and she now cradled it gingerly, her face contorted in discomfort. Ace immediately leaned forward, his armored form looming over her with concern. "Nico, are you okay? Did I hurt you?" His voice, muffled by the helmet, still conveyed genuine worry. Nico glared at him, though her expression was softened by the lingering pain in her hand. "I'm fine," she snapped, though she massaged her throbbing knuckles. "It's your stupid armor that's not okay." She huffed, trying to regain her composure. "You should have trusted us more, Ace," Nico said, her voice regaining its strength. "We're your friends. We care about you." She looked at him, her eyes conveying a mix of hurt and frustration. "Keeping secrets like this, it makes it feel like you don't trust us." Birdo nodded in agreement, stepping forward to stand beside Nico. "Yeah, man. We've been worried sick about you. You keep disappearing, and we have no idea where you go or what you're doing." He shook his head, his expression serious. "We get that you have to keep secrets, but you should at least consider our feelings, too. We're your friends, Ace." Ace remained silent for a moment, absorbing their words. He understood their hurt and frustration, and he felt a pang of guilt for putting them through this. "You're right," he said finally, his voice contrite. "I messed up. I should have told you, or at least given you some kind of explanation." He paused, then continued, his voice laced with sincerity. "I'm sorry, guys. I really am. You're my best friends, and I value your friendship more than anything." He looked at them, his expression pleading. "Will you forgive me?" The question hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. A moment of silence followed, thick and heavy with unspoken emotions. Nico hesitated, her expression unreadable. Birdo, sensing her uncertainty, gave her a gentle nudge with his elbow, a silent encouragement to speak. Nico averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of red. She mumbled something under her breath, her voice barely audible. "What was that, Nico?" Birdo asked, leaning closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Nico sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "Fine," she said, her voice grudging. "I forgive you, Ace. Happy now." She refused to meet his gaze, her embarrassment palpable. A wave of relief washed over Ace. A genuine smile stretched across his face, though it was hidden by the helmet. "Thanks, Nico. That means a lot." Birdo, unable to contain his joy, let out a whoop of excitement. He threw his arms around both Nico and Ace, squeezing them tightly in a bear hug. "Yes, we're all friends again. I knew you guys would work it out." Nico groaned, trying to wriggle free from Birdo's embrace. Okay, Birdo, you can let go now." "I can't breathe." Birdo released them, beaming from ear to ear. He clapped Ace on the back. "I'm just glad we're all good, man. It wasn't the same without you around." Ace's heart swelled with warmth. He was incredibly grateful for his friend's understanding and forgiveness. "Me too, Birdo." Me too. He glanced at Nico, noticing the faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. He could tell that she was happy too, even if she was trying to hide it. A comfortable silence settled between them, the tension that had been hanging in the air dissipating like a dissipating. The sounds of the battle raging elsewhere in the city seemed to fade into the background as the three friends basked in the renewed strength of their bond. A genuine smile curved Ace's lips beneath his helmet. He felt a sense of lightness he hadn't experienced since the attack. The weight of his secret had been lifted, and now he knew he could confide in his friends. He knew that they would be there to support him, no matter what challenges lay ahead. He understood now. The three of them will always be together. Berto grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with happiness. He gave Ace a friendly nudge. The three of them shared a heartfelt moment, their bond stronger than ever. In the distorted reflection of a shattered mirror, the trio stood unaware of the looming threat. In the mirror world, a twisted image of reality, Scissors observed Ace, Nico, and Berto from afar. The alleyway, a familiar yet unsettlingly different version of the one they occupied in the real world, was eerily deserted, with long shadows stretching across the grimy pavement. Scissors, clad in his orange and silver armor, stood perched atop a dilapidated building, his form blending seamlessly with the decaying architecture of the mirror world. The green gem on his forehead, the S signal, pulsed softly, scanning the area for any signs of danger or opportunity. His crab-like antennae twitched, picking up the faint sounds of their laughter and chatter. He watched Ace's every move, scrutinizing the way he interacted with his friends. He noted the genuine affection in Ace's eyes as he spoke with Nico, the easy camaraderie he shared with Berto. He observed their body language, their facial expressions, searching for any weakness or vulnerability he could exploit. Scissors watched as Ace laughed with Nico and Berto and felt anger, his eyes narrowing with resentment. Such close relationships. Friends are such liabilities. He pondered, then clenched his fist. His expression hardened. These two could be used against him. Scissors observed as the three turned and began to walk away, their figures shrinking into the distance. The sound of their voices faded, replaced by the eerie silence of the mirror world. He continued to watch them, his gaze unwavering, until they disappeared from view entirely. A slow, sinister smirk spread across Scissors's face. His eyes gleamed with dark amusement as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Be prepared, Kamen Rider," he muttered to himself, his voice a low, gravelly growl that echoed in the empty mirror world. The fun has only just begun. He straightened up, his posture shifting from one of casual observation to one of predatory anticipation. He raised his left arm, the scissors visor glinting in the dim light. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of information he had gathered, formulating a plan to defeat Ace. His plan was set. Scissors knew the city is bustling even at this early hour. Ace, in his Ryuki form, feels a surge of power coursing through him. A jewelry store robbery in progress? Child's play. Ace uses his advent card and drag saber to effortlessly disarm the thugs. Before they can even blink, Ace ties them up with their own belts. Next, a purse snatching. Some old lady is screaming, and a punk is running away. Ace sighs. He kicks off the ground and uses his fast running to catch up to the thief. He makes a hook slide, and the thief tripped. Wallet. The thief hands over the wallet. Ace returns it to the grateful woman, just as he's thinking about maybe grabbing a coffee, because, man, being a hero before school sucks. His phone rings. "Ace, where are you?" Nico's voice screams through the speaker. "Our presentation is in like 20 minutes. Crap." Ace glances at the time. He's so going to be late. "Nico, stall them, okay? I'm almost done here, I promise. I'll be there ASAP." Ace sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. He needs to wrap things up. Fast. He makes sure the thief is secure, and then calls the police to report both incidents. Satisfied that everyone is safe and the authorities are on their way, Ace ducks into a nearby alley. Time to bail. He glances around, making sure no one is watching. Then, he steps through a reflective mirror and finds himself in the mirror world. The familiar desolate landscape stretches before him, a warped reflection of the city. Perfect for a quick commute. A sleek, futuristic sled materializes before him. The ride shooter. Okay, the ride shooter. It's not exactly a Batmobile, but it's still pretty cool. Think sleek sled, but hovercraft. All aerodynamic curves and smooth lines are made for speed. He hops on, grips the handles, and the machine roars to life. With a surge of power, the ride shooter blasts forward, tearing through the eerie silence of the mirror world. Buildings blur past in distorted streaks of gray and red. The sky above is a perpetual twilight, casting long, unnatural shadows. Ace leans into the turns, expertly navigating the twisted streets. Midtown High, here he comes. Meanwhile, back in Mr. Harrison's history class, Nico is sweating bullets. So, Mr. Harrison, she says, her voice a little too high-pitched, about the Peloponnesian War. She drags out the word, her mind racing for any way to buy Ace some time. Was it like totally a fair fight? I mean, did anyone cheat? Berto chimes in, yeah. What kind of weapons did they use? Did they have like super secret Spartan tech we don't know about? Mr. Harrison raises an eyebrow. Well, Ms. Minoru, Mr. Lopez, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I assure you that neither side had access to super secret Spartan tech. Nico forces a laugh. Right. Super secret. Of course. She glances at the clock, her anxiety spiking. Ace is so dead if he doesn't get here soon. Berto fakes a cough. Mr. Harrison? My laptop is like totally not working. Can I restart it? Maybe that'll help with the presentation. He gives Mr. Harrison his most innocent look. Mr. Harrison sighs. Very well, Mr. Lopez. But please be quick. We don't have all day. Berto nods, relief flooding his face. Thanks, Mr. Harrison. He slams his laptop shut and opens it again, pretending to frantically troubleshoot. Come on, Ace, where are you? The classroom door bursts open with a resounding thwack against the wall. Ace stumbles in, breathless, his hair a mess. Mr. Harrison stares, mouth agape. Sorry I'm late. Ace pants, gesturing wildly. Traffic. Bad. Like really, really bad. Nico and Berto exchange a look of pure relief. Nico throws Ace a look that says, Traffic? Really? Mr. Yukio, Mr. Harrison begins, his voice laced with exasperation. Perhaps you could explain your tardiness after the presentation. Assuming, of course, you're prepared. Ace nods quickly. Yes, sir. Totally prepared. Ready to go. He takes his place beside Nico and Berto, who subtly bump fists with him onto the table. They quickly launch into their presentation, Ace seamlessly picking up where they left off. He delivers his part flawlessly, his voice confident and his points well articulated. He may have been battling purse snatchers moments ago, but he's also a pretty good student when he puts his mind to it. As they wrap up the presentation, Mr. Harrison nods in approval. Well done, you three. A solid performance, despite Mr. Yukio's unfortunate entrance. Nico and Berto exhale audibly. The tension in the room dissipates like smoke. After class, Ace catches up with Nico and Berto at their lockers. Guys, I am so sorry about that, he says, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Thanks for covering for me. Nico waves her hand dismissively. Don't sweat it, Ace. We got your back. Berto grins. Yeah, it was kind of fun seeing Mr. Harrison squirm. Besides, what else is new? Is this another monster of the week? Ace shrugs sheepishly. Something like that. It was a busy morning. Petty crimes everywhere. Wait, petty crimes? What kind? Berto asks, his eyes widening with excitement. Like supervillain petty crimes? Did you use any cool rider kicks? Ace laughs. Nah, nothing that exciting. Just your run-of-the-mill robberies and snatchings. You know, the usual. Well, I'm glad you're okay. But did you have to go around and be a hero again? Nico sighs, face-palming. Hey, what else can I do? You know I'm going to help people. Ace says, I guess. Nico says, ever since that mess with the Hulk and the Abomination, Ace explains, the city's been a little crazy. People are scared, and some less than reputable types are taking advantage. Ace really hopes things will settle down soon. though a part of him doubts it. Ever since coming to this world, things are very chaotic. He sighs. At least his friends are all right and will forgive him soon. School goes by in a blur, and he focuses on trying to keep his head down. He makes small talks with Nico and Berto. Ace is just so relieved they are starting to forgive him, but there is still a long way to go before his friendship is restored. He knows that. As the final bell rings, Ace checks his phone. A new message from Yuri. Meet me at the usual spot. Ace glances at Nico and Berto, who are waiting for him. Hey guys, he says, I gotta go meet with my police friend. You know Yuri. Nico raises an eyebrow. Police friend? Is this about the crazy, grongy stuff? Ace shrugs, trying to look casual. Maybe. Just gotta help her out with some questions. Don't get into trouble, Ace, Nico says, her voice laced with concern. I'll try not to, Ace promises, offering them a smile. See you guys later. Then he leaves. The rooftop offers a welcome escape from the crowded hallways of Midtown High. Ace feels the familiar surge of Ryuki's power coursing through him, the V-buckle snug against his waist. He activates the mirror, slipping into the rooftop that is used as a meeting place with Yuri. He sees Yuri standing near the edge of the building, the city sprawling out behind her like a concrete jungle. Ace approaches. Hey, Kamen Rider, Yuri says, turning to greet him. There's a slight edge to her voice, something he can't quite place. I wanted you to meet someone. She gestures to the man standing beside her. He's tall, with a neatly trimmed mustache and a serious expression. He's dressed in a sharp suit, looking every bit the detective. Yuri's partner. This is Naoki Koji, Yuri explains. He's my new partner. Ace gives Koji a polite nod. Nice to meet you. Likewise, Koji replies, his voice smooth and confident. Yuri sighs, running a hand through her hair. Look, Ryder, I'm not exactly thrilled about this arrangement, but the brass insisted. With everything that's been happening, they want all the officers to work in pairs. For safety reasons. Ace frowns, sensing Yuri's unease. She values her independence. She doesn't like working with someone else, let alone being told to work with someone else. Koji steps forward, extending a hand towards Ace with a smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Kamen Rider. Yuri has told me so much about you, and I'm really glad that I can work with you. I'm eager to collaborate and put an end to these grongi. His eyes gleam with what seems to be genuine enthusiasm. Together, I think we can clean up this city, especially you. Yuri doesn't waste any time. She pulls a file from her briefcase and hands it to Ace. We've had a string of disappearances lately, she says, her voice tight with concern. All the victims vanished near mirrors. The MO is consistent with the Spider case. We think we're dealing with another mirror monster. Ace flips through the file, his brow furrowing. Photos of crime scenes flash before his eyes. Shattered mirrors, strange residues. The connection is undeniable. This is horrible. Don't worry, I can sense them now. Ever since I got this armor, I can sense them like a sixth sense. Yuri visibly relaxes, a wave of relief washing over her face. That's actually a huge advantage, she admits. Knowing that you can sense the mirror monsters is a game changer. Koji nods in agreement. It'll definitely make it easier for us to work with you. Makes this easier to take down this new mirror monster. All right, Yuri says, a new determination in her voice. Let's head to the latest victim's location. See if we can pick up a trail. Ace nods, a familiar sense of purpose settling over him. He's Kamen Rider. He'll protect this city no matter what it takes. With a shared nod, the three of them head towards the stairwell, ready to investigate. The bustling shopping mall is a cacophony of sounds and smells, a stark contrast to the sterile silence of the hospital room. Yellow police tape cordons off a section of the mall, creating an island of grim reality amidst the consumer frenzy. Curious onlookers crane their necks, whispering and pointing, their faces a mixture of morbid fascination and unease. He follows Yuri and Koji through the crowd, his senses on high alert. He can feel the vibrations of the city, the collective anxieties of its inhabitants. But beneath that, a faint, discordant note, the signature of the mirror world. This is the spot, Yuri says, her voice low and professional. She gestures to a shattered mirror lying on the floor, shards of glass glinting under the mall's bright lights. A father vanished while he was shopping with his daughter. Witnesses say he was looking at his reflection when the mirror suddenly shattered. The daughter's traumatized. Can't say much other than Daddy disappeared. Ace kneels beside the shattered mirror, his fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the glass. The air around it feels cold, stagnant. He closes his eyes, focusing his energy, trying to reach out with his heightened senses. It's like tuning a radio, searching for a specific frequency amidst the static. He scans the area, his gaze lingering on the reflective surfaces, the polished floors, the glass storefronts, the mirror displays. He can feel the presence of the mirror world, a distorted echo of reality, lurking just beneath the surface. It's faint, almost imperceptible, but it's there. Yuri watches him intently. Can you sense anything, Ryder? He takes a deep breath, trying to filter out the noise and distractions. Come on, focus. Then it hits him. A faint ringing, almost like tinnitus, but different. It's high-pitched, metallic, resonating deep within his skull. He opens his eyes, his gaze snapping to a large department store mirror across the way. Yeah, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. I hear something. A ringing. It's faint, but it's definitely coming from that mirror. He points towards the department store mirror. Yuri exchanges a look with Koji, her expression tightening with resolve. All right, let's move. They rise to their feet, Yuri drawing her weapon, Koji following suit. Ace takes the lead, his senses guiding him through the throng of shoppers, towards the department store mirror and the unknown danger that awaits. The ringing intensifies with each step he takes, drilling into his skull. The department store mirror looms ahead, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light. The mall's noise fades, replaced by a high-pitched whine that seems to vibrate the very air around him. Something's wrong, Ace thinks. Very wrong. He quickens his pace, ignoring the stares of the shoppers. Yuri and Koji stay close, their expressions grim, weapons raised. The air crackles with tension, a palpable sense of anticipation. As he gets closer to the mirror, he notices something off. The reflection isn't quite right. The image is distorted, wavering like heat haze. He stops, his eyes narrowing, focusing on the mirrored surface. There, in the depths of the reflection, a figure begins to coalesce. It's humanoid, vaguely but wrong. Twisted. Its skin is patterned with harsh black and white stripes, like a zebra, but the head is skeletal. A skull with zebra stripes. Zebra skull. A mirror monster. Recognition slams into him, a jolt of adrenaline. He's seen images of it before in old Kamen Rider encyclopedias. Zebra skull iron, if I remember correctly. Dangerous. Fast. He tenses, his muscles coiling, ready to transform. He opens his mouth to warn Yuri and Koji, but it's too late. Zebra skull exists the mirror world, its claws extended, lunging directly at him. Zebra skull is impossibly fast, a blur of black and white. Its skeletal face is contorted in a silent snarl, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. Ace barely has time to react. Koji, ever eager, rushes past him, brandishing his weapon. Get back, you monster! Time seems to slow as Zebra skull hurtles towards him, and Ace couldn't react in time. Koji, no! He yells, but his warning is swallowed by the roar of the atrium. Zebra skull barely acknowledges Koji. It swats the detective aside like an annoying insect, its claws leaving a long, bloody gash across Koji's chest. The sound of tearing fabric and a wet, sickening thud fills the air. Koji cries out, clutching his chest. He stumbles backward, his face pale, before collapsing in a heap on the polished floor. Damn it, Koji! Ace's anger flares. Ignoring the shopper's screams and gasps, he pivots, focusing all his rage and power on Zebra Skull. He ducks under a wild swipe of its claws and lunges forward, channeling his energy into his fist. His punch connects with Zebra Skull's jaw, sending a shockwave up his arm. The mirror monster reels backward, its skeletal head snapping to the side. It staggers, momentarily disoriented, before regaining its. Ace doesn't give it a chance to recover. He follows through with another punch, then a kick, driving the mirror monster towards the nearest reflective surface, a large decorative mirror adorning the wall of a luxury boutique. Zebra Skull claws at the air, trying to regain its footing, but Ace is relentless. He unleashes a final, powerful kick, sending the mirror monster crashing into the mirror as it's sucked back into the mirror world. Silence descends upon the atrium, broken only by the sobs of the injured and the terrified whispers of the onlookers. Ace turns his attention back to Koji. He rushes to his side, kneeling beside him. The detective's face is ashen, his eyes wide with pain. The slash across his chest is deep, crimson blood soaking through his shirt. Koji, Ace says urgently, checking for a pulse. It's weak but steady. Stay with me. Relief washes over him. The injury isn't fatal, but it's bad. Very bad. Yuri is already there, tearing strips of fabric from her coat to apply pressure to the wound. He's losing a lot of blood, she says, her voice strained with concern. Ace watches her, his jaw tight. He is relieved that Koji will live, but frustrated by his recklessness. Ace turns to Yuri. Take care of him. Get him some help. I'll go after the mirror monster. All right, be careful, Ryder. Yuri calls after him, her voice laced with concern. He gives her a curt nod, his focus already shifting to the task ahead. He turns towards the shimmering portal, the gateway to the mirror world. He hesitates for a fraction of a second. The mirror world, a twisted reflection of reality, a haven for monsters. It's a dangerous place, unpredictable. But he can't let Zebra Skull roam free, not while it poses a threat to innocent people. And the people here remind him of the time when he first became Kuga. He takes a deep breath, steeling his resolve. He steps through the mirror. The world shifts. The mall, once bustling and vibrant, is now a desolate wasteland. The colors are muted, drained of life. The bright lights have dimmed, casting long, distorted shadows. An unsettling silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint, rhythmic hum of some unseen machinery. It's the mirror world. The familiar landmarks are still there. The storefronts, the escalators, the food court, but they're twisted, warped like a funhouse mirror reflection. The polished floors are cracked and broken, littered with debris. The air feels heavy, oppressive, charged with an unnatural energy. Ace scans his surroundings, his senses on high alert. He tightens his grip on the drag saber, the curved blade feeling reassuringly solid in his hand. He can sense Zebra Skull nearby, its presence a dark, malevolent shadow lurking in the periphery. He moves forward cautiously, his boots crunching on the broken glass. The silence is unnerving, broken only by the echo of his own footsteps. He rounds a corner and stops dead in his tracks. There, in the center of the desolate atrium, stands Zebra Skull. The mirror monster is even more grotesque in the mirror world. Its zebra-like stripes shimmer in the dim light, its skeletal face contorted in a silent snarl. Its eyes burn with an eerie green light, fixed on him with predatory intensity. From its forearms protrude two retractable swords, gleaming menacingly. They are long, wickedly sharp, their edges reflecting the faint light. The two adversaries face each other, sizing each other up, a silent battle of wills. Ace can feel the monster's hatred, its hunger. He steels himself, preparing for the inevitable clash. The silence stretches, thick and suffocating. Ace stares down Zebra Skull. Ace reaches for his advent deck, sliding out the sword vent card. The drag visor is still attached to his left arm. Sword vent. With a metallic clang, the drag saber materializes in his right hand. He tightens his grip on the drag saber, his knuckles turning white. He adjusts his stance, his feet planted firmly on the cracked floor, ready to strike. The hum of the mirror world presses in on Ace, a dull drone that grates on his nerves. Zebra Skull waits, a predatory stillness radiating from its skeletal frame. The air crackles with tension, a prelude to violence. Zebra Skull breaks the silence, a guttural growl rumbling from its throat. Its swords flash, catching the dim light like polished razors. It explodes into motion, lunging towards Ace with blinding speed. Ace reacts on instinct, the drag saber rising to meet the attack. The clash of metal rings out, a deafening echo in the desolate mall. Sparks fly as the blades grind against each other, a shower of light in the oppressive gloom. Zebra Skull is agile, darting around him like a crazed dancer. Its swords slash and thrust, forcing him to block and parry with every ounce of his strength. He's good, but this Zebra Skull isn't holding back. This is going to be harder than he thought. The mirror monster spins, its swords a whirlwind of death. Ace ducks under a high strike, feeling the wind of the blade graze his helmet. He counters with a sweeping slash of the drag saber, aiming for Zebra Skull's legs. The mirror monster leaps back, avoiding the blow with ease. It lands lightly on its feet, its eyes glinting with amusement. It's toying with him. He has to change the rhythm. He glances around, taking in the layout of the mall. Cracked pillars, overturned mannequins, shattered storefronts. It's a mess, but it's also an opportunity. He feints left, drawing Zebra Skull forward, then pivots sharply to the right, darting behind a massive support pillar. The mirror monster follows, its swords slashing through the air where he had been moments before. Using the pillar as cover, he circles around, keeping the obstacle between himself and Zebra Skull. The mirror monster snarls in frustration, its attacks blocked by the solid concrete. He sees an opening. As Zebra Skull rounds the pillar, he bursts forward, the drag saber a blur in his hand. He slashes at the mirror monster's exposed flank, scoring a shallow hit. Zebra Skull recoils, hissing in pain. It leaps back, creating some distance between them. It's no longer toying with him. Now it's all business. Ace presses his advantage, driving the attack. He uses the environment to his advantage, leaping over overturned benches, sliding under shattered display cases. He's faster, more agile, forcing Zebra Skull to react to him. The mirror monster is cornered, backed up against a wall. Its skeletal face is contorted in rage, its eyes burning with a furious intensity. It is a cornered animal, and those are the most dangerous. Suddenly, Zebra Skull does something unexpected. It rears back, its body contorting in a bizarre, unnatural way. Its torso stretches, elongating, as if its bones are made of rubber. Ace watches in astonishment as the mirror monster's body splits apart, separating into vertically stacked segments. Each segment hovers in the air, suspended by some unseen force, like a bizarre totem pole of zebra-striped horror. The swords from its forearms are now attached to each segment, creating a barrier of spinning blades. It's a defensive formation designed to keep him at bay. What the? Ace mutters, staring at the floating segments. This is a new one. He is reminded of a zebra totem pole with swords for some reason. He circles around the floating segments, trying to find an opening. The spinning blades make it impossible to get close. Any direct attack would be suicide. He needs a plan. Fast. Thinking is interrupted as the segments dart around him, the sword edges threatening to cut him at any moment. Okay, time to test this thing out. Strike vent. He inserts the card in the drag visor, the gauntlet materializing over his right hand. The head of Dragreater roars, its maw opening and closing, ready to strike. He aims the gauntlet at one of the segments and fires a blast of fireballs. The fireballs connects, but the segment barely flinches. The spinning blades deflect the energy, dissipating the force. This is not working. He needs a different approach, a more direct approach. He glances at his drag claw. An idea begins to form in his mind. Risky, but it might work. He has to get closer. He lunges forward, darting between the spinning segments. The blades were past him, missing him by inches. He reaches out. The segment is surprisingly light, almost weightless. He pulls it towards him, yanking it out of the stack. The rest of Zebra Skull's body collapses. The floating segments lose their support, crashing to the ground in a heap. The main body slams into the ground. The tactic worked. He does a silent cheer. Ace doesn't let up. With the body collapsed on the ground, this is his chance. Ace runs towards Zebra Skull's main body and delivers a punch, making Zebra Skull flail around on the ground. One more hit. A roaring blast of fire erupts from the gauntlet. The fireball engulfs Zebra Skull, the mirror monster screaming as its body disintegrates into nothingness. The flames dissipate, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. The body of Zebra Skull vanishes, not even leaving behind any residue. With Zebra Skull gone, Ace takes a breath, the adrenaline slowly fading. He's still got that mirror monster hum to contend with. He looks up and watches the Zebra Skull's life energy float up into the sky. He had never seen that before. He wonders what will happen to that life energy. Suddenly, Dragreater appears. The dragon makes quick work of it, snapping up the life energy in one gulp and flies away. The mirror world is silent once more. With the monster defeated, the area began to disintegrate. Ace is relieved that the fighting is over and prepares to leave the mirror world. This time, he wants to ensure that everyone is safe. But the words barely escaped his lips when the mall disappeared and returned to reality. He is back. The real world snaps back into focus. The desolate mall of the mirror world replaced by the familiar storefronts of the department store. The Ryuki armor shimmers, fading away as he stumbles forward, back into his normal clothes. He spots Yuri first, standing near a cluster of paramedics. Her face is tight with worry, but relief floods her expression when she sees him. Then, he sees Koji, lying on a gurney, a bandage wrapped around his chest. The detective gives him a thumbs up, a goofy grin plastered across his face. Ace approaches them, a mix of relief and frustration swirling within him. He's glad they're both okay, but Koji's recklessness still grates on his nerves. He could have died in there. Guess I owe you one, huh? Koji says, his voice slightly strained but his grin unwavering. Ace crosses his arms, trying to maintain a stern expression. What you did was reckless, he says, his tone firm but not unkind. You could have gotten yourself killed. Koji laughs it off, wincing slightly from the pain. Hey, I'm still here, aren't I? He waves his hands around. Besides, I'll do better next time. Promise. Yuri shakes her head, but Ace catches a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Your lucky rider was here to save your hide, she says, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Ace sighs, the tension slowly easing from his shoulders. He can't help the small smile that creeps onto his face. Just don't do that again, he says, his gaze meeting Koji's. I can't always be there to bail you out. Koji extends a hand, his grin widening. Deal. The detective pauses and then asks, and hey, maybe we can team up next time. You, me, and Yuri, unstoppable trio, right? Ace hesitates for a moment, considering the offer. Koji is reckless, impulsive, but he also seems genuinely determined to help. And Yuri clearly trusts him. Maybe, just maybe they could work together. He shakes Koji's hand, a small smile playing on his lips. Yeah, maybe, he says, his tone cautious. Just try not to get in my way. Yuri rolls her eyes, but Ace catches the glint of amusement in her gaze. There's a sense of camaraderie in the air, a shared understanding forged in the heat of battle. The tension from earlier dissipates, replaced by a quiet sense of connection. The setting sun casts long shadows across the parking lot, painting the scene in hues of orange and gold. Sirens wail in the distance as the last of the paramedics load their patients in ambulances. The yellow tape flutters in the breeze, cordoning off the entrance to the department store. Koji claps Ace on the shoulder, the gesture surprisingly forceful. You know, for a guy in a fancy suit, you're not so bad, Koji says, his grin still plastered across his face. Ace raises an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He glances down at his tailored jacket, a stark contrast to Koji's rumpled trench coat. And for a reckless detective, you're not the worst, Ace replies, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. Yuri chuckles, shaking her head as she surveys the two of them. You two are going to be trouble, aren't you? Koji shrugs, his grin turning mischievous. Maybe, but hey, at least we'll have fun. Ace can't help but laugh, the sound surprising even himself. He hadn't expected to find himself enjoying Koji's company. The detective's energy is infectious, a stark contrast to Ace's own cautious nature. Yeah, maybe we will, Ace says, his gaze meeting Koji's. As they walk away from the mall, Ace feels a sense of unexpected warmth settling in his chest. The tension from the fight has faded, replaced by a sense of camaraderie he hadn't anticipated. Despite Koji's recklessness, there's something about his energy that's refreshing. Maybe, just maybe, they'll make a good team after all. The weeks turned into a blur as Ace found himself in constant battle against the mirror monsters. Balancing the mundane realities of high school, a part-time job, and the extraordinary life of a Kamen Rider was proving to be quite the juggling act. Partnering with Koji and Yuri had become routine, as they worked together to track and defeat the monsters emerging from the mirror world. Ace couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The absence of Grongi incidents was a welcome change, yet it felt like a prelude to something bigger, something brewing beneath the surface. Amidst the chaos, Ace and Koji's relationship had grown stronger, solidifying into a genuine friendship. It was common to see them grabbing a bite after a particularly grueling fight, sharing stories and laughs as they recovered from their battles. Now, bathed in the afternoon sun on the NYPD rooftop, Ace in his Ryuki armor and Koji lean against the railing, overlooking the bustling New York cityscape. Another one bites the dust, Ace remarks, the drag visor on his left arm gleaming. Koji laughs, adjusting the bandage on his arm, a souvenir from their last encounter with a particularly nasty crab-like mirror monster. Yeah, well, at least this time I didn't end up as Monster Chow. Thanks for that, by the way. Ace shrugs, the red and silver armor shifting slightly. Just doing my job. Besides, Yuri would have had my head if I let anything happen to her partner. Speaking of Yuri, Koji says, glancing towards the door leading back inside. She's been working overtime lately. These disappearances are really starting to get to her. Ace nods, his expression softening. She takes it personally, wants to save everyone she can. A bead of silence hangs between them, broken only by the distant wail of a siren. You know, Koji begins, pushing himself off the railing. Before all this crazy mirror monster stuff started, I thought being a cop was all about paperwork and donuts. Turns out, it's more like facing down interdimensional nightmares with a man in a dragon armor. Ace chuckles, the sound echoing slightly within the helmet. It's a little more complicated than that. Ace tips his head back, a genuine laugh bubbling up from beneath the helmet, mingling with Koji's hearty chuckle. The tension from their monster-hunting escapades seems to dissipate, replaced by a shared sense of camaraderie. Interdimensional nightmares. Ace repeats, the corners of his eyes crinkling. I like that. It's got a nice ring to it. Koji grins, playfully punching Ace's armored shoulder. Hey, I'm full of good ideas. You should hear my theories on the Bermuda Triangle. I'll pass, thanks, Ace says, waving a hand dismissively. Though, now that I think about it, what made you want to be a detective anyway? Koji's expression softens, the playful glint in his eyes dimming slightly. He turns his gaze back to the city, the sprawling metropolis stretching out before them like a vast, intricate web. I wanted to help people, you know? Keep order, make a difference. Sounds cliché, I know. He pauses, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. I wanted to be a hero, Koji admits quietly, the word hanging in the air between them. I thought, as a detective, I could be someone who could make a difference. Ace nods, understanding dawning in his eyes. And Koji takes a deep breath, a hint of a wistful smile playing on his lips. The reality was a bit different. The early days were rough, horrible even. I saw so much darkness, so much pain. People at their worst. It almost broke me. He trails off, lost in thought, the weight of his past experiences settling heavily on his shoulders. The laughter and lightheartedness of moments before seem a distant memory, replaced by the somber reflection of a man grappling with the harsh realities of the world. Koji shakes his head, as if trying to dispel the shadows of his past. But then, he says, his voice gaining strength, I met someone who showed me the way. Someone who reminded me what it truly meant to serve. A mentor? Ace asks, tilting his head. Koji nods, a small smile gracing his lips. Yeah, you could say that. He showed me that it wasn't just about arresting the bad guys, but about maintaining order, dispensing justice, being a symbol for the people. That's what's driving me now, to make sure that people are safe and that criminals are punished. He clenches his fist, a newfound determination shining in his eyes. That's why I do what I do, writer. That's why I won't back down, even when things get tough. I'm doing this for the people. The weight of Koji's words hangs in the air, a testament to the unwavering spirit of a man who has faced darkness and emerged stronger, more determined than ever. The city behind them seemed to pulse with renewed hope. Well, Ace says, straightening up, his voice resolute behind the drag visor. Then we keep at it, right? Keep fighting. We protect the people, no matter what. Koji nods, his gaze hardening with determination. Damn right we do. The city needs us, and we won't let them down. He claps Ace on the shoulder, a genuine smile returning to his face. The door to the rooftop creaks open, and Yuri steps out, her expression grim. Another one, she announces, her voice cutting through the comfortable atmosphere. Near the river this time. Ace and Koji immediately snap to attention, the lightheartedness of their previous conversation vanishing. What happened? Koji asks, his voice sharp and professional. Yuri pulls out a small notepad, flipping it open. Witnesses reported seeing something unnatural, large-scale, near the docks. Ace's grip tightens on the drag visor. Mirror monster? Yuri nods. Possibly, but the description doesn't match anything we've seen before. We need to check it out. Without another word, Ace strides towards the stairs, his armored footsteps echoing on the concrete. Koji follows close behind, his trench coat billowing in the breeze. Yuri brings up the rear, her face set with determination. The trio moves with a sense of urgency, a silent understanding passing between them. The peace on the rooftop is shattered, replaced by the grim reality of their duty. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city as rush hour gets into full swing. The East River glitters with reflected light, its surface deceptively serene. A lone figure jogs along the waterfront path, earbuds blasting upbeat pop music in her ears. She is a woman in her late 20s, clad in athletic wear, her strides strong and rhythmic. The cool evening air nips at her cheeks, raising a healthy blush on her face. The woman rounds a bend in the path, the river stretching out before her. She glances at the water, admiring the cityscape reflected in its surface. Without warning, the water's reflection shimmers violently, distorting the mirrored image of the skyline. The effect spreads rapidly, the surface of the river rippling and churning as if something massive is about to breach. A monstrous form explodes from the water, a hulking figure of chitin and claw. It is Volcancer, the crab-like mirror monster, its oversized pincers snapping hungrily. The woman screams, a shrill, piercing cry that is quickly cut short. Volcancer's massive claws clamp down on her, crushing her ribs with sickening force. Her body goes limp, the earbuds falling from her ears to dangle uselessly. With a final, horrifying crunch, Volcancer devours her. He eats the woman's body with relish, its sharp claws tearing through flesh and bone. Volcancer drags the remains towards the water. The woman's half-eaten corpse is dragged into the river, into the mirror world, leaving her foam behind. The river calms, its surface returning to its previous state of serenity. The cityscape is reflected perfectly once more. The woman's cell phone lies discarded on the path, the screen glowing with a paused Spotify playlist. The East River waterfront at dusk offered a deceptive serenity. The city skyline, a jagged tapestry of light, reflected in the water, its beauty a stark contrast to the grim task at hand. Yellow police tape fluttered in the breeze, cordoning off the area where the jogger's phone was found. Ace, still clad in Ryuki's crimson and silver armor, scanned the scene. Forensic teams swarmed the area, their flashlights cutting through the gathering gloom. Ace watched as one of them approached Yuri, handing her a clear plastic bag containing the jogger's phone. Victim's name was Sarah Walker, Yuri announced, her voice somber. Local fitness instructor. Forensics found nothing else. No signs of struggle, no other personal effects. Just a phone lying on the path. Ace focused, trying to tap into the familiar hum of the mirror world, the telltale sign of a lurking monster. But the area felt strangely quiet, devoid of the usual unsettling energy. Something's off, he thought. Anything, Ryder? Yuri asked, her gaze intense. Can you sense it? A mirror monster. Ace closed his eyes, focusing. He reached out with his senses, searching for the telltale ripple in reality, the distortion that marked the presence of the mirror world. Nothing. Not yet, Ace said, opening his eyes. It's quiet. Too quiet. Then, a faint ringing sound, almost imperceptible, pierced the silence. It resonated somewhere deep within his mind, like a distant alarm bell. Wait, Ace said, his head cocked to one side. I got something. It's faint, but it's getting stronger. Without waiting for a response, he started moving, his armored boots crunching on the gravel path. The ringing grew louder, pulling him forward with an invisible thread. Ryder, wait up! Yuri called, her footsteps echoing behind him. Koji, ever eager, jogged to keep pace with Ace. What is it? Another monster? Lead the way. Ace didn't answer, his focus entirely on the sound. It pulsed in his ears, a siren song drawing him toward the source. The faint ringing in Ace's mind intensifies as he, Yuri, and Koji move away from the East River waterfront. Ace gestures for them to follow him towards a dimly lit alley. The source of the sound, now unmistakable. The alley stinks of stale garbage and damp concrete. A lone civilian, a middle-aged man in a rumpled suit, shuffles along, lost in thought and unaware of the danger closing in. He passes a dusty storefront window, its reflection wavering erratically. The glass doesn't shatter, but the reflected image of the alley contorts, twisting into something unnatural. With a ripple, Volcancer emerges from the mirror's surface. Its massive pincers snap open and closed, emitting a wet, clicking sound. The man screams, a choked, desperate sound that echoes through the narrow space. Volcancer grabs him, its pincers clamping around his torso with bone-crushing force. The man is lifted off the ground, his feet kicking uselessly as he flails. Gunshot. Koji and Yuri burst into the alley, guns raised. Koji fires a shot, the bullet ricocheting harmlessly off Volcancer's armored shell. The mirror monster recoils, releasing its grip on the man, who falls to the ground with a sickening thud. Sword vent. The drag visor opens, and Ace places the sword vent card inside. The drag saber materialized in Ace's hand. Ace arrives, drag saber gleaming in the dim light. He recognizes the mirror monster instantly. Volcancer. Volcancer is one of the contract monsters in the Kamen Rider Ryuki series. Its body is a patchwork of orange and silver armor plating, vaguely humanoid but monstrously proportioned. One massive pincer replaces its left hand, while the right ends in a smaller but equally lethal claw. Green, insectoid eyes gleam with predatory intelligence. What is it doing here? Is it a wild monster? Or does it have a contract? Volcancer roars, its pincers snapping, and lunges forward. Ace intercepts, the drag saber meeting Volcancer's claw in a shower of sparks. The impact sends a jolt up Ace's arm, but he holds firm, pushing back against the monster's brute strength. Ace slashes, aiming for Volcancer's exposed joints. The mirror monster screeches, stumbling back as Ace presses his attack. Volcancer, realizing it is outmatched, hesitates for only a moment. It glances at the nearby puddle, then back at Ace. With a final, frustrated roar, it turns and scuttles toward the puddle, disappearing into the mirror world. Ryder, after it, Yuri shouts, already moving to check on the injured civilian. Don't let it get away. Koji adds, his gun still raised, pointing towards the shimmering puddle. Ace nods, a grim determination hardening his features. Without hesitation, he steps toward the shimmering puddle, the portal to the mirror world. The air in the mirror world is thick. Ace steps through the shimmering puddle, the alley warping around him into a twisted reflection. Colors are leached of their vibrancy, replaced with a sickly gray pallor. Volcancer stands waiting, its crimson exoskeleton a stark contrast to the muted surroundings. "Let's go," Ace says, gripping the drag saber. Volcancer doesn't waste time. It lunges, its oversized pincers snapping. Ace ducks under the first strike, the claw whistling past his helmet. He counters with a slash of the drag saber, aiming for the creature's armored chest. Sparks fly as the blade glances off. Gotta keep moving. He flips backward, creating distance. Advent. Dragreater flies in with a roar, its serpentine body coiling around Ace before launching itself at Volcancer. Roar. The dragon unleashes a torrent of flames. Volcancer raises its massive pincers, forming a shield against the inferno. The fire washes over it, forcing it to stumble back, but the monster is far from defeated. Ace uses the distraction to circle around. He spots a crumbling brick pillar. Perfect. Volcancer shakes off the flames and charges. Ace dodges behind the pillar as the pincer slams into it, sending debris flying. Ace darts out from behind the pillar and slashes at Volcancer's legs. It roars in pain, trying to crush him. Too slow. Ace somersaults away from another pincer attack, the claw ripping through the air where he just stood. He lands lightly, his eyes locked on Volcancer. He continues to harass the mirror monster, his drag saber a blur of silver. The battle is fast and furious, a whirlwind of strikes and counters. Each movement is precise, calculated. Ace ducks under a swipe, the claw narrowly missing his head. He uses the momentum to spin and deliver a powerful kick to Volcancer's face. The monster staggers. An opening. He leaps forward, drag saber raised high. Slash. The blade connects. Volcancer shrieks and stumbles. Now, Ace presses his advantage, driving Volcancer further into the depths of the mirror world. The next blow, Ace raises the drag saber to strike it. Finish this fight. Then, a searing pain erupts across his back. Everything explodes in a burst of static. He has no time to brace himself, only feels the crushing force as he is sent flying. The drag saber spins away, clattering uselessly against the warped pavement. He slams into the ground, vision blurring, every nerve screaming. Sparks erupt from his armor where the attack hit. The air smells of ozone and burnt metal. What was that? Struggling to rise, Ace pushes himself up onto shaky arms. He coughs, spitting out dust and blood. His gaze snaps up. Standing before him, bathed in the sickly glow of the mirror world, is another rider. Orange and silver armor, shaped like a grotesque crustacean. A clawed gauntlet gleams ominously. Kamen Rider Scissors. "You're not the only rider in this world, kid," Scissors says, his voice cold and mocking. Volcancer, still reeling from their earlier fight, lumbers to Scissors' side, its massive pincers snapping in anticipation. But Scissors raises a hand, silencing the monster. A smirk plays on Scissors' lips. "Let's see if you're worth recruiting," he says, his tone dripping with menace. Strike vent. Scissors jams a card into his claw. The air crackles, and a monstrous appendage materializes on his right arm. The Scissors pinch, a massive claw ripped straight for Volcancer itself. Damn, Ace thought, seeing the scissor blade that can cleave through concrete. Scissors lunges. The Scissors pinch aimed directly at Ace's head. Ace ducks, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike, and retaliates with a sweep of the drag saber. Scissors blocks with a monstrous claw, the metal grinding against metal in a shower of sparks. The battle intensifies, each blow carrying the force of a wrecking ball. Ace darts around Scissors, try to exploit any opening, but Scissors is relentless, the Scissors pinch a constant threat. He slashes, aiming for a joint in the armor, but Scissors deflects it with a claw, then counters with a savage swipe. Ace barely manages to block with the drag saber, the force of the impact sending him staggering back. The air is thick with the smell of ozone and burning metal. He pants, sweat stinging his eyes. Scissors stalks forward, the Scissors pinch dripping with sparks. The scene is now fast-paced, and Ace realizes they've reached their time limit in the mirror world. Ace glances at his vambrace. The red and silver armor flickers, pixelating at the edges. Time is running out. We're out of time. You're lucky. This isn't over, Ryoki, Scissors says, then raises a hand, and Volcancer moves to block his path. Get out of my way. Ace shouts. He needs to stop them, needs to understand what Dai-Shocker is planning. But Volcancer is an insurmountable wall of chitin and rage. Suddenly, Volcancer unleashes a barrage of explosive bubbles from its mouth. The bubbles rocket toward Ace, each one crackling with destructive energy. No time to dodge. Ace raises the drag saber, deflecting as many of the projectiles as he can, but the explosions are deafening, blinding. A searing pain blossoms across his chest as one of the bubbles connects, throwing him back. He struggles to his feet, vision swimming, but Scissors and Volcancer are gone, vanished into the shadows of the distorted mall. The air crackles with the echoes of their departure, leaving Ace alone in the oppressive silence of the mirror world. Ace spits on the ground, frustration boiling in his gut. He glances down at his shaking hands, then clenches them into fists. Damn it, he mutters, the word lost in the eerie silence of the mirror world. He hates losing. He hates feeling helpless. With a sigh, he glances toward the mirror. He's been in the mirror world for too long already. Time to get back. Ace steps through the reflective surface, the distorted world dissolving around him as he returns to the familiar alleyway. Yuri is there, leaning against her car, her face etched with concern. Her eyes snap to him as he emerges, her hand instinctively moving towards her holster. Ryder? What happened? Are you okay? He nods, though he knows he looks anything but. I'm fine. I fought Scissors. Yuri's brow furrows. Scissors? Like the cutting tool? Ace shakes his head. Kamen Rider Scissors. A dark rider. He explains the encounter, the offer to join Dai-Shocker, and the fight that he almost lost. Yuri listens intently, her expression growing graver with each word. Another Kamen Rider. Wait, do you mean there is someone else like you? That's not good. No, Ace agrees. It's not. Scissors controls that crab-looking monster called Volcancer, just like how I controlled her greeter. The news seemed to pile up, one disaster after another. It just got worse, Yuri says, her voice grim. Where do these guys even come from? Ace wishes he had answers. He knows about mirror monsters, Grongi, but riders? From other worlds, other realities? I don't know. Ace admits, his voice flat. He glanced around the alleyway. Where's Koji? Yuri nods towards the street. He went to send the civilian away. As if on cue, Koji appears, jogging back towards them, his expression tight. What happened? I heard explosions. Ace grimly relayed what he just told Yuri. Another rider, Ace said, working for Dai-Shocker. Koji's eyes widened. That's a problem. A big problem. Yuri sighs. We'll have to discuss this next time, Yuri said. They got away, and we need to regroup. Ace nods, already turning to leave. He has a bad feeling about this, and he needs to train. Ace was taken aback by Scissors' sudden appearance. He'd suspected Volcancer was a contract monster, his intuition stemming from knowledge he gained from watching Kamen Rider Ryuki, where Volcancer was the contract monster for Kamen Rider Scissors, a dark rider. To now see Scissors standing right in front of him was quite a shock. Dark riders were Kamen riders who used their powers for evil. Many appeared throughout the years, and Ace had also collected their gear to add to his collection in his original world. Scissors was one of the earliest Dark Riders and had been defeated by Kamen Rider Knight. In the Ryuki show, Volcancer ate the original Scissors after his Advent deck broke, so Ace could only assume that this Scissors was a completely different person entirely, likely from another world or timeline. Ace tensed, ready for a fight, but Scissors held up a hand. A gesture of peace? No need for hostilities, Scissors says, his voice deceptively calm. He spreads his hands, a gesture of peace that doesn't fool Ace for a second. I am Kamen Rider Scissors. I only wish to talk. Talk. In this desolate reflection of reality, with a monster at his back? What do you want? Ace asks, his voice tight. He keeps his stance low, ready to spring. Scissors chuckles, a low, grating sound. An invitation, young rider. An opportunity. Join Dai-Shocker. Dai-Shocker. Ace's blood turns to ice. Why would I ever do that? He demands, his grip tightening on the hilt of the drag saber. I know who you are, what Dai-Shocker is. Oh, but you're misunderstanding me, Scissors says, a hard edge creeping into his tone. Dai-Shocker, we're the only ones who see the grand scheme of things. This world is descending into chaos. A narcissistic playboy, soaring around with his dangerous tech. A monster born from radiation, roaming around terrified, a walking disaster. And I'm sure you recall the monster that showed up in Harlem, a testament to unchecked power. It's nothing but chaos. Ace scoffs. And you think Dai-Shocker is the answer? An organization that unites every evil force across the multiverse? An organization that seeks to conquer everything. Scissors spreads his hands again. Order. That's what we offer. A structured world, a world without these accidents. No more Hulks. No more unchecked Starks. Just order. At the cost of freedom. Ace counters, anger rising. At the cost of choice? You'd enslave everyone under your twisted ideology. Sacrifice. Scissors corrects, his tone hardening. Order requires sacrifice. A few must be guided for the good of the many. Guided or controlled? Ace spits out, his disgust palpable. People have the right to choose their own path, even if they stumble. They have the right to be free. You can't force order, it has to come from within. Scissors' smile falters. Naive, he says, his voice losing its composure. You're blinded by sentimentality. The world doesn't work that way. People need to be led, or they'll destroy themselves. Look at the mess they've already made. And Dai-Shocker's any better? Ace retorts, his voice rising. You're just trading one kind of destruction for another. At least chaos can create something new. What does order create? Stagnation, oppression, death. Scissors' face is now a mask of frustration. You're so close-minded. You can't see the bigger picture, the potential for true peace. Ace stands firm, his grip unwavering on the drag saber. There is no peace in tyranny, no freedom in chains. Scissors sighs, a long, drawn-out sound of exasperation. It's a shame, really, he says, shaking his head slightly. Such potential wasted. So be it, Scissors says, his voice flat. With a speed that belies his earlier calm demeanor, he lunges, the scissor-like claw on his left arm glinting ominously in the dim light of the mirror world. Ace barely has time to react. He raises the drag saber, meeting Scissors' attack with a shower of sparks. The force of the blow reverberates up his arm, numbing his fingers. Scissors is strong, far stronger than Ace anticipated. He dances back, trying to create space, but Scissors is relentless, pressing the attack. Ace is forced to parry again and again, the drag saber a blur of silver as he struggles to defend himself. He can feel the heat of Volcancer's presence behind Scissors, a looming threat that adds another layer of pressure to the fight. Ace has fought stronger opponents, but Scissors' fighting style is different. Brutal, efficient, with a focus on overwhelming force. Ace realizes he can't win this fight with brute strength alone. He changes tactics, focusing on agility, using the drag saber's reach to keep Scissors at bay. He ducks under a wild swing, the claw whistling past his head, and retaliates with a quick jab, catching Scissors in the side. The orange armor sparks, and Scissors stumbles back, momentarily surprised. Ace presses his advantage, darting around Scissors, using the desolate landscape of the mirror world to his advantage. He leaps onto a shattered pillar, using it as a springboard to launch himself at Scissors, the drag saber aimed at his chest. Scissors recovers quickly, blocking the attack with his claw, but Ace is already moving, flipping backwards and landing lightly on his feet. He grins, a flash of defiance in the gloom. You're stronger than I thought. Ryuki, Scissors admits, a hint of surprise in his voice. But strength alone won't win you this fight. Cafe Pol Pol is quiet. Dim light bathes the tables. The morning sun casts long shadows across the floor. Ace hits the floor. Push-ups. Each rep is a struggle. He grunts, pushing through. Scissors. The name echoes in his mind. Ace felt outmatched. Vulnerable. He slams his palms against the floor. Another push-up. He thinks of the mirror world. Anything could happen. Every battle is different. Every monster is unique. A bead of sweat rolls down his brow. He grits his teeth. Am I strong enough? Doubts nag at him. Another rep, then another. He pours all his strength into each movement. Ace isn't sure if training will help him to be stronger, but he knows he has to try. Bell ding dong bell, the cafe door chimes. The sound breaks the silence. Nico and Berto walk in, and they see Pops, who is behind the counter, wiping it down. Hey, Pops, Nico says. Morning, Berto says, voice bright. Pop smiles. You two need anything? Nah, we're good, Nico says. Just came to say hi, Berto adds. Pops nods. Ace is in the back, taking care of the place. He turns to Ace. Ace, I'm stepping out to grab some supplies. Can you handle things here? Ace rises from the floor, wipes his brow. Yeah, Pops. No problem. Thanks, Ace. Pops grabs his coat. See you kids later. He exits the cafe, and Ace returns to his push-ups. Nico and Berto exchange glances. They watch Ace with curiosity. Nico raises an eyebrow. Someone's working hard. What are you doing? Berto laughs. Trying out for the Olympics? Ace stops his push-ups. He looks up at them, grinning. Just trying to stay in shape. Nico folds her arms. Seriously, though, what's with the boot camp routine? Ace sits up. He shrugs. I ran into someone the other day. Made me realize I needed to step up my game. Berto frowns. Who was it? A supervillain? Kind of, Ace says. He was a Kamen Rider, like me, but darker. He invited me to join Dai-Shocker. Nico's eyes widen. Dai-Shocker? Seriously? That's heavy. Who is it? Berto asks. Scissors. Kamen Rider Scissors. Ace explains. A Dark Rider. Scissors, a Dark Rider? Nico repeats. Well, no kidding, you are training so hard. Sounds intense. Ace nods. Yeah, it left me feeling inadequate. Berto claps Ace on the shoulder. Hey man, don't beat yourself up. At least you're doing something about it. It's good you're preparing yourself for future confrontations. A small smile appears on Ace's face. Thanks, Berto. The three of them relax into the cozy ambience of the cafe. Laughter fills the air as they share stories, trading jokes and friendly jabs. Ace, Berto, and Nico reminisce about their high school escapades, their voices blending with the soft jazz playing on the speakers. Nico glances at her watch. Okay, she says. As fun as this is, Berto and I have a mission. Berto stretches, yawning. Yeah, we promised we'd help my mom unpack some boxes. Archaeology stuff. It's going to be a long day. They start gathering their things. Nico slings her bag over her shoulder. Berto adjusts his glasses. Ace leans against the counter. He smiles. Thanks for stopping by, guys. It means a lot. Anytime, Ace, Berto replies. Yeah, don't be a stranger, Nico adds. Ace nods. You two stay safe out there. Nico rolls her eyes playfully. Please, what could possibly happen? Don't jinx it, Berto exclaims, then gives Nico a look of mock exasperation. You know that kind of thing always comes back to bite you. Nico shrugs, grinning. Whatever. See you, Ace. Berto waves. Later, man. They head toward the door, their playful banter echoing behind them. Nico and Berto step out of the cafe. They walk down the street, heading east. So, are we hitting the library first? Berto asks. Nah, Nico says. Let's grab some boba. I need a caffeine boost for box duty. Suddenly, a man approaches them. Excuse me, he says, flashing a badge. Detective Koji, NYPD. Do you two have a moment? Nico and Berto stop. They exchange a quick glance. We're kind of in a hurry, Nico says, her voice tight. Koji smiles a little too wide. It'll just take a minute. We've had some unusual incidents in the area lately. Just routine questioning. Unusual? Berto repeats. Just try to gauge if anyone has observed suspicious behavior, Koji explains. Like what kind of suspicious behavior? Nico asks. Koji shrugs, spreading his hands. Anything out of the ordinary. Strange people. Strange noises. Anything that doesn't feel right. Nico glances at Berto, then back at Koji. She sighs. I guess we haven't seen anything. Not really, Berto adds, shifting his weight. Koji says, narrowing his eyes. Are you sure? Think hard. We would tell you if we knew anything, Nico said. Perhaps a little jog of your memory will do. Koji leads them down a narrow alley, the shadows deepening around them. The air is thick with tension. Nico and Berto exchange another uneasy glance. The alley is narrow. The sun doesn't reach here. Shadows cling to the brick walls. The air is cool, damp. It smells of stale garbage. Nico glances around. She frowns. Detective, are you sure this is the right way? Koji smiles. Just a shortcut. Gets us off the main street. Less noise. Berto shivers. He pulls his jacket tighter. It's kind of creepy back here. Crack. The sound echoes through the alley. A mirror. It shatters. From the darkness, something emerges. Volcancer. The mirror monster towers over them. A hulking crab-like beast. Its pincers snap. Its eyes glow red. Nico gasps. She stumbles back. Berto screams. He raises his hands. Volcancer moves with surprising speed. Its claws reach out. They close around Nico and Berto. Their screams are cut short. The alley walls amplify the sound. Fear is pungent. Koji watches. His face is calm. His eyes are cold. He takes a step back. He lets Volcancer take them. His smile is predatory. He enjoys it. Volcancer's pincers tighten. Nico and Berto go limp. Their bodies hang in the monster's grasp, fragile and broken. Koji watches, satisfied. Volcancer turns. It lumbers away, deeper into the alley. Koji follows. He walks with purpose, his footsteps echoing on the pavement. The shattered mirror shimmers, then fades. As Nico succumbs to the darkness, a faint light emanates from her chest. The purple amulet, nestled beneath her dress, glows. It pulses with soft, ethereal energy. The struggle ends quickly. Volcancer disappears, leaving only silence and a lingering sense of dread. Ace continues his training, oblivious to the horrors outside. He pushes himself harder, his muscles burning. He tries to focus, but a nagging feeling gnaws at the back of his mind. Ring, ring. His phone rings. It's Nico. He stops his exercises, grabs the phone, and answers. Hey, Nico. Ace says, his voice breathless. Did you guys forget something? Silence. Then a voice. Cold. Calculating. Not Nico, Kamen Rider. Ace freezes. He knows that voice. Scissors. His blood runs cold. Where are my friends? Ace demands, his voice tight. Your friends? Scissors chuckles. They're safe. For now. Panic flares in Ace's chest. What did you do to them? Ace yells, his grip tightening on the phone. If you want to see them again, Scissors continues, his voice devoid of emotion. Come to the abandoned warehouse on Pier 82. Come alone. No cops. No heroes. Just you. And be quick. Their lives depend on it. What have you done to them? Ace asks in a panic. Tick-tock. Scissors sneers. Boop, boop, boop. Ace stares at his phone. His mind races. Scissors has Nico and Berto. He knows who he is. He knows everything. He clenches his fists. His friends are in danger. He can't hesitate. He runs out of pole and gets on the tricaster. Don't worry, Nico, Berto. I'll save you. The tricaster roared to a stop outside the warehouse. Pier 82 loomed, a skeletal structure against the night sky. Ace cut the engine, the sudden silence amplifying the gentle lapping of water against the pilings. Tension hung thick in the air, a palpable dread that settled in his stomach. He crept towards the entrance, shadows twisting around him like grasping claws. Inside, the warehouse was a cavernous void, dimly lit by a few flickering bulbs. His eyes darted around, taking in the scene. Then he saw them, Nico and Berto, bound to a thick support beam, their faces pale and strained. Gags muffled their frantic attempts to speak. Anguish slammed into him. Their eyes, wide with fear, pleaded with him. He had to get them out of there. He moved swiftly, silently, his boots barely making a sound on the concrete floor. Every creak of the old building echoed in his ears, amplifying his anxiety. Even with their mouths covered, they fought against their restraints, writhing and straining. He could see the panic in their eyes, the desperate warning they were trying to convey. Something wasn't right. A prickling sensation ran down Ace's spine. Something felt wrong, the air thick with menace. He paused, his fingers hovering over the knot binding Nico's wrists. His gaze swept across the warehouse, searching, analyzing. Then he saw him. Emerging from the deepest shadows, Koji stood there, a pistol leveled directly at Ace. His face, usually so friendly and open, was now a mask of cold calculation. Nico's amulet, usually still, began to vibrate wildly against her chest. She strained against her bonds, her eyes wide with terror. A muffled scream escaped her gag mouth. "Watch out!" Even through the fabric, the urgency in her voice was unmistakable. At that moment, she mustered all her strength. Yanking at the ropes, she lunged forward, grabbing Ace's wrist and pulling him off balance. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his ear, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. He stumbled back, his heart hammering against his ribs. What the? Adrenaline surged through him, his senses sharpening. Koji? With a gun? What was happening? Ace sucked in a sharp breath, his mind racing. He crouched low, his gaze fixed on Koji as he swiftly freed Nico from her restraints. The ropes fell away, and she stumbled forward, clutching his arm. "Ace, that detective," she gasped, her voice hoarse. "He kidnapped us." Her words hit him like a physical blow. He turned to Koji, confusion and disbelief warring within him. "Detective? Why are you doing this?" Birdo, now free, pushed himself to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. He stared at Koji, his face a mask of bewilderment. Koji merely smirked, stepping further into the dim light, the gun never wavering from its target. "You're really lucky, Ryoki," Koji taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. Ace's blood ran cold. Ryoki? How could he possibly know that name? A wave of dizziness washed over him. This was not the Koji he thought he knew. Locking his gaze on Koji, he demanded, "How do you know who I am?" Nico and Birdo exchanged worried glances, seemingly confirming Koji's involvement. The pieces started to fall into place, forming a picture he desperately didn't want to see. Betrayal, raw and stinging, coursed through him. He felt foolish, naive for trusting Koji, for confiding in him. But how? Even as the question echoed in his mind, something massive shifted in the shadows behind Koji. A hulking form began to coalesce, its outline growing larger and more defined with each passing moment. A guttural growl ripped through the silence, vibrating through the floor and into Ace's bones. The sound was inhuman, monstrous. The exit was blocked by Volcancer, its huge form filling up the space. Koji is scissors. It rumbled, the voice a distorted, metallic echo. Koji chuckled, his eyes gleaming with malice. He elaborated, his voice laced with a disturbing glee. "I planned to use you, Ace. Your friends, they were just bait to finish you off. But I guess plans don't always go well." "Why?" Ace spat, his voice raw with anger. "Why would you do this? Why side with them?" Koji merely shrugged, his expression devoid of remorse. Dai-Shocker will bring order. This chaos of heroes and monsters, it ends today. He extended a hand, a final, desperate plea. "Join me, Ace. We can make this world better, together. End this meaningless fighting." Ace stared at Koji, his face set in grim determination. "Never. I'll never join Dai-Shocker." Koji sighed, a hint of regret flickering across his features. "What a shame, Ryoki. It didn't have to be this way." He lowered his gun, his gaze hardening. "Then you can only die." "So be it," Koji said, his voice now devoid of warmth. He raised his left arm, revealing an Advent deck with a crab symbol on its surface. Ace also reveals his own Advent deck, and a V-buckle appears on their waist. Both inserted their Advent decks into the buckle, and the decks clicked into place. "Henshin," Koji shouted, his body engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. "Henshin," Ace roared, mirroring Koji's action. The V-buckle pulsed with power, bathing him in crimson light as armor materialized around his body. He felt the familiar weight of the drag crown helmet settle on his head, the world resolving into sharp focus through the red visor. Kamen Rider Ryoki. Kamen Rider Scissors. He had no time to dwell on the strangeness of it all. His friends were in danger, and Koji had to be stopped. "Nico! Birdo! Get out of here!" he yelled, his voice amplified by the rider's suit. "Get somewhere safe." He watched as they scrambled to their feet, fear etched on their faces. They didn't need to be told twice. They dashed behind a stack of crates, their figures disappearing into the shadows. He had to trust they would be safe. With a feral yell, Koji lunged forward, his movements far faster and stronger than any human. The fight ignited instantly, a clash of metal and energy that echoed through the warehouse. Koji utilized his strike vent, slamming his gauntlet down on the card slot. Strike vent. A monstrous claw, formed from Volcancer's massive pincer, erupted from his forearm, its serrated edges gleaming menacingly. He swung the claw in a wide arc, aiming to crush Ace in a single blow. Ace's instinct screamed. He ducked, the claw whistling past his head, close enough that he felt the wind shear against his helmet. The force of the blow was immense, shaking the very foundations of the warehouse. He had to retaliate, to create some distance. Ace swiftly drew a card from his advent deck, sliding it into the drag visor on his left arm. Sword vent. With a surge of energy, the drag saber materialized in his hand, a curved blade of gleaming silver. He parried Koji's next attack, the drag saber meeting the monstrous claw with a resounding clang. Sparks flew as metal scraped against metal, the force of the impact jarring his arm. He pushed back, creating a small space between them. They traded blows, a furious dance of steel and claw. The drag saber flashed, deflecting Koji's strikes, while Ace countered with quick, precise slashes. Koji's claw was a brutal weapon, capable of crushing bone and tearing through steel. But Ace was faster, more agile, using his superior reflexes to evade the worst of the attacks. The warehouse became a symphony of violence, the sounds of their battle echoing off the walls. Koji roared, his frustration evident. He lunged, abandoning any pretense of finesse, relying solely on brute force. Ace saw the attack coming, anticipated the raw power behind it. He ducked low, barely avoiding the sweeping claw, and rolled away, putting distance between himself and the enraged scissors. He sprang back to his feet, his eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. "I thought you wanted to be a hero." Ace shouted, his voice strained. He had trusted Koji, believed in his desire to help people. How could he have been so wrong? Koji paused, his chest heaving, a manic grin spreading across his face. "This is the real path to justice, Ryuki. You'll see, you're being manipulated." Ace yelled, deflecting another swipe of the scissors pinch. "Dai-Shocker isn't the answer. They'll use you, then discard you like trash." Koji's laughter echoed through the warehouse, a chilling sound that sent a shiver down Ace's spine. "I'm not being manipulated. I've never been more sane." Koji spat, his eyes burning with conviction. "They show me the truth, Ace. The world needs order, and Dai-Shocker is the only one who can provide it." Ace felt a surge of anger, fueled by Koji's stubborn refusal to see reason. He channeled that anger into his next attack, putting all his weight behind a punch that connected squarely with Koji's jaw. The force of the blow sent Koji staggering backward, his helmeted head snapping to the side. Ace pressed his advantage, following up with a kick aimed at Koji's chest. Koji managed to raise his arms in a block, but the impact still sent him stumbling further back. Ace saw a flicker of doubt in Koji's eyes, a momentary crack in his unwavering facade. They circled each other, the air crackling with tension. The scent of ozone filled his nostrils, a byproduct of the rider armor clashing together. The warehouse seemed to shrink around them, the fate of Nico and Birdo, of the entire city, hanging in the balance with each passing second. Ace feinted left, then unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow a calculated strike aimed to exploit any opening in Koji's defenses. Koji retaliated with the scissors pinch, its razor-sharp edges slicing through the air. Ace narrowly dodged each attack, his body moving with a speed and precision he didn't know he possessed. He landed a solid blow to Koji's midsection, followed by a swift kick to the side of his helmet. The sound of metal on metal reverberated through the warehouse, amplifying the stakes of their conflict. Koji stumbled, his movements becoming sluggish. Ace knew this had to end. He couldn't let Koji continue down this path, consumed by Dai-Shocker's twisted ideology. He had to stop him, once and for all. He drew a card from his advent deck, the familiar weight of it reassuring in his trembling hand. "It's over, Koji," Ace shouted, the words echoing through the warehouse. He slid the card into the drag visor. Final vent. With a deafening roar, Dragreater materialized beside him, its serpentine body coiling through the air. Koji mirrored his action, slamming his gauntlet down on the card slot. Final vent. Volcancer emerged from the shadows, its massive form blocking out the remaining light. The crab-like monster raised its colossal claws, preparing for its deadly assault. Volcancer launched scissors into the air, the rider curling into a spinning ball of destruction. Simultaneously, Ryuki leaped high into the air, Dragreater coiling around him, propelling him forward with immense force. The two riders hurtled towards each other, their final vents unleashed in a devastating collision. Boom! The warehouse erupted in a blinding flash of light and a thunderous roar. The force of the impact shook the very foundations of the building, sending dust and debris raining down upon them. The air crackled with energy, obscuring the two riders in a swirling vortex of chaos. When the dust settled, Ace stood, his body aching, his vision blurred. He dropped to his knees, exhausted, and struggled to catch his breath. The power of the Dragon Rider kick had taken its toll. Across the warehouse, Koji collapsed, his armor dissolving into particles of light. The Advent deck tumbled from his grasp, skittering across the concrete floor. The crimson glow faded, leaving Koji lying prone, his face pale and drawn. If only things were different, Koji murmured, his voice barely a whisper. His eyes glazed over, the light fading from them as unconsciousness claimed him. Then, a disturbing sight. Koji's body started to disintegrate like dust in the wind. Ace felt his heart sink as he watched Koji's body dissolve into nothing. Ace deactivated his transformation, the drag crown helmet vanishing as the crimson light faded from his body. He stumbled towards where Koji lay, his mind reeling. He had won, but at what cost? The victory felt hollow, tainted by the bitter taste of loss. He had saved Nico and Birdo, had stopped Koji from carrying out Dai-Shocker's evil plan, but he had failed to save Koji himself. He was too late. He wanted to reach out his hand and pull Koji from the darkness, but there was nothing left. The reality of the fight weighed heavily on his heart, a crushing burden of guilt and regret. Had he done the right thing? Could he have saved Koji somehow? The questions swirled in his mind, unanswered and unanswerable.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.